Chapter 54 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lizzie. It cannot be supposed that Ferdinand Lopez at this time was a very happy man. He had, at any rate, once loved his wife, and would have loved her still could he have trained her to think as he thought, to share his wishes, and to put herself into the same boat with him, as he was wont to describe the unison and sympathy which he required from her. To give him his due, he did not know that he was a villain. When he was exhorting her to get round her father, he was not aware that he was giving her lessons which must shock a well-conditioned girl. He did not understand that everything that she had discovered of his moral disposition since her marriage was of a nature to disgust her, and not understanding all this, he conceived that he was grievously wronged by her in that she adhered to her father rather than to him. This made him unhappy, and doubly disappointed him. He had neither got the wife that he had expected, nor the fortune, but he still thought that the fortune must come, if he would only hold on to the wife which he had got. And then everything had gone badly with him since his marriage. He was apt, when thinking over his affairs, to attribute all this to the fears and hesitation and parsimony of Sexty Parker. None of his late ventures with Sexty Parker had been successful, and now Sexty was in a bad condition, very violent, drinking hard, declaring himself to be a ruined man, and swearing that if this and that were not done, he would have bitter revenge. Sexty still believed in the wealth of his partner's father-in-law, and still had some hope of salvation from that source. Lopez would declare to him, and up to this very time persevered in protesting, that salvation was to be found in Bios. If Sexty would only risk £2,000 or £3,000 more upon Bios, or his credit to that amount, failing the immediate money, things might still be right. "Bios be damned," said Sexty, uttering a string of heavy imprecations. On that morning he had been trusting to native produce rather than to the new African spirit. But now, as the Guatemala scheme really took form, and loomed on Lopez's eyesight as a thing that might be real, he endeavored to keep out of Sexty's way. But in vain. Sexty too had heard of Guatemala, and in his misery hunted Lopez about the city. "By God, I believe you're afraid to come to Little Tankard Yard," he said one day, having caught his victim under the equestrian statue in front of the Exchange. "What is the good of my coming when you will do nothing when I am there? I will tell you what it is, Lopez, you're not going out of the country about this mining business if I know it." "Who said I was?" "I'll put a spoke in your wheel there, my man. I'll give a written account of all the dealings between us to the directors. By God, they shall know their man." "You're an ass, Sexty, and always were. Look here, if I can carry on as though I were going to this place, I can draw £5,000 from old Wharton. He has already offered it. He has treated me with a stinginess that I never knew equalled. Had he done what I had a right to expect, you and I would have been rich men now. But at last I have got a hold upon him up to £5,000. As you and I stand, pretty nearly the whole of that will go to you. But don't you spoil it all by making an ass of yourself." Sexty, who was 3 parts drunk, looked up into his face for a few seconds, and then made his reply, "I'm damned if I believe a word of it." Upon this Lopez affected to laugh, and then made his escape. All this, as I have said, did not tend to make his life happy, though he had impudence enough and callousness of conscience enough to get his bills paid by Mr. Wharton as often as he could. He was not quite easy in his mind while doing so. His ambition had never been high, but it had soared higher than that. He had had great hopes. He had lived with some high people. He had dined with lords and ladies. He had been the guest of a duchess. He had married the daughter of a gentleman. He had nearly been a member of Parliament. He still belonged to what he considered to be a first-rate club. From a great altitude he looked down upon Sexty Parker and men of Sexty's class because of his social successes, and because he knew how to talk and to look like a gentleman. It was unpleasant to him, therefore, to be driven to the life he was now living, and the idea of going out to Guatemala and burying himself in a mine in Central America was not to him a happy idea. In spite of all that he had done, he had still some hope that he might avoid that banishment. He had spoken the truth to Sexty Parker in saying that he intended to get the £5,000 from Mr. Wharton without that terrible personal sacrifice, though he had hardly spoken the truth when he assured his friend that the greater portion of that money would go to him. There were many schemes fluctuating through his brain, and all accompanied by many doubts. If he could get Mr. Wharton's money by giving up his wife, should he consent to give her up? In either case, should he stay or should he go? Should he run one further great chance with Bios? And if so, by whose assistance? And if he should at last decide that he would do so by the aid of a certain friend that was yet left to him, should he throw himself at that friend's feet, the friend being a lady, and propose to desert his wife and begin the world again with her? For the lady in question was a lady in possession, as he believed, of very large means. Or should he cut his throat and have done at once with all his troubles, acknowledging to himself that his career had been a failure, and that, therefore, it might be brought with advantage to an end? After all, said he to himself, that may be the best way of winding up a bankrupt concern. Our old friend Lady Eustace in these days lived in a very small house in a very small street bordering upon Mayfair, but the street, though very small, and having disagreeable relations with a mews, still had an air of fashion about it, and with her lived the widow Mrs. Leslie, who had introduced her to Mrs. Dick Roby, and through Mrs. Roby to Ferdinand Lopez. Lady Eustace was in the enjoyment of a handsome income, as I hope that some of my readers may remember, and this income during the last year or two she had learned to foster, if not with much discretion, at any rate with great zeal. During her short life she had had many aspirations. Love, poetry, sport, religion, fashion, bohemianism had all been tried, but in each crisis there had been a certain care for wealth, which had saved her from the folly of squandering what she had won by her early energies in the pursuit of her then prevailing passion. She had given her money to no lover, had not lost it on racecourses or in building churches, not even had she materially damaged her resources by servants and equipages. At the present time she was still young and still pretty, though her hair and complexion took rather more time than in the days when she won Sir Florence Eustace. She still liked a lover, or perhaps two, though she had thoroughly convinced herself that a lover may be bought too dear. She could still ride a horse, though hunting regularly was too expensive for her. She could talk religion if she could find herself close to a well-got-up clergyman, being quite indifferent as to the denomination of the religion, but perhaps a wild dash for a time into fast vulgarity was what in her heart of hearts she liked best, only that it was so difficult to enjoy that pleasure without risk of losing everything. And then, together with these passions, and perhaps above them all, there had lately sprung up in the heart of Lady Eustace a desire to multiply her means by successful speculation. This was the friend with whom Lopez had lately become intimate, and by whose aid he hoped to extract himself from some of his difficulties. Poor as he was, he had contrived to bribe Mrs. Leslie by handsome presents out of Bond Street, for he still lived in Manchester Square, and was the undoubted son-in-law of Mr. Wharton. His credit was not altogether gone. In the giving of these gifts no purport was of course named, but Mrs. Leslie was probably aware that her good word with her friend was expected. "I only know what I used to hear from Mrs. Roby," Mrs. Leslie said to her friend. "He was mixed up with Hunky's people, who roll in money. Old Wharton wouldn't have given him his daughter if he had not been doing well." "It's very hard, to be sure," said Lizzie Eustace. "He looks like a man who'd know how to feather his own nest," said Mrs. Leslie. "Don't you think he's very handsome?" "I don't know that he's likely to do the better for that." "Well, no, but there are men of whom you are sure, when you look at them, that they'll be successful. I don't suppose he was anything to begin with, but see where he is now." "I believe you are in love with him, my dear," said Lizzie Eustace. "Not exactly. I don't know that he has given me any provocation, but I don't see why a woman shouldn't be in love with him if she likes. He is a deal nicer than those fair-haired men who haven't got a word to say to you, and yet look as though you ought to jump down their mouths. Like that fellow you were trying to talk to last night, that Mr. Fletcher. He could just jerk out 3 words at a time, and he was proud as Lucifer. I like a man who, if he likes me, is neither ashamed nor afraid to say so. There is a romance there, you know. Mr. Fletcher was in love with Emily Wharton, and she threw him over for Lopez. They say he has not held up his head since." "She was quite right," said Mrs. Leslie, "but she is one of those stiff-necked creatures who are set up with pride, though they have nothing to be proud of. I suppose she had a lot of money. Lopez would never have taken her without." When, therefore, Lopez called one day at a little house in the little street, he was not an unwelcome visitor. Mrs. Leslie was in the drawing-room, but soon left it after his arrival. He had of late been often there, and when he at once introduced the subject on which he was himself intent, it was not unexpected. £7,500, said Lizzie, after listening to the proposition which he had come to make. "That is a very large sum of money." "Yes, it's a large sum of money. It's a large affair. I'm in it to rather more than that, I believe. How are you to get people to drink it?" she asked after a pause. "By telling them that they ought to drink it. Advertise it. It has become a certainty now that if you will only advertise sufficiently you may make a fortune by selling anything, only the interest on the money expended increases in so large a ratio in accordance with the magnitude of the operation. If you spend a few hundreds in advertising, you throw them away. £100,000, well laid out, makes a certainty of anything. What am I to get to show for my money? I mean immediately, you know." "Registered shares in the company." "The Bios Company?" "No, we did propose to call ourselves Parker and Company, Limited. I think we shall change the name. They will probably use my name, Lopez and Company, Limited." But it's all for Bios? Oh yes, all for Bios. And it's to come from Central Africa. It will be rectified in London, you know. Some English spirit will perhaps be mixed, but I must not tell you the secrets of the trade till you join us. That Bios is distilled from the bark of the duffer tree is a certainty. Have you drank any? I've tasted it. Is it nice? Very nice. Rather sweet, you know, and will be the better for mixing. Gin? Suggested her ladyship. Perhaps so, or whisky. I think I may say that you can't do very much better with your money. You know I would not say this to you were it not true. In such a matter I treat you just as if you were my sister. I know how good you are, but 7,500! I couldn't raise so much as that just at present. There are to be 6 shares, said Lopez, making £45,000 capital. Would you consent to take a share jointly with me? That would be 3,750. But you have a share already, said Lizzie suspiciously. I should then divide that with Mr. Parker. We intend to register at any rate as many as 9 partners. Would you object to hold it with me? Lopez, as he asked the question, looked at her as though he were offering her half his heart. No, said Lizzie slowly, I don't suppose I should object to that. I should be doubly eager about the affair if I were in partnership with you. It's such a venture. Nothing venture, nothing have. But I've got something as it is, Mr. Lopez, and I don't want to lose it all. There's no chance of that if you join us. You think Bios is so sure. Quite safe, said Lopez. You must give me a little more time to think about it, said Lady Eustace at last, panting with anxiety, struggling with herself, anxious for the excitement which would come to her from dealing in Bios, but still fearing to risk her money. This had taken place immediately after Mr. Wharton's offer of the £5,000, in making which he had stipulated that Emily should be left at home. Then a few days went by, and Lopez was pressed for his money at the office of the San Juan mine. Did he or did he not mean to take up the mining shares allotted to him? If he did mean to do so, he must do it at once. He swore by all his gods that of course he meant to take them up. Had not Mr. Wharton himself been at the office, saying that he intended to pay for them? Was not that sufficient guarantee? They knew well enough that Mr. Wharton was a man to whom the raising of £5,000 could be a matter of no difficulty, but they did not know, never could know, how impossible it was to get anything done by Mr. Wharton. But Mr. Wharton had promised to pay for the shares, and when money was concerned, his word would surely suffice. Mr. Hartlepod, backed by 2 of the directors, said that if the thing was to go on at all, the money must really be paid at once. But the conference was ended by allowing the new local manager another fortnight in which to complete the arrangement. Lopez allowed 4 days to pass by, during each of which he was closeted for a time with Lady Eustace, and then made an attempt to get at Mr. Wharton through his wife. Your father has said that he will pay the money for me, said Lopez. If he has said so, he certainly will do it. But he has promised it on the condition that you should remain at home. Do you wish to desert your husband? To this she made no immediate answer. Are you already anxious to be rid of me? I should prefer to remain at home, she said in a very low voice. Then you do wish to desert your husband? What is the use of all this, Ferdinand? You do not love me. You did not marry me because I loved you. By heaven I did, for that and that only. And how have you treated me? What have I done to you? But I do not mean to make accusations, Ferdinand. I should only add to our miseries by that. We should be happier apart. Not I, nor is that my idea of marriage. Tell your father that you wish to go with me, and then he will let us have the money." "I will tell him no lie, Ferdinand. If you bid me go, I will go. Where you find a home, I must find one too, if it be your pleasure to take me. But I will not ask my father to give you money because it is my pleasure to go. Were I to say so, he would not believe me. It is you who have told him to give it me only on the condition of your staying." "I have told him nothing. He knows that I do not wish to go. He cannot but know that. But he knows that I mean to go, if you require it." "And you will do nothing for me?" "Nothing in regard to my father." He raised his fist with the thought of striking her, and she saw the motion. But his arm fell again to his side. He had not quite come to that yet. "Surely you will have the charity to tell me whether I am to go, if it be fixed," she said. "Have I not told you 20 times? Then it is fixed." "Yes, it is fixed. Your father will tell you about your things. He has promised you some beggarly sum, about as much as a tallow chandler would give his daughter. Whatever he does for me will be sufficient for me. I am not afraid of my father, Ferdinand." "You shall be afraid of me before I have done with you," said he, leaving the room. Then, as he sat at his club, dining there alone, there came across his mind ideas of what the world would be like to him if he could leave his wife at home and take Lizzie Eustace with him to Guatemala. Guatemala was very distant, and it would matter little there whether the woman he brought with him was his wife or no. It was clear enough to him that his wife desired no more of his company. What were the conventions of the world to him? This other woman had money at her own command. He could not make it his own because he could not marry her, but he fancied that it might be possible to bring her so far under his control as to make the money almost as good as his own. Mr. Wharton's money was very hard to reach, and would be as hard to reach, perhaps harder, when Mr. Wharton was dead, as now, during his life. He had said a good deal to the lady since the interview of which a report has been given. She had declared herself to be afraid of Bios. She did not in the least doubt that great things might be ultimately done with Bios, but she did not quite see the way with her small capital, thus humbly did she speak of her wealth, to be one of those who should take the initiative in the matter. Bios evidently required a great deal of advertisement, and Lizzie Eustace had a short-sighted objection to expend what money she had saved on the hoardings of London. Then he opened to her the glories of Guatemala, not contenting himself with describing the certainty of the 20 per cent, but enlarging on the luxurious happiness of life in a country so golden, so green, so gorgeous, and so grand. It had been the very apple of the eye of the old Spaniards. In Guatemala, he said, Cortes and Pizarro had met and embraced. They might have done so for anything Lizzie Eustace knew to the contrary, and here our hero took advantage of his name. Don Diego de Lopez had been the first to raise the banner of freedom in Guatemala, when the kings of Spain became tyrants to their American subjects. All is fair in love and war, and Lizzie, amidst the hard business of her life, still loved a dash of romance. Yes, he was about to change the scene and try his fortune in that golden, green, and gorgeous country. "You will take your wife, of course," Lady Eustace had said. Then Lopez had smiled, and, shrugging his shoulders, had left the room. It was certain the fact that she could not eat him. Other men before Lopez have had to pick up what courage they could in their attacks upon women by remembering that fact. She had flirted with him in a very pleasant way, mixing up her prettiness and her percentages in a manner that was peculiar to herself. He did not know her, and he knew that he did not know her, but still there was the chance. She had thrown his wife more than once in his face, after the fashion of women when they are wooed by married men, since the days of Cleopatra downwards. But he had taken that simply as encouragement. He had already let her know that his wife was a vixen who troubled his life. Lizzie had given him her sympathy, and had almost given him a tear. "But I am not a man to be broken-hearted because I have made a mistake," said Lopez. "Marriage vows are very well, but they shall never bind me to misery." "Marriage vows are not very well. They may be very ill," Lizzie had replied, remembering certain passages in her own life. There was no doubt about her money, and certainly she could not eat him. The fortnight allowed him by the San Juan Company had nearly gone when he called at the little house in the little street, resolved to push his fortune in that direction without fear and without hesitation. Mrs. Leslie again took her departure, leaving them together, and Lizzie allowed her friend to go, although the last words that Lopez had spoken had been, as he thought, a fair prelude to the words he intended to speak today. "And what do you think of it?" he said, taking both of her hands in his. "Think of what?" "Of our Spanish venture." "Have you given up Bios, my friend?" "No, certainly not," said Lopez, seating himself beside her. "I have not taken the other half share, but I have kept my old venture in the scheme. I believe in Bios, you know." "Ah, it is so nice to believe." "But I believe more firmly in the country to which I am going." "You are going, then?" "Yes, my friend, I am going. The allurements are too strong to be resisted. Think of that climate and of this." He probably had not heard of the mosquitoes of Central America when he so spoke. "Remember that an income which gives you comfort here will there produce for you every luxury which wealth can purchase. It is to be a king there, or to be but very common among commoners here." "And yet England is a dear old country." "Have you found it so? Think of the wrongs which you have endured, of the injuries which you have suffered." Yes, indeed. For Lizzie Eustace had gone through hard days in her time. "I certainly will fly from such a country to those golden shores on which man may be free and unshackled." "And your wife?" "Oh, Lizzie!" It was the first time that he had called her Lizzie, and she was apparently neither shocked nor abashed. Perhaps he thought too much of this, not knowing how many men had called her Lizzie in her time. "Do not you at least understand that a man or a woman may undergo that tie and yet be justified in disregarding it altogether?" "Oh yes, if there has been bigamy or divorce or anything of that kind." Now Lizzie had convicted her second husband of bigamy, and had freed herself after that fashion. "To hell with their prudent laws," said Lopez, rising suddenly from his chair. "I will neither appeal to them nor will I obey them, and I expect from you as little subservience as I myself am prepared to pay. Lizzie Eustace, will you go with me to that land of the sun, where the rage of the vulture, the love of the turtle, now melt into sorrow, now madden to crime? Will you dare to escape with me from the cold conventionalities, from the miserable thraldom of this country, bound in swaddling cloths? Lizzie Eustace, if you will say the word, I will take you to that land of glorious happiness." But Lizzie Eustace had £4,000 a year and a balance at her banker's. "Mr. Lopez," she said, "what answer have you to make me?" "Mr. Lopez, I think you must be a fool." He did at last succeed in getting himself into the street, and at any rate she had not eaten him. Chapter 54. Chapter 55 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mrs. Parker's Sorrows. The end of February had come, and as far as Mrs. Lopez knew, she was to start for Guatemala in a month's time. And yet there was so much of indecision in her husband's manner, and apparently so little done by him in regard to personal preparation, that she could hardly bring herself to feel certain that she would have to make the journey. From day to day her father would ask her whether she had made her intended purchases, and she would tell him that she had still postponed the work. Then he would say no more, for he himself was hesitating, doubtful what he would do, and still thinking that when at last the time should come, he would buy his daughter's release at any price that might be demanded. Mr. Walker, the attorney, had as yet been able to manage nothing. He had seen Lopez more than once, and had also seen Mr. Hartlepod. Mr. Hartlepod had simply told him that he would be very happy to register the shares on behalf of Lopez as soon as the money was paid. Lopez had been almost insolent in his bearing. Did Mr. Wharton think, he asked, that he was going to sell his wife for £5,000? "I think you'll have to raise your offer," Mr. Walker had said to Mr. Wharton. That was all very well. Mr. Wharton was willing enough to raise his offer. He would have doubled his offer could he thereby have secured the annihilation of Lopez. "I will raise it if he will go without his wife, and give her a written assurance that he will never trouble her again." But the arrangement was one which Mr. Walker found it very difficult to carry out. So things went on till the end of February had come. And during all this time Lopez was still resident in Mr. Wharton's house. "Papa," she said to him one day, "this is the cruelest thing of all. Why don't you tell him that he must go?" "Because he would take you with him. It would be better so. I could come to see you." "I did tell him to go in my passion. I repented of it instantly, because I should have lost you. But what did my telling matter to him? He was very indignant, and yet he is still here." "You told him to go?" "Yes, but I am glad that he did not obey me. There must be an end to this soon, I suppose." "I do not know, papa." "Do you think that he will not go?" "I feel that I know nothing, papa. You must not let him stay here always, you know." "And what will become of you when he goes?" "I must go with him. Why should you be sacrificed also? I will tell him that he must leave the house. I am not afraid of him, papa." "Not yet, my dear, not yet. We will see." At this time Lopez declared his purpose one day of dining at the Progress, and Mr. Wharton took advantage of the occasion to remain at home with his daughter. Everett was now expected, and there was a probability that he might come on this evening. Mr. Wharton therefore returned from his chambers early, but when he reached the house he was told that there was a woman in the dining-room with Mrs. Lopez. The servant did not know what woman. She had asked to see Mrs. Lopez, and Mrs. Lopez had gone down to her. The woman in the dining-room was Mrs. Parker. She had called at the house at about 5:30, and Emily had at once come down, when summoned by tidings that a lady wanted to see her. Servants have a way of announcing a woman as a lady, which clearly expresses their own opinion that the person in question is not a lady. So it had been on the present occasion, but Mrs. Lopez had at once gone to her visitor. "Oh, Mrs. Parker, I am so glad to see you. I hope you are well." "Indeed, then, Mrs. Lopez, I am very far from well. No poor woman, who is the mother of 5 children, was ever farther from being well than I am." "Is anything wrong?" "Wrong, ma'am. Everything is wrong. When is Mr. Lopez going to pay my husband all the money he has took from him?" "He has taken money?" "Taken! He has taken everything. He has shorn my husband as bare as a board. We're ruined, Mrs. Lopez, and it's your husband has done it. When we were at Dover Court, I told you how it was going to be. His business has left him, and now there is nothing. What are we to do?" The woman was seated on a chair, leaning forward with her 2 hands on her knees. The day was wet, the streets were half mud and half snow, and the poor woman, who had made her way through the slush, was soiled and wet. "I look to you to tell me what me and my children is to do. He's your husband, Mrs. Lopez?" "Yes, Mrs. Parker, he is my husband." "Why couldn't he let Sexty alone? Why should the like of him be taking the bread out of my children's mouths? What had we ever done to him? You're rich." "Indeed I am not, Mrs. Parker." "Yes, you are. You're living here in a grand house, and your father's made of money. You'll know nothing of want, let the worst come to the worst. What are we to do, Mrs. Lopez? I'm the wife of that poor creature, and you're the wife of the man that has ruined him. What are we to do, Mrs. Lopez?" "I do not understand my husband's business, Mrs. Parker." "You're one with him, ain't you? If anybody had ever come to me and said my husband had robbed him, I'd never have stopped till I knew the truth of it. If any woman had ever said to me that Parker had taken the bread out of her children's mouths, do you think that I'd sit as you are sitting? I tell you that Lopez has robbed us, and taken everything. What can I say, Mrs. Parker? What can I do?" "Where is he?" "He is not here. He is dining at his club." "Where is that? I will go there and shame him before them all. Don't you feel no shame? Because you've got things comfortable here, I suppose it's all nothing to you. You don't care, though my children were starving in the gutter, as they will do." "If you knew me, Mrs. Parker, you wouldn't speak to me like that." "Know you? Of course I know you. You're a lady, and your father's a rich man, and your husband thinks no end of himself, and we're poor people, so it don't matter whether we're robbed and ruined or not. That's about it. If I had anything, I'd give you all that I had. And he's taken to drinking that hard that he's never rightly sober from morning to night." As she told this story of her husband's disgrace, the poor woman burst into tears. "Who's to trust him with business now? He's that broken-hearted that he don't know which way to turn, only to the bottle, and Lopez has done it all, done it all. I haven't got a father, ma'am, who has got a house over his head for me and my babies. Only think if you was turned out into the street with your baby, as I am likely to be." "I have no baby," said the wretched woman, through her tears and sobs. "Haven't you, Mrs. Lopez?" "Oh, dear!" exclaimed the soft-hearted woman, reduced at once to pity. "How was it, then?" "He died, Mrs. Parker, just a few days after he was born." "Did he now? Well, well, we all have our troubles, I suppose." "I have mine, I know," said Emily, "and very, very heavy they are. I cannot tell you what I have to suffer. Isn't he good to you? I cannot talk about it, Mrs. Parker. What you tell me about yourself has added greatly to my sorrows. My husband is talking of going away to live out of England. Yes, at a place they call, I forget what they call it, but I heard it, Guatemala, in America. I know, Sexty told me. He has no business to go anywhere while he owes Sexty such a lot of money. He has taken everything, and now he's going to Catimali. At this moment, Mr. Wharton knocked at the door and entered the room. As he did so, Mrs. Parker got up and curtsied. "This is my father, Mrs. Parker," said Emily. "Papa, this is Mrs. Parker. She is the wife of Mr. Parker, who was Ferdinand's partner. She has come here with bad news." "Very bad news indeed, sir," said Mrs. Parker, curtsying again. Mr. Wharton frowned, not as being angry with the woman, but feeling that some further horror was to be told him of his son-in-law. "I can't help coming, sir," continued Mrs. Parker. "Where am I to go if I don't come? Mr. Lopez, sir, has ruined us root and branch, root and branch." "That at any rate is not my fault," said Mr. Wharton. "But she is his wife, sir. Where am I to go if not to where he lives? Am I to put up with everything gone, and my poor husband in the right way to go to Bedlam, and not to say a word about it to the grand relations of him who did it all?" "He is a bad man," said Mr. Wharton. "I cannot make him otherwise." "Will he do nothing for us?" "I will tell you all I know about him." Then Mr. Wharton did tell her all that he knew, as to the appointment at Guatemala, and the amount of salary which was to be attached to it. "Whether he will do anything for you, I cannot say. I should think not, unless he be forced. I should advise you to go to the offices of the company in Coleman Street, and try to make some terms there. But I fear it will all be useless. Then we may starve." "It is not her fault," said Mr. Wharton, pointing to his daughter. "She has had no hand in it. She knows less of it all than you do." "It is my fault," said Emily, bursting out into self-reproach. "My fault that I married him." Whether married or single, he would have preyed upon Mr. Parker to the same extent. "Like enough," said the poor wife. "He'd prey upon anybody as he could get a hold of. And so, Mr. Wharton, you think that you can do nothing for me." "If your want be immediate, I can relieve it," said the barrister. Mrs. Parker did not like the idea of accepting direct charity, but nevertheless, on going away, did take the 5 sovereigns which Mr. Wharton offered to her. After such an interview as that, the dinner between the father and the daughter was not very happy. She was eaten up by remorse. Gradually she had learned how frightful was the thing she had done in giving herself to a man of whom she had known nothing. And it was not only that she had degraded herself by loving such a man, but that she had been persistent in clinging to him, though her father and all his friends had told her of the danger which she was running. And now it seemed that she had destroyed her father as well as herself. All that she could do was to be persistent in her prayer that he would let her go. "I have done it," she said that night, "and I would bear it better if you would let me bear it alone." But he only kissed her and sobbed over her, and held her close to his heart with his clinging arms, in a manner in which he had never held her in their old happy days. He took himself to his own rooms before Lopez returned, but she, of course, had to bear her husband's presence. As she had declared to her father more than once, she was not afraid of him. Even though he should strike her, though he should kill her, she would not be afraid of him. he had already done worse to her than anything that could follow. "Mrs. Parker has been here to-day," she said to him that night. And what had Mrs. Parker to say? That you had ruined her husband. Exactly. When a man speculates and doesn't win, of course he throws the blame on someone else. And when he is too much of a cur to come himself, he sends his wife. She says you owe him money. What business have you to listen to what she says? If she comes again, do not see her. Do you understand me? Yes, I understand. She saw Papa also. If you owe him money, should it not be paid? My dearest love, everybody who owes anything to anybody should always pay it. That is so self-evident that one would almost suppose that it might be understood without being enunciated. But the virtue of paying your debts is incompatible with an absence of money. Now, if you please, we will not say anything more about Mrs. Parker. She is not at any rate a fit companion for you. It was you who introduced me to her. Hold your tongue about her, and let that be an end of it. I knew little what a world of torment I was preparing for myself when I allowed you to come and live in your father's house. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. What the Duchess thought of her husband. When the session began, it was understood in the political world that a very strong opposition was to be organized against the government under the guidance of Sir Orlando Drought, and that the great sin to be imputed to the cabinet was an utter indifference to the safety and honor of Great Britain, as manifested by their neglect of the navy. All the world knew that Sir Orlando had deserted the coalition because he was not allowed to build new ships, and of course Sir Orlando would make the most of his grievance. With him was joined Mr. Boffin, the patriotic conservative who had never listened to the voice of the seducer, and the staunch remainder of the old Tory party. And with them the more violent of the radicals were prepared to act, not desirous indeed that new ships should be built, or that a conservative government should be established, or indeed that anything should be done, but animated by intense disgust that so mild a politician as the Duke of Omnium should be Prime Minister. The fight began at once, Sir Orlando objecting violently to certain passages in the Queen's speech. It was all very well to say that the country was at present at peace with all the world, but how was peace to be maintained without a fleet? Then Sir Orlando paid a great many compliments to the Duke, and ended his speech by declaring him to be the most absolutely fainéant minister that had disgraced the country since the days of the Duke of Newcastle. Mr. Monk defended the coalition, and assured the House that the Navy was not only the most powerful navy existing, but that it was the most powerful that had ever existed in the possession of this or any other country, and was probably in absolute efficiency superior to the combined navies of all the world. The House was not shocked by statements so absolutely at variance with each other, coming from two gentlemen who had lately been members of the same government, and who must be supposed to know what they were talking about, but seemed to think that upon the whole Sir Orlando had done his duty. For though there was complete confidence in the navy as a navy, and though a very small minority would have voted for any considerably increased expense, still it was well that there should be an opposition. And how can there be an opposition without some subject for grumbling, some matter on which a minister may be attacked. No one really thought that the Prussians and French combined would invade our shores and devastate our fields and plunder London and carry our daughters away into captivity. The state of the funds showed very plainly that there was no such fear, but a good cry is a very good thing, and it is always well to rub up the officials of the Admiralty by a little wholesome abuse. Sir Orlando was thought to have done his business well. Of course, he did not risk a division upon the address. Had he done so, he would have been nowhere. But as it was, he was proud of his achievement. The ministers generally would have been indifferent to the very hard words that were said of them, knowing what they were worth, and feeling aware that a ministry which had done everything too easy must lose its interest in the country, had it not been that their chief was very sore on the subject. The old Duke's work at this time consisted almost altogether in nursing the younger Duke. It did sometimes occur to his elder Grace that it might be well to let his brother retire, and that a prime minister, malgré lui, could not be a successful prime minister or a useful one. But if the Duke of Omnium went, the coalition must go too, and the coalition had been the offspring of the old statesman. The country was thriving under the coalition, and there was no real reason why it should not last for the next 10 years. He continued, therefore, his system of coddling, and was ready at any moment, or at every moment, to pour, if not comfort, at any rate consolation into the ears of his unhappy friend. In the present emergency, it was the falsehood and general baseness of Sir Orlando which nearly broke the heart of the Prime Minister. "How is one to live," he said, "if one has to do with men of that kind?" "But you haven't to do with him any longer," said the Duke of St. Bungay. "When I see a man who is supposed to have earned the name of a statesman, and been high in the councils of his sovereign, induced by personal jealousy to do as he is doing, it makes me feel that an honest man should not place himself where he may have to deal with such persons. According to that, the honest men are to desert their country, in order that the dishonest men may have everything in their own way." Our Duke could not answer this, and therefore for the moment he yielded. But he was unhappy, saturnine, and generally silent, except when closeted with his ancient mentor, and he knew that he was saturnine and silent, and that it behooved him, as a leader of men, to be genial and communicative, listening to counsel even if he did not follow it, and at any rate appearing to have confidence in his colleagues. During this time Mr. Slide was not inactive, and in his heart of hearts the Prime Minister was more afraid of Mr. Slide's attacks than of those made upon him by Sir Orlando Drought. Now that Parliament was sitting, and the minds of men were stirred to political feeling by the renewed energy of the House, a great deal was being said in many quarters about the last Silverbridge election. The papers had taken the matter up generally, some accusing the Prime Minister and some defending, but the defence was almost as unpalatable to him as the accusation. It was admitted on all sides that the Duke, both as a peer and as a Prime Minister, should have abstained from any interference whatever in the election, and it was also admitted on all sides that he had not so abstained, if there was any truth at all in the allegation that he had paid money for Mr. Lopez. But it was pleaded on his behalf that the Dukes of Omnium had always interfered at Silverbridge, and that no Reform Bill had ever had any effect in reducing their influence in that borough. Frequent allusion was made to the cautious Dodd, who, year after year, had reported that the Duke of Omnium exercised considerable influence in the borough, and then the friendly newspapers went on to explain that the Duke had in this instance stayed his hand, and that the money, if paid at all, had been paid because the candidate who was to have been his nominee had been thrown over, when the Duke, at the last moment, made up his mind that he would abandon the privilege which had hitherto been always exercised by the head of the family, and which had been exercised more than once or twice in his own favour. But Mr. Slide, day after day, repeated his question. We want to know whether the Prime Minister did or did not pay the election expenses of Mr. Lopez at the last Silverbridge election, and if so, why he paid them. We shall continue to ask this question till it has been answered, and when asking it, we again say that the actual correspondence on the subject between the Duke and Mr. Lopez is in our own hands. And then after a while allusions were made to the Duchess, for Mr. Slide had learned all the facts of the case from Mr. Lopez himself. When Mr. Slide found how hard it was to draw his badger, as he expressed himself concerning his own operations, he at last openly alluded to the Duchess, running the risk of any punishment that might fall upon him by action for libel, or by severe reprehension from his colleagues of the press. We have as yet, he said, received no answers to the questions which we have felt ourselves called upon to ask in reference to the conduct of the Prime Minister at the Silverbridge election. We are of opinion that all interference by peers with the constituencies of the country should be put down by the strong hand of the law as thoroughly and unmercifully as we are putting down ordinary bribery. But when the offending peer is also the Prime Minister of this great country, it becomes doubly the duty of those who watch over the public safety. Mr. Slide was always speaking of himself as watching over the public safety to animadvert upon his crime until it has been assoiled, or at any rate repented. From what we now hear, we have reason to believe that the crime itself is acknowledged. Had the payment on behalf of Mr. Lopez not been made, as it certainly was made, or the letters in our hand would be impudent forgeries, the charge would long since have been denied. Silence in such a matter amounts to confession. But we understand that the Duke intends to escape under the plea that he has a second self, powerful as he is to exercise the baneful influence which his territorial wealth unfortunately gives him, but for the actions of which second self he, as a peer of Parliament and a Prime Minister, is not responsible. In other words, we are informed that the privilege belonging to the Palliser family at Silverbridge was exercised not by the Duke himself, but by the Duchess, and that the Duke paid the money when he found that the Duchess had promised more than she could perform. We should hardly have thought that even a man so notoriously weak as the Duke of Omnium would have endeavoured to ride out of his responsibility by throwing the blame upon his wife. But he will certainly find that the attempt, if made, will fail. Against the Duchess herself we wish to say not a word. She is known as exercising a wide, if not a discriminate hospitality. We believe her to be a kind-hearted, bustling, ambitious lady, to whom any little faults may easily be forgiven on account of her good nature and generosity, but we cannot accept her indiscretion as an excuse for a most unconstitutional act performed by the Prime Minister of this country. Latterly, the Duchess had taken in her own copy of the People's Banner, since she had found that those around her were endeavouring to keep from her what was being said of her husband in regard to the borough. She had been determined to see it all. She therefore read the article from which 2 or 3 paragraphs have just been given, and having read it, she handed it to her friend Mrs. Finn. "I wonder that you trouble yourself with such trash," her friend said to her. "That is all very well, my dear, from you, but we poor wretches who are the slaves of the people have to regard what is said of us in the People's Banner. It would be much better for you to neglect it, just as authors are told not to read the criticisms. But I never would believe any author who told me that he didn't read what was said about him. I wonder when the man found out that I was good-natured. He wouldn't find me good-natured if I could get hold of him. You are not going to allow it to torment you?" "For my own sake, not a moment. I fancy that if I might be permitted to have my own way, I could answer him very easily. Indeed, with these dregs of the newspapers, these gutter slanderers, if one would be open and say all the truth aloud, what would one have to fear? After all, what is it that I did? I disobeyed my husband because I thought that he was too scrupulous. Let me say as much out loud to the public, saying also that I am sorry for it, as I am. And who would be against me? Who would have a word to say after that? I should be the most popular woman in England for a month. And as regards Plantagenet, Mr. Slide and his articles would all sink into silence. But even though he were to continue this from day to day for a 12-month, it would not hurt me. But I know how it scorches him. This mention of my name will make it more intolerable to him than ever. I doubt that you know him even yet. I thought that I did. Though in manner he is as dry as a stick, though all his pursuits are opposite to the very idea of romance, though he passes his days and nights in thinking how he may take a halfpenny in the pound off the taxes of the people without robbing the revenue, there is a dash of chivalry about him worthy of the old poets. To him a woman, particularly his own woman, is a thing so fine and so precious that the winds of heaven should hardly be allowed to blow upon her. He cannot bear to think that people should even talk of his wife, and yet, heaven knows, poor fellow, I have given people occasion enough to talk of me, and he has a much higher chivalry than that of the old poets. They, or their heroes, watched their women because they did not want to have trouble about them, shut them up in castles, kept them in ignorance, and held them as far as they could out of harm's way. I hardly think they succeeded, said Mrs. Finn. But in pure selfishness they tried all they could. But he is too proud to watch. If you and I were hatching treason against him in the dark, and chance had brought him there, he would stop his ears with his fingers. He is all trust, even when he knows that he is being deceived. He is honor complete from head to foot. Ah, it was before you knew me when I tried him the hardest. I never could quite tell you that story, and I won't try it now, but he behaved like a god. I would never tell him what I felt, but I felt it. You ought to love him. I do, but what's the use of it? He is a god, but I am not a goddess, and then, though he is a god, he is a dry, silent, uncongenial, and uncomfortable god. It would have suited me much better to have married a sinner. But then the sinner that I would have married was so irredeemable a scapegrace. I do not believe in a woman marrying a bad man in the hope of making him good, especially not when the woman is naturally inclined to evil herself. It will half kill him when he reads all this about me. He has read it already, and it has already half killed him. For myself, I do not mind it in the least. But for his sake, I mind it much. It will rob him of his only possible answer to the accusation. The very thing which this wretch in the newspaper says he will say, and that he will be disgraced by saying, is the very thing that he ought to say, and there would be no disgrace in it, beyond what I might well bear for my little fault, and which I could bear so easily. Shall you speak to him about it? No, I dare not. In this matter it has gone beyond speaking. I suppose he does talk it over with the old Duke, but he will say nothing to me about it, unless he were to tell me that he had resigned, and that we were to start off and live in Minorca for the next 10 years. I was so proud when they made him Prime Minister, but I think that I am beginning to regret it now." Then there was a pause, and the Duchess went on with her newspapers, but she soon resumed her discourse. Her heart was full, and out of a full heart her mouth speaks. They should have made me Prime Minister, and have let him be Chancellor of the Exchequer. I begin to see the ways of government now. I could have done all the dirty work. I could have given away garters and ribbons, and made my bargains while giving them. I could select sleek, easy bishops who wouldn't be troublesome. I would give pensions or withhold them, and make the stupid men peers. I could have the big noblemen at my feet, praying to be lieutenants of counties. I could dole out secretaryships and lordships, and never a one without getting something in return. I could brazen out a job, and let the People's Banners and the Slides make their worst of it. And I think I could make myself popular with my party, and do the high-flowing patriotic talk for the benefit of the provinces. A man at a regular office has to work. That's what Plantagenet is fit for. He always wants to be doing something that shall be really useful, and a man has to toil at that and really to know things. But a prime minister should never go beyond generalities about commerce, agriculture, peace, and general philanthropy. Of course he should have the gift of the gab, and that Plantagenet hasn't got. He never wants to say anything unless he has got something to say. I could do a mansion house dinner to a marvel. I don't doubt that you could speak at all times, Lady Glen. Oh, I do so wish that I had the opportunity, said the Duchess. Of course the Duke had read the article in the privacy of his own room, and of course the article had nearly maddened him with anger and grief. As the Duchess had said, the article had taken from him the very ground on which his friends had told him that he could stand. He had never consented, and would never consent, to lay the blame publicly on his wife, but he had begun to think that he must take notice of the charge made against him, and deputize someone to explain for him in the House of Commons that the injury had been done at Silverbridge by the indiscretion of an agent who had not fulfilled his employer's intentions, and that the Duke had thought it right afterwards to pay the money in consequence of this indiscretion. He had not agreed to this, but he had brought himself to think that he must agree to it. But now, of course, the question would follow, who was the indiscreet agent? Was the Duchess the person for whose indiscretion he had had to pay £500 to Mr. Lopez? And in this matter, did he not find himself in accord even with Mr. Slide? We should hardly have thought that even a man so notoriously weak as the Duke of Omnium would have endeavoured to ride out of responsibility by throwing the blame upon his wife. He read and reread these words till he knew them by heart. For a few moments it seemed to him to be an evil in the Constitution that the Prime Minister should not have the power of instantly crucifying so foul a slanderer. And yet it was the very truth of the words that crushed him. He was weak, he told himself, notoriously weak, it must be, and it would be most mean in him to ride out of responsibility by throwing blame upon his wife. But what else was he to do? There seemed to him to be but one course, to get up in the House of Lords and declare that he paid the money because he thought it right to do so under circumstances which he could not explain, and to declare that it was not his intention to say another word on the subject, or to have another word said on his behalf. There was a cabinet council held that day, but no one ventured to speak to the Prime Minister as to the accusation. Though he considered himself to be weak, his colleagues were all more or less afraid of him. There was a certain silent dignity about the man which saved him from the evils, as it also debarred him from the advantages of familiarity. He had spoken on the subject to Mr. Monk and to Phineas Finn, and, as the reader knows, very often to his old mentor. He had also mentioned it to his friend Lord Cantrip, who was not in the cabinet. Coming away from the cabinet, he took Mr. Monk's arm and led him away to his own room in the Treasury Chambers. "Have you happened to see an article in the People's Banner this morning?" he asked. "I never see the People's Banner," said Mr. Monk. "There it is. Just look at that." Whereupon Mr. Monk read the article. "You understand what people call constitutional practice as well as any one I know. As I told you before, I did pay that man's expenses. Did I do anything unconstitutional?" "That would depend, Duke, upon the circumstances. If you were to back a man up by your wealth in an expensive contest, I think it would be unconstitutional. If you set yourself to work in that way, and cared not what you spent, you might materially influence the elections and buy parliamentary support for yourself. But in this case, the payment was made after the man had failed, and certainly had not been promised either by me or by any one on my behalf." "I think it was unfortunate," said Mr. Monk. "Certainly, certainly, but I am not asking as to that," said the Duke impatiently. "The man had been injured by indiscreet persons acting on my behalf, and in opposition to my wishes." He said not a word about the Duchess, but Mr. Monk no doubt knew that her Grace had been at any rate one of the indiscreet persons. He applied to me for the money, alleging that he had been injured by my agents. That being so, presuming that my story be correct, did I act unconstitutionally? "I think not," said Mr. Monk, "and I think that the circumstances, when explained, will bear you harmless." "Thank you, thank you. I did not want to trouble you about that just at present." End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The explanation. Mr. Monk had been altogether unable to decipher the Duke's purpose in the question he had asked. About an hour afterwards they walked down to the houses together, Mr. Monk having been kept at his office. "I hope I was not a little short with you just now," said the Duke. "I did not find it out," said Mr. Monk, smiling. "You read what was in the papers, and you may imagine that it is of a nature to irritate a man. I knew that no one could answer my question so correctly as you, and therefore I was a little eager to keep directly to the question. It occurred to me afterwards that I had been, perhaps, uncourteous." "Not at all, Duke." "If I was, Your goodness will excuse an irritated man. If a question were asked about this in the House of Commons, who would be the best man to answer it? Would you do it?" Mr. Monk considered a while. "I think," he said, "that Mr. Finn would do it with a better grace. Of course I will do it if you wish it. But he has tact in such matters, and it is known that his wife is much regarded by her Grace." "I will not have the Duchess's name mentioned," said the Duke, turning short upon his companion. "I did not allude to that, but I thought that the intimacy which existed might make it pleasant to you to employ Mr. Finn as the exponent of your wishes. I have the greatest confidence in Mr. Finn, certainly, and am on most friendly personal terms with him. It shall be so, if I decide on answering any question in your house on a matter so purely personal to myself. I would suggest that you should have the question asked in a friendly way. Get some independent member, such as Mr. Beverley or Sir James Deering, to ask it. The matter would then be brought forward in no carping spirit, and you would be enabled through Mr. Finn to set the matter at rest. You have probably spoken to the Duke about it?" "I have mentioned it to him." "Is not that what he would recommend?" The old Duke had recommended that the entire truth should be told, and that the Duchess's operations should be made public. Here was our poor Prime Minister's great difficulty. He and his mentor were at variance. His mentor was advising that the real naked truth should be told, whereas Telemachus was intent upon keeping the name of the actual culprit in the background. "I will think it all over," said the Prime Minister, as the two parted company at Palace Yard. That evening he spoke to Lord Cantrip on the subject. Though the matter was so odious to him, he could not keep his mind from it for a moment. Had Lord Cantrip seen the article in the People's Banner? Lord Cantrip, like Mr. Monk, declared that the paper in question did not constitute part of his usual morning's recreation. "I won't ask you to read it," said the Duke, "but it contains a very bitter attack upon me, the bitterest that has yet been made. I suppose I ought to notice the matter." "If I were you," said Lord Cantrip, "I should put myself into the hands of the Duke of St. Bungay, and do exactly what he advises. There is no man in England knows so well as he does what should be done in such a case as this." The Prime Minister frowned and said nothing. "My dear Duke," continued Lord Cantrip, "I can give you no other advice. Who is there that has your personal interest and your honour at heart so entirely as his Grace? And what man can be a more sagacious or more experienced adviser? I was thinking that you might ask a question about it in our house." "I? You would do it for me in a manner that would be free from all offence. If I did it at all, I should certainly strive to do that. But it has never occurred to me that you would make such a suggestion. Would you give me a few moments to think about it?" "I couldn't do it," Lord Cantrip said afterwards. "By taking such a step, even at your request, I should express the opinion that the matter was one on which Parliament was entitled to expect that you should make an explanation. But my own opinion is that Parliament has no business to meddle in the matter. I do not think that every action of a minister's life should be made matter of inquiry, because a newspaper may choose to make allusions to it. At any rate, if any word is said about it, it should, I think, be said in the other house." "The Duke of St. Bungay thinks that something should be said." "I could not myself consent even to appear to desire information on a matter so entirely personal to yourself." The Duke bowed and smiled with a cold, glittering, uncomfortable smile, which would sometimes cross his face when he was not pleased, and no more was then said upon the subject. Attempts were made to have the question asked in a far different spirit by some hostile member of the House of Commons. Sir Orlando Drought was sounded, and he for a while did give ear to the suggestion. But as he came to have the matter full before him, he could not do it. The Duke had spurned his advice as a minister, and had refused to sanction a measure which he, as the head of a branch of the government, had proposed. The Duke had so offended him that he conceived himself bound to regard the Duke as his enemy. But he knew, and he could not escape from the knowledge, that England did not contain a more honourable man than the Duke. He was delighted that the Duke should be vexed, and thwarted, and called ill names in the matter. To be gratified at this discomfiture of his enemy was in the nature of parliamentary opposition. Any blow that might weaken his opponent was a blow in his favour. But this was a blow which he could not strike with his own hands. There were things in parliamentary tactics which even Sir Orlando could not do. Arthur Fletcher was also asked to undertake the task. He was the successful candidate, the man who had opposed Lopez, and who was declared in the People's Banner to have emancipated that borough by his noble conduct from the tyranny of the House of Palliser, and it was thought that he might like an opportunity of making himself known in the House. But he was simply indignant when the suggestion was made to him. "What is it to me," he said, "who paid the blackguard's expenses?" This went on for some weeks after Parliament had met, and for some days even after the article in which direct allusion was made to the Duchess. The Prime Minister could not be got to consent that no notice should be taken of the matter, let the papers or the public say what they would, nor could he be induced to let the matter be handled in the manner proposed by the elder Duke. And during this time he was in such a fever that those about him felt that something must be done. Mr. Monk suggested that if everybody held his tongue, meaning all the Duke's friends, the thing would wear itself out. But it was apparent to those who were nearest to the minister, to Mr. Warburton, for instance, and the Duke of St. Bungay, that the man would be worn out first. The happy possessor of a thick skin can hardly understand how one not so blessed may be hurt by the thong of a little whip. At last the matter was arranged. At the instigation of Mr. Monk, Sir James Deering, who was really the father of the house, an independent member, but one who generally voted with the coalition, consented to ask the question in the House of Commons, and Phineas Finn was instructed by the Duke as to the answer that was to be given. The Duke of Omnium, in giving these instructions, made a mystery of the matter which he by no means himself intended. But he was so sore that he could not be simple in what he said. "Mr. Finn," he said, "you must promise me this, that the name of the Duchess shall not be mentioned." "Certainly not by me, if you tell me that I am not to mention it." "No one else can do so. The matter will take the form of a simple question, and though the conduct of a minister may no doubt be made the subject of debate, and it is not improbable that my conduct may do so in this instance, it is, I think, impossible that any member should make an allusion to my wife. The privilege or power of returning a member for the borough has undoubtedly been exercised by our family since as well as previous to both the Reform Bills. At the last election I thought it right to abandon that privilege, and notified to those about me my intention. But that which a man has the power of doing, he cannot always do without the interference of those around him. There was a misconception, and among my adherents there were some who injudiciously advised Mr. Lopez to stand on my interest. But he did not get my interest, and was beaten, and therefore when he asked me for the money which he had spent, I paid it to him. That is all. I think the House can hardly avoid to see that my effort was made to discontinue an unconstitutional proceeding. Sir James Deering asked the question. He trusted, he said, that the House would not think that the question of which he had given notice, and which he was about to ask, was instigated by any personal desire on his part to inquire into the conduct of the Prime Minister. He was one who believed that the Duke of Omnium was as little likely as any man in England to offend by unconstitutional practice on his own part. But a great deal had been talked and written lately about the late election at Silverbridge, and there were those who thought, and he was one of them, that something should be said to stop the mouths of cavillers. With this object he would ask the right honourable gentleman who led the House, and who was perhaps first in standing among the noble Duke's colleagues in that House, whether the noble Duke was prepared to have any statement on the subject made. The House was full to the very corners of the galleries. Of course it was known to everybody that the question was to be asked and to be answered. There were some who thought that the matter was so serious that the Prime Minister could not get over it. Others had heard in the clubs that Lady Glen, as the Duchess was still called, was to be made the scapegoat. Men of all classes were open-mouthed in their denunciation of the meanness of Lopez, though no one but Mr. Wharton knew half his villainy, as he alone knew that the expenses had been paid twice over. In one corner of the reporters' gallery sat Mr. Slide, pencil in hand, prepared to revert to his old work on so momentous an occasion. It was a great day for him. He, by his own unassisted energy, had brought a Prime Minister to book, and had created all this turmoil. It might be his happy lot to be the means of turning that Prime Minister out of office. It was he who had watched over the nation. The Duchess had been most anxious to be present, but had not ventured to come without asking her husband's leave, which he had most peremptorily refused to give. "I cannot understand, Glencora, how you can suggest such a thing," he had said. "You make so much of everything," she had replied petulantly. But she had remained at home. The ladies' gallery was, however, quite full. Mrs. Finn was there, of course, anxious not only for her friend, but eager to hear how her husband would acquit himself in his task. The wives and daughters of all the ministers were there, excepting the wife of the Prime Minister. There never had been, in the memory of them all, a matter that was so interesting to them, for it was the only matter they remembered in which a woman's conduct might probably be called in question in the House of Commons, and the seats appropriated to peers were so crammed that above a dozen grey-headed old lords were standing in the passage which divides them from the common strangers. After all, it was not in truth much of an affair. A very little man, indeed, had calumniated the conduct of a minister of the Crown, till it had been thought well that the minister should defend himself. No one really believed that the Duke had committed any great offence. At the worst, it was no more than indiscretion, which was noticeable only because a Prime Minister should never be indiscreet. Had the taxation of the whole country for the next year been in dispute, there would have been no such interest felt. Had the welfare of the Indian Empire occupied the House would have been empty. but the hope that a certain woman's name would have to be mentioned crammed it from the floor to the ceiling. The reader need not be told that the name was not mentioned. Our old friend Phineas, on rising to his legs, first apologized for doing so in place of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, but perhaps the House would accept a statement from him, as the noble Duke at the head of the government had asked him to make it. Then he made his statement. Perhaps, he said, no falser accusation than this had ever been brought forward against a minister of the Crown, for it specially charged his noble friend with resorting to the employment of unconstitutional practices to bolster up his parliamentary support, whereas it was known by everybody that there would have been no matter for accusation at all had not the Duke of his own motion abandoned a recognized privilege, because in his opinion the exercise of that privilege was opposed to the spirit of the Constitution. Had the noble Duke simply nominated a candidate, as candidates had been nominated at Silverbridge for centuries past, that candidate would have been returned with absolute certainty, and there would have been no word spoken on the subject. It was not, perhaps, for him, who had the honour of serving under his Grace, and who, as being a part of his Grace's government, was for the time one with his Grace, to expatiate at length on the nobility of the sacrifice here made. But they all knew there at what rate was valued a seat in that House. Thank God that privilege could not now be rated at any money price. It could not be bought and sold. But this privilege which his noble friend had so magnanimously resigned from purely patriotic motives was, he believed, still in existence, and he would ask those few who were still in the happy, or perhaps he had better say in the envied, position of being able to send their friends to that House, what was their estimation of the conduct of the Duke in this matter. It might be that there were one or two such present, and who now heard him, or perhaps one or two who owed their seats to the exercise of such a privilege. They might marvel at the magnitude of the surrender. They might even question the sagacity of the man who could abandon so much without a price. But he hardly thought that even they would regard it as unconstitutional. This was what the Prime Minister had done, acting not as Prime Minister, but as an English nobleman, in the management of his own property and privileges. And now he would come to the gist of the accusation made, in making which the thing which the Duke had really done had been altogether ignored. When the vacancy had been declared by the acceptance of the Chiltern Hundreds by a gentleman whose absence from the House they all regretted, the Duke had signified to his agents his intention of retiring altogether from the exercise of any privilege or power in the matter. But the Duke was then, as he was also now, and would, it was to be hoped, long continue to be, Prime Minister of England. He need hardly remind gentlemen in that House that the Prime Minister was not in a position to devote his undivided time to the management of his own property, or even to the interests of the borough of Silverbridge. That his Grace had been earnest in his instructions to his agents, the sequel fully proved, but that earnestness his agents had misinterpreted. Then there was heard a voice in the House, "What agents?" and from another voice, "Name them." For there were present some who thought it to be shameful that the excitement of the occasion should be lowered by keeping back all allusion to the Duchess. "I have not distinguished," said Phineas, assuming an indignant tone, "the honourable gentleman from whom those questions have come, and therefore I have the less compunction in telling them that it is no part of my duty on this occasion to gratify a morbid and an indecent curiosity." Then there was a cry of order, and an appeal to the Speaker. Certain gentlemen wished to know whether indecent was parliamentary. The Speaker, with some hesitation, expressed his opinion that the word, as then used, was not open to objection from him. He thought that it was within the scope of a member's rights to charge another member with indecent curiosity. "If," said Phineas, rising again to his legs, for he had sat down for a moment, "the gentleman who called for a name will rise in his place and repeat the demand, I will recall the word indecent and substitute another, or others. I will tell him that he is one who, regardless of the real conduct of the Prime Minister, either as a man or as a servant of the Crown, is only anxious to inflict an unmanly wound in order that he may be gratified by seeing the pain which he inflicts." Then he paused, but as no further question was asked, he continued his statement. A candidate had been brought forward, he said, by those interested in the Duke's affairs, a man whom he would not name, but who, he trusted, would never succeed in his ambition to occupy a seat in that House, had been brought forward, and certain tradesmen in Silverbridge had been asked to support him as the Duke's nominee. There was no doubt about it. The House perhaps could understand that the local adherents and neighbours of a man so high in rank and wealth as the Duke of Omnium would not gladly see the privileges of their lord diminished. Perhaps, too, it occurred to them that a Prime Minister could not have his eye everywhere. There would always be worthy men in boroughs who liked to exercise some second-hand authority. At any rate, it was the case that this candidate was encouraged. Then the Duke had heard it, and had put his foot upon the little mutiny, and had stamped it out at once. He might perhaps here, he said, congratulate the House on the acquisition it had received by the failure of that candidate. So far, at any rate, he thought, it must be admitted that the Duke had been free from blame. But now he came to the gravamen of the charge. The gravamen of the charge is so well known to the reader that the simple account which Phineas gave of it need not be repeated. The Duke had paid the money when asked for it, because he felt that the man had been injured by incorrect representations made to him. I need hardly pause to stigmatize the meanness of that application, said Phineas, but I may perhaps conclude by saying that whether the last act done by the Duke in this matter was or was not indiscreet, I shall probably have the House with me when I say that it savours much more strongly of nobility than of indiscretion. When Phineas Finn sat down, no one arose to say another word on the subject. It was afterwards felt that it would only have been graceful had Sir Orlando risen and expressed his opinion that the House had heard the statement just made with perfect satisfaction. But he did not do so, and after a short pause the ordinary business of the day was recommenced. Then there was a speedy descent from the galleries, and the ladies trooped out of their cage, and the grey-headed old peers went back to their own chamber, and the members themselves quickly jostled out through the doors, and Mr. Monk was left to explain his proposed alteration in the dog tax to a thin House of 70 or 80 members. The thing was then over, and people were astonished that so great a thing should be over with so little fuss. It really seemed that after Phineas Finn's speech there was nothing more to be said on the matter. Everybody, of course, knew that the Duchess had been the chief of the agents to whom he had alluded, but they had known as much as that before. It was, however, felt by everybody that the matter had been brought to an end. The game, such as it was, had been played out. Perhaps the only person who heard Mr. Finn's speech throughout, and still hoped that the spark could be again fanned into a flame, was Quintus Slide. He went out and wrote another article about the Duchess. If a man was so unable to rule his affairs at home, he was certainly unfit to be Prime Minister. But even Quintus Slide, as he wrote his article, felt that he was hoping against hope. The charge might be referred to hereafter as one that had never been satisfactorily cleared up. The game is always open to the opponents of a minister. After the lapse of a few months, an old accusation can be serviceably used, whether at the time it was proved or disproved. Mr. Slide published his article, but he felt that for the present the Silverbridge election papers had better be put by among the properties of the People's Banner, and brought out, if necessary, for further use at some future time. "Mr. Finn," said the Duke, "I feel indebted to you for the trouble you have taken. It was only a pleasant duty. I am grateful to you for the manner in which it was performed." This was all the Duke said, and Phineas felt it to be cold. The Duke, in truth, was grateful, but gratitude with him always failed to exhibit itself readily. From the world at large, Phineas Finn received great praise for the manner in which he had performed his task. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Quite settled. The abuse which was now publicly heaped on the name of Ferdinand Lopez hit the man very hard, but not so hard, perhaps, as his rejection by Lady Eustace. That was an episode in his life of which even he felt ashamed, and of which he was unable to shake the disgrace from his memory. He had no inner appreciation whatsoever of what was really good or what was really bad in a man's conduct. He did not know that he had done evil in applying to the Duke for the money. He had only meant to attack the Duke, and when the money had come it had been regarded as justifiable prey. And when, after receiving the Duke's money, he had kept also Mr. Wharton's money, he had justified himself again by reminding himself that Mr. Wharton certainly owed him much more than that. In a sense, he was what is called a gentleman. He knew how to speak, and how to look, and how to use a knife and fork, how to dress himself, and how to walk. But he had not the faintest notions of the feelings of a gentleman. He had, however, a very keen conception of the evil of being generally ill spoken of. Even now, though he was making up his mind to leave England for a long term of years, he understood the disadvantage of leaving it under so heavy a cloud, and he understood also that the cloud might possibly impede his going altogether. Even in Coleman Street they were looking black upon him, and Mr. Hartlepod went so far as to say to Lopez himself that, by Jove, he had put his foot in it. He had endeavoured to be courageous under his burden, and every day walked into the offices of the mining company, endeavouring to look as though he had committed no fault of which he had to be ashamed. But after the second day he found that nothing was said to him of the affairs of the company, and on the fourth day Mr. Hartlepod informed him that the time allowed for paying up his shares had passed by, and that another local manager would be appointed. "The time is not over till to-morrow," Lopez said angrily. "I tell you what I am told to tell you," said Mr. Hartlepod. "You will only waste your time by coming here any more." He had not once seen Mr. Wharton since the statement made in Parliament, although he had lived in the same house with him. Everett Wharton had come home, and they two had met, but the meeting had been stormy. "It seems to me, Lopez, that you are a scoundrel," Everett said to him one day after having heard the whole story, or rather many stories, from his father. This took place not in Manchester Square, but at the club, where Everett had endeavoured to cut his brother-in-law. It need hardly be said that at this time Lopez was not popular at his club. On the next day a meeting of the whole club was to be held, that the propriety of expelling him might be discussed. But he had resolved that he would not be cowed, that he would still show himself and still defend his conduct. He did not know, however, that Everett Wharton had already made known to the committee of the club all the facts of the double payment. He had addressed Everett in that solicitude to which a man should never be reduced, of seeking to be recognized by any rate one acquaintance, and now his brother-in-law had called him a scoundrel in the presence of other men. He raised his arm as though to use the cane in his hands, but he was cowed by the feeling that all there were his adversaries. "How dare you use that language to me?" he said very weakly. "It is the language that I must use if you speak to me. I am your brother-in-law, and that restrains me. Unfortunately you are, and am living in your father's house. That, again, is a misfortune which it appears difficult to remedy. You have been told to go, and you won't go. Your ingratitude, sir, is marvellous. Who saved your life when you were attacked in the park, and were too drunk to take care of yourself? Who has stood your friend with your close-fisted old father when you have lost money at play that you could not pay? But you are one of those who would turn away from any benefactor in his misfortune." "I must certainly turn away from a man who has disgraced himself as you have done," said Everett, leaving the room. Lopez threw himself into an easy-chair and rang the bell loudly for a cup of coffee, and lit a cigar. He had not been turned out of the club as yet, and the servant, at any rate, was bound to attend to him. That night he waited up for his father-in-law in Manchester Square. He would certainly go to Guatemala now, if it were not too late. He would go though he were forced to leave his wife behind him, and thus surrender any further hope for money from Mr. Wharton, beyond the sum which he would receive as the price of his banishment. It was true that the fortnight allowed to him by the company was only at an end that day, and that, therefore, the following morning might be taken as the last day named for the payment of the money. No doubt, also, Mr. Wharton's bill at a few days' date would be accepted, if that gentleman would not at the moment give a cheque for so large a sum as was required, and the appointment had been distinctly promised to him, with no other stipulation than that the money required for the shares should be paid. He did not believe in Mr. Hartlepod's threat. It was impossible, he thought, that he should be treated in so infamous a manner merely because he had had his election expenses repaid him by the Duke of Omnium. He would, therefore, ask for the money, and renounce the society of his wife. As he made this resolve, something like real love returned to his heart, and he became for a while sick with regret. He assured himself that he had loved her, and that he could love her still. But why had she not been true to him? Why had she clung to her father instead of clinging to her husband? Why had she not learned his ways, as a wife is bound to learn the ways of the man she marries? Why had she not helped him in his devices, fallen into his plans, been regardful of his fortunes, and made herself one with him? There had been present to him at times an idea that if he could take her away with him to that distant country to which he thought to go, and thus remove her from the upas influence of her father's roof-tree, she would then fall into his views, and become his wife indeed. Then he would again be tender to her, again love her, again endeavor to make the world soft to her. But it was too late now for that. He had failed in everything as far as England was concerned, and it was chiefly by her fault that he had failed. He would consent to leave her. But as he thought of it in his solitude, his eyes became moist with regret. In these days Mr. Wharton never came home till about midnight, and then passed rapidly through the hall to his own room, and in the morning had his breakfast brought to him in his same room, so that he might not even see his son-in-law. His daughter would go to him when at breakfast, and there, together for some half-hour, they would endeavor to look forward to their future fate. But hitherto they had never been able to look forward in accord, as she still persisted in declaring that if her husband bade her go with him, she would go. On this night Lopez sat up in the dining-room, and as soon as he heard Mr. Wharton's key in the door, he placed himself in the hall. "I wish to speak to you to-night, sir," he said. "Would you object to come in for a few minutes?" Then Mr. Wharton followed him into the room. "As we live now," continued Lopez, "I have not much opportunity of speaking to you, even on business." "Well, sir, you can speak now, if you have anything to say." "The £5,000 you promised me must be paid to-morrow. It is the last day." "I promised it only on certain conditions. Had you complied with them, the money would have been paid before this." "Just so. The conditions are very hard, Mr. Wharton. It surprises me that such a one as you should think it right to separate a husband from his wife." "I think it right, sir, to separate my daughter from such a one as you are. I thought so before, but I think so doubly now. If I can secure your absence in Guatemala by the payment of this money, and if you will give me a document that shall be prepared by Mr. Walker and signed by yourself, assuring your wife that you will not hereafter call upon her to live with you, the money shall be paid." "All that will take time, Mr. Wharton." "I will not pay a penny without it. I can meet you at the office in Coleman Street to-morrow, and doubtless they will accept my written assurance to pay the money as soon as those stipulations shall be complied with." "That would disgrace me in the office, Mr. Wharton." "And are you not disgraced there already? Can you tell me that they have not heard of your conduct in Coleman Street, or that hearing it they disregard it?" His son-in-law stood frowning at him, but did not at the moment say a word. "Nevertheless, I will meet you there if you please, at any time that you may name, and if they do not object to employ such a man as their manager, I shall not object on their behalf." "To the last you are hard and cruel to me," said Lopez, "but I will meet you in Coleman Street at 11 to-morrow." Then Mr. Wharton left the room, and Lopez was there alone, amidst the gloom of the heavy curtains and the dark paper. A London dining-room at night is always dark, cavernous, and unlovely. The very pictures on the walls lack brightness, and the furniture is black and heavy. This room was large, but old-fashioned, and very dark. Here Lopez walked up and down after Mr. Wharton had left him, trying to think how far fate and how far he himself were responsible for his present misfortunes. No doubt he had begun the world well. His father had been little better than a travelling peddler, but had made some money by selling jewelry, and had educated his son. Lopez could on no score impute blame to his father for what had happened to him, and when he thought of the means at his disposal in his early youth, he felt that he had a right to boast of some success. He had worked hard, and had won his way upwards, and had almost lodged himself securely among those people with whom it had been his ambition to live. Early in life he had found himself among those who were called gentlemen and ladies. He had been able to assume their manners, and had lived with them on equal terms. When thinking of his past life, he never forgot to remind himself that he had been a guest at the house of the Duke of Omnium. And yet, how was it with him now? He was penniless. He was rejected by his father-in-law. He was feared, and, as he thought, detested by his wife. He was expelled from his club. He was cut by his old friends, and he had been told very plainly by the secretary in Coleman Street that his presence there was no longer desired. What should he do with himself if Mr. Wharton's money were now refused, and if the appointment in Guatemala were denied to him? And then he thought of poor Sexty Parker and his family. He was not naturally an ill-natured man, though he could upbraid his wife for alluding to Mrs. Parker's misery, declaring that Mrs. Parker must take the rubs of the world just as others took them. Still the misfortunes which he had brought on her and her children did add something to the weight of his own misfortunes. If he could not go to Guatemala, what should he do with himself? Where should he go? Thus he walked up and down the room for an hour. Would not a pistol or a razor give him the best solution for all his difficulties? On the following morning he kept his appointment at the office in Coleman Street, as did Mr. Wharton also. The latter was there first by some minutes, and explained to Mr. Hartlepod that he had come there to meet his son-in-law. Mr. Hartlepod was civil but very cold. Mr. Wharton saw at the first glance that the services of Ferdinand Lopez were no longer in request by the San Juan Mining Company. But he sat down and waited. Now that he was there, however painful the interview would be, he would go through it. At 10 minutes past 11 he made up his mind that he would wait till the half-hour, and then go, with the fixed resolution that he would never willingly spend another shilling on behalf of that wretched man. But at 11:15 the wretched man came, swaggering into the office, though it had not hitherto been his custom to swagger. But misfortune masters all but the great men, and upsets the best learned lesson of even a long life. "I hope I have not kept you waiting, Mr. Wharton. Well, Mr. Hartlepod, how are you to-day? So is this little affair to be settled at last, and now those shares shall be bought and paid for?" Mr. Wharton did not say a word, not even rising from his chair, or greeting his son-in-law by a word. "I dare say Mr. Wharton has already explained himself," said Lopez. "I don't know that there is any necessity," said Mr. Hartlepod. "Well, I suppose it's simple enough," continued Mr. Lopez. "Mr. Wharton, I believe I am right in saying that you are ready to pay the money at once." "Yes, I am ready to pay the money as soon as I am assured that you are on your route to Guatemala. I will not pay a penny till I know that as a fact." Then Mr. Hartlepod rose from his seat and spoke. "Gentlemen," he said, "the matter within the last few days has assumed a different complexion." "As how?" exclaimed Lopez. "The directors have changed their mind as to sending out Mr. Lopez as their local manager. The directors intend to appoint another gentleman. I had already acquainted Mr. Lopez with the directors' intention." "Then the matter is settled," said Mr. Wharton. "Quite settled," said Mr. Hartlepod. As a matter of course, Lopez began to fume and to be furious. What, after all that had been done, did the directors mean to go back from their word? After he had been induced to abandon his business in his own country, was he to be thrown over in that way? If the company intended to treat him like that, the company would very soon hear from him. Thank God there were laws in the land. "Yesterday was the last day fixed for the payment of the money," said Mr. Hartlepod. "It is at any rate certain that Mr. Lopez is not to go to Guatemala?" asked Mr. Wharton. "Quite certain," said Mr. Hartlepod. Then Mr. Wharton rose from his chair and quitted the room. "By God, you have ruined me among you," said Lopez, "ruined me in the most shameful manner. There is no mercy, no friendship, no kindness, no forbearance anywhere. Why am I to be treated in this manner?" "If you have any complaint to make," said Mr. Hartlepod, "you had better write to the directors. I have nothing to do but my duty." "By heavens, the directors shall hear of it," said Lopez as he left the office. Mr. Wharton went to his chambers and endeavoured to make up his mind what step he must now take in reference to this dreadful incubus. Of course he could turn the man out of his house, but in doing so it might well be that he would also turn out his own daughter. He believed Lopez to be utterly without means, and a man so destitute would generally be glad to be relieved from the burden of his wife's support. But this man would care nothing for his wife's comfort, nothing even, as Mr. Wharton believed, for his wife's life. He would simply use his wife as best he might as a means for obtaining money. There was nothing to be done but to buy him off, by so much money down, and by so much at stated intervals, as long as he should keep away. Mr. Walker must manage it, but it was quite clear to Mr. Wharton that the Guatemala scheme was altogether at an end. In the meantime, a certain sum must be offered to the man at once, on condition that he would leave the house, and do so without taking his wife with him. So far, Mr. Wharton had a plan, and a plan that was at least feasible. Wretched as he was, miserable as he thought of the fate which had befallen his daughter, there was still a prospect of some relief. But Lopez, as he walked out of the office, had nothing to which he could look for comfort. He slowly made his way to Little Tankard Yard, and there he found Sexty Parker balancing himself on the back legs of his chair, with a small decanter of public-house sherry before him. "What, you here?" he said. "Yes, I have come to say good-bye." "Where are you going, then? You shan't start to Guatemala, if I know it." "That's all over, my boy," said Lopez, smiling. "What is it you mean?" said Sexty, sitting square on his chair and looking very serious. "I am not going to Guatemala or anywhere else. I thought I'd just look in to tell you that I'm just done for, that I haven't a hope of a shilling now or hereafter. You told me the other day that I was afraid to come here. You see that as soon as anything is fixed, I come and tell you everything at once." "What is fixed?" "That I am ruined, that there isn't a penny to come from any source." "Wharton has got money," said Sexty. "And there is money in the Bank of England, but I cannot get at it." "What are you going to do, Lopez?" "Ah, that's the question. What am I going to do? I can say nothing about that, but I can say, Sexty, that our affairs are at an end. I am very sorry for it, old boy. We ought to have made fortunes, but we didn't. As far as the work went, I did my best. Good-bye, old fellow. You'll do well some of these days yet, I don't doubt. Don't teach the bairns to curse me. As for Mrs. P., I have no hope there, I know." Then he went, leaving Sexty Parker quite aghast. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The First and the Last. When Mr. Wharton was in Coleman Street, having his final interview with Mr. Hartlepod, there came a visitor to Mrs. Lopez, in Manchester Square. Up to this date there had been great doubt with Mr. Wharton whether at last the banishment to Guatemala would become a fact. From day to day his mind had changed. It had been an infinite benefit that Lopez should go, if he could be got to go alone, but as great an evil if at last he should take his wife with him. But the father had never dared to express these doubts to her, and she had taught herself to think that absolute banishment with a man whom she certainly no longer loved was the punishment she had to pay for the evil she had done. It was now March, and the 2nd or 3rd of April had been fixed for her departure. Of course she had endeavored from time to time to learn all that was to be learned from her husband. Sometimes he would be almost communicative to her. At other times she could hardly get a word from him. But through it all he gave her to believe that she would have to go. Nor did her father make any great effort to turn his mind the other way. If it must be so, of what use would be such false kindness on his part? She had therefore gone to work to make her purchases, studying that economy which must henceforth be the great duty of her life, and reminding herself as to everything she bought that it would have to be worn with tears and used in sorrow. And then she sent a message to Arthur Fletcher. It so happened that Sir Alured Wharton was up in London at this time with his daughter Mary. Sir Alured did not come to Manchester Square. There was nothing that the old baronet could say in the midst of all this misery, no comfort that he could give. It was well known now to all the Whartons and all the Fletchers that this Lopez, who had married her, who was to have been the pearl of the two families, had proved himself to be a scoundrel. The two old Whartons met no doubt at some club, or perhaps in stone buildings, and spoke some few bitter words to each other. But Sir Alured did not see the unfortunate young woman who had disgraced herself by so wretched a marriage. But Mary came, and by her a message was sent to Arthur Fletcher. "Tell him that I am going," said Emily. "Tell him not to come, but give him my love. He was always one of my kindest friends." Why did you not take him?" said Mary, moved by the excitement of the moment to suggestions which were quite at variance with the fixed propriety of her general ideas. "Why should you speak of that?" said the other. "I never speak of him, never think of him. But if you see him, tell him what I say." Arthur Fletcher was of course in the square on the following day, on that very day on which Mr. Wharton learned that, whatever might be his daughter's fate, she would not, at any rate, be taken to Guatemala. The two had never met since the day on which they had been brought together for a moment at the Duchess's party at Richmond. It had, of course, been understood by both of them that they were not to be allowed to see each other. Her husband had made a pretext of an act of friendship on his part to establish a quarrel, and both of them had been bound by that quarrel. When a husband declares that his wife shall not know a man, that edict must be obeyed, or if disobeyed, must be subverted by intrigue. In this case there had been no inclination to intrigue on either side. The order had been obeyed, and as far as the wife was concerned, had been only a small part of the terrible punishment which had come upon her as the result of her marriage. But now, when Arthur Fletcher sent up his name, she did not hesitate as to seeing him. No doubt she had thought it probable that she might see him when she gave her message to her cousin. "I could not let you go without coming to you," he said. "It was very good of you. Yes, I suppose we are going. Guatemala sounds a long way off, Arthur, does it not? But they tell me it is a beautiful country." She spoke with a cheerful voice, almost as though she liked the idea of her journey. But he looked at her with beseeching, anxious, sorrow-laden eyes. "After all, what is a journey of a few weeks? Why should I not be as happy in Guatemala as in London? As to friends, I do not know that it will make much difference, except papa." "It seems to me to make a difference," said he. "I never see anybody now, neither your people nor the Whartons. Indeed, I see nobody. If it were not for papa, I should be glad to go. I am told that it is a charming country. I have not found Manchester Square very charming. I am inclined to think that all the world is very much alike, and that it does not matter very much where one lives, or perhaps what one does, but at any rate I am going, and I am very glad to be able to say good-bye to you before I start." All this she said rapidly, in a manner unlike herself. She was forcing herself to speak so that she might save herself, if possible, from breaking down in his presence. "Of course I came when Mary told me." "Yes, she was here. Sir Alured did not come. I don't wonder at that, however. And your mother was in town some time ago, but I didn't expect her to come. Why should they come? I don't know whether you might not have better stayed away. Of course I am a pariah now, but pariah as I am, I shall be as good as anyone else in Guatemala. You have seen Everett since he has been in town, perhaps?" "Yes, I have seen him." "I hope they won't quarrel with Everett because of what I have done. I have felt that more than all, that both papa and he have suffered because of it. Do you know, I think people are hard. They might have thrown me off without being unkind to them. It is that that has killed me, Arthur, that they should have suffered." He sat looking at her, not knowing how to interrupt her or what to say. There was much that he meant to say, but he did not know how to begin it, or how to frame his words. "When I am gone, perhaps it will be all right," she continued. "When he told me that I was to go, that was my comfort. I think I have taught myself to think nothing of myself, to bear it all as a necessity, to put up with it, whatever it may be, as men bear thirst in the desert. Thank God, Arthur, I have no baby to suffer with me. Here, it is still very bad. When I think of papa creeping in and out of his house, I sometimes feel that I must kill myself. But our going will put an end to all that. It is much better that we should go. I wish we might start tomorrow." Then she looked up at him and saw that the tears were running down his face, and as she looked she heard his sobs. "Why should you cry, Arthur? He never cries, nor do I. When baby died I cried, but very little. Tears are vain, foolish things. It has to be borne, and there is an end of it. When one makes up one's mind to that, one does not cry. There was a poor woman here the other day whose husband he had ruined. She wept and bewailed herself till I pitied her almost more than myself. But then she had children. Oh, Emily, you mustn't call me by my name, because he would be angry. I have to do, you know, as he tells me, and I do so strive to do it. Through it all I have an idea that if I do my duty it will be better for me. There are things, you know, which a husband may tell you to do, but you cannot do. If he tells me to rob, I am not to rob, am I? And now I think of it, you ought not to be here. He would be very much displeased. But it has been so pleasant once more to see an old friend." "I care nothing for his anger," said Arthur moodily. "Ah, but I do. I have to care for it. Leave him. Why don't you leave him? What? You cannot deceive me. You do not try to deceive me. I know that he is altogether unworthy of you. I will hear nothing of the kind, sir. How can I speak otherwise when you yourself tell me of your own misery? Is it possible that I should not know what he is? Would you have me pretend to think well of him? You can hold your tongue, Arthur. No, I cannot hold my tongue. Have I not held my tongue ever since you married? And if I am to speak at all, must I not speak now? There is nothing to be said that can serve us at all. Then it shall be said without serving. When I bid you leave him, it is not that you may come to me. Though I love you better than all the world put together, I do not mean that. Oh, Arthur, Arthur! But let your father save you. Only tell him that you will stay with him, and he will do it. Though I should never see you again, I could hope to protect you. Of course, I know, and you know, he is a scoundrel. I will not hear it, said she, rising from her seat on the sofa, with her hands up to her forehead, but still coming near to him as she moved. Does not your father say the same thing? I will advise nothing that he does not advise. I would not say a word to you that he might not hear. I do love you. I have always loved you. But do you think that I would hurt you with my love? No, no, no. No, indeed. But I would have you feel that those who loved you of old are still anxious for your welfare. You said just now that you had been neglected. I spoke of Papa and Everett. For myself, of course I have separated myself from everybody. Never from me. You may be 10 times his wife, but you cannot separate yourself from me. Getting up in the morning and going to bed at night, I still tell myself that you are the one woman that I love. Stay with us, and you shall be honored, as that man's wife, of course, but still as the dearest friend we have. I cannot stay, she said. He has told me that I am to go, and I am in his hands. When you have a wife, Arthur, you will wish her to do your bidding. I hope she will do it for your sake, without the pain I have in doing his. Goodbye, dear friend. She put her hand out, and he grasped it, and stood for a moment looking at her. Then he seized her in his arms, and kissed her brow and her lips. Oh, Emily, why were you not my wife? My darling, my darling. She had hardly extricated herself when the door opened, and Lopez stood in the room. Mr. Fletcher, he said very calmly, what is the meaning of this? He has come to bid me farewell, said Emily. When going on so long a journey, one likes to see one's old friends, perhaps for the last time. There was something of indifference to his anger in her tone, and something also of scorn. Lopez looked from one to the other, affecting an air of great displeasure. You know, sir, he said, that you cannot be welcome here. But he has been welcome, said his wife, and I look upon your coming as a base act. You are here with the intention of creating discord between me and my wife. I am here to tell her that she has a friend to trust to, if ever she wants a friend, said Fletcher. And you think that such trust as that would be safer than trust in her husband? I cannot turn you out of this house, sir, because it does not belong to me, but I desire you to leave at once the room which is occupied by my wife. Fletcher paused a moment to say good-bye to the poor woman, while Lopez continued with increased indignation. If you do not go at once, you will force me to desire her to retire. She shall not remain in the same room with you. Good-bye, Mr. Fletcher, she said, again putting out her hand. But Lopez struck it up, not violently, so as to hurt her, but still with eager roughness. "Not in my presence," he said. "Go, sir, when I desire you." "God bless you, my friend," said Arthur Fletcher. "I pray that I may live to see you back in the old country." "He was kissing you," said Lopez, as soon as the door was shut. "He was," said Emily. "And you tell me so to my face, with such an air as that." "What am I to tell you when you ask me? I did not bid him kiss me." "But afterwards you took his part as his friend." "Why not? I should lie to you if I pretended that I was angry with him for what he did." "Perhaps you will tell me that you love him." "Of course I love him. There are different kinds of love, Ferdinand. There is that which a woman gives to a man when she would fain mate with him. It is the sweetest love of all, if it would only last. And there is another love, which is not given, but which is won, perhaps through long years, by old friends. I have none older than Arthur Fletcher, and none who are dearer to me." "And you think it right that he should take you in his arms and kiss you?" "On such an occasion I could not blame him." "You were ready enough to receive it, perhaps?" "Well, I was. He has loved me well, and I shall never see him again. He is very dear to me, and I was parting from him for ever. It was the first and the last, and I did not grudge it to him. You must remember, Ferdinand, that you are taking me across the world from all my friends." "Pshaw!" he said. "That is all over. You are not going anywhere that I know of, unless it be out into the streets, when your father shuts his door on you." And so saying, he left the room without another word. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Tenway Junction. And thus the knowledge was conveyed to Mrs. Lopez that her fate in life was not to carry her to Guatemala. At the very moment in which she had been summoned to meet Arthur Fletcher, she had been busy with her needle, preparing that almost endless collection of garments necessary for a journey of many days at sea. And now she was informed by a chance expression, by a word aside, as it were, that the journey was not to be made. "That is all over," he had said, and then had left her, telling her nothing further. Of course she stayed her needle. Whether the last word had been true or false, she could not work again, at any rate, till it had been contradicted. If it were so, what was to be her fate? One thing was certain to her, that she could not remain under her father's roof. It was impossible that an arrangement so utterly distasteful as the present one, both to her father and to herself, should be continued. But where, then, should they live? And of what nature would her life be, if she should be separated from her father? That evening she saw her father, and he corroborated her husband's statement. "It is all over now," he said. "That scheme of his of going to superintend the mines. The mines don't want him, and won't have him. I can't say that I wonder at it." "What are we to do, papa?" "Ah, that I cannot say. I suppose he will condescend still to honor me with his company. I do not know why he should wish to go to Guatemala or elsewhere. He has everything here that he can want. You know, papa, that that is impossible." "I cannot say what with him is possible or impossible. He is bound by none of the ordinary rules of mankind." That evening Lopez returned to his dinner in Manchester Square, which was still regularly served for him and his wife, though the servants who attended upon him did so under silent and oft-repeated protest. He said not a word more as to Arthur Fletcher, nor did he seek any ground of quarrel with his wife, but that her continued melancholy and dejection made anything like good humour impossible, even on his part, he would have been good-humoured. When they were alone, she asked him as to their future destiny. "Papa tells me that you are not going," she began by saying. "Did I not tell you so this morning?" "Yes, you said so, but I did not know you were earnest. Is it all over?" "All over, I suppose. I should have thought you would have told me with more seriousness." "I don't know what you would have. I was serious enough. The fact is that your father has delayed so long the payment of the promised money that the thing has fallen through of necessity. I do not know that I can blame the company." Then there was a pause. "And now," she said, "what do you mean to do?" "Upon my word, I cannot say. I am quite as much in the dark as you can be." "That is nonsense, Ferdinand." "Thank you. Let it be nonsense, if you will. It seems to me that there is a great deal of nonsense going on in the world, but very little of it as true as what I say now. But it is your duty to know. Of course you cannot stay here. Nor you, I suppose, without me. I am not speaking of myself. If you choose, I can remain here. And just throw me overboard altogether. If you provide another home for me, I will go to it. However poor it may be, I will go to it if you bid me. But for you, of course you cannot stay here. Has your father told you to say so to me?" "No, but I can say so without his telling me. You are banishing him from his own house. He has put up with it while he thought that you were going to this foreign country, but there must be an end of that now. You must have some scheme of life." "Upon my soul, I have none." "You must have some intentions for the future." "None in the least. I have had intentions, and they have failed, from want of that support which I had a right to expect. I have struggled, and I have failed, and now I have got no intentions. What are yours?" "It is not my duty to have any purpose, as what I do must depend on your commands." Then again there was a silence, during which he lit a cigar, though he was sitting in the drawing-room. This was a profanation of the room on which even he had never ventured before, but at the present moment she was unable to notice it by any words. "I must tell papa," she said after a while, "what our plans are." "You can tell him what you please. I have literally nothing to say to him. If he will settle an adequate income on us, payable of course to me, I will go and live elsewhere. If he turns me into the street without provision, he must turn you too. That is all that I have got to say. It will come better from you than from me. I am sorry, of course, that things have gone wrong with me. When I found myself the son-in-law of a very rich man, I thought that I might spread my wings a bit. But my rich father-in-law threw me over, and now I am helpless. You are not very cheerful, my dear, and I think I'll go down to the club." He went out of the house, and did go down to the Progress. The committee which was to be held with the view of judging whether he was or was not a proper person to remain a member of that assemblage had not yet been held, and there was nothing to impede his entrance to the club, or the execution of the command which he gave for tea and buttered toast. But no one spoke to him, nor, though he affected a look of comfort, did he find himself much at ease. Among the members of the club there was a much divided opinion whether he should be expelled or not. There was a strong party who declared that his conduct socially, morally, and politically had been so bad that nothing short of expulsion would meet the case. But there were others who said that no act had been proved against him which the club ought to notice. He had, no doubt, shown himself to be a blackguard, a man without a spark of honor or honesty. But then, as they said, who thought his position in the club to be unassailable, what had the club to do with that? If you turn out all the blackguards and all the dishonorable men, where will the club be? Was a question asked with a great deal of vigor by one middle-aged gentleman who was supposed to know the club world very thoroughly. He had committed no offense which the law could recognize and punish, nor had he sinned against the club rules. He is not required to be a man of honor by any regulation of which I am aware, said the middle-aged gentleman. The general opinion seemed to be that he should be asked to go, and that if he declined, no one should speak to him. This penalty was already inflicted on him, for on the evening in question no one did speak to him. He drank his tea and ate his toast and read a magazine, striving to look as comfortable and as much at his ease as men at their clubs generally are. He was not a bad actor, and those who saw him and made reports as to his conduct on the following day declared that he had apparently been quite indifferent to the disagreeable incidents of his position. But his indifference had been mere acting. His careless manner with his wife had been all assumed. Selfish as he was, void as he was of all principle, utterly unmanly and even unconscious of the worth of manliness, still he was alive to the opinions of others. He thought that the world was wrong to condemn him, that the world did not understand the facts of his case, and that the world generally would have done as he had done in similar circumstances. He did not know that there was such a quality as honesty, nor did he understand what the word meant. But he did know that some men, an unfortunate class, became subject to evil report from others who were more successful, and he was aware that he had become one of those unfortunates. Nor could he see any remedy for his position. It was all blank and black before him. It may be doubted whether he got much instruction or amusement from the pages of the magazine which he turned. At about 12 o'clock he left the club and took his way homewards, but he did not go straight home. It was a nasty, cold March night, with a catching wind, and occasional short showers of something between snow and rain, as disagreeable a night for a gentleman to walk in as one could well conceive. But he went round by Trafalgar Square, and along the Strand, and up some dirty streets by the small theatres, and so on to Holborn, and by Bloomsbury Square up to Tottenham Court Road, and then through some unused street into Portland Place, along the Marylebone Road, and back to Manchester Square by Baker Street. He had more than doubled the distance, apparently without any object. He had been spoken to frequently by unfortunates of both sexes, but had answered a word to no one. He had trudged on, with his umbrella over his head, but almost unconscious of the cold and wet. And yet he was a man sedulously attentive to his own personal comfort and health, who had at any rate shown this virtue in his mode of living, that he had never subjected himself to danger by imprudence. But now the working of his mind kept him warm, and if not dry, at least indifferent to the damp. He had thrown aside with affected nonchalance those questions which his wife had asked him, but it still was necessary that he should answer them. He did not suppose that he could continue to live in Manchester Square in his present condition, nor if it was necessary that he should wander forth into the world, could he force his wife to wander with him. If he would consent to leave her, his father-in-law would probably give him something, some allowance on which he might exist. But then of what sort would be his life? He did not fail to remind himself over and over again that he had nearly succeeded. He had been the guest of the Prime Minister, and had been the nominee chosen by a duchess to represent her husband's borough in Parliament. He had been intimate with Mills Happerton, who was fast becoming a millionaire. He had married much above himself in every way. He had achieved a certain popularity and was conscious of intellect. But at the present moment 2 or 3 sovereigns in his pocket were the extent of his worldly wealth, and his character was utterly ruined. He regarded his fate as does a card-player who day after day holds 6s and 7s when other men have the aces and kings. Fate was against him. He saw no reason why he should not have had the aces and kings continually, especially as fate had given him perhaps more than his share of them at first. He had, however, lost rubber after rubber, not paying his stakes for some of the last rubbers lost, till the players would play with him no longer. The misfortune might have happened to any man, but it had happened to him. There was no beginning again, a possible small allowance, and some very retired and solitary life, in which there would be no show of honour, no flattery coming to him, was all that was left to him. He let himself in at the house, and found his wife still awake. "I am wet to the skin," he said. "I made up my mind to walk, and I would do it, but I am a fool for my pains." She made him some feeble answer, affecting to be half asleep, and merely turned in her bed. "I must be out early in the morning. Mind you make them dry my things. They never do anything for my telling." "You don't want them dried to-night?" "Not to-night, of course, but after I am gone to-morrow. They'll leave them there without putting a hand to them, if you don't speak. I must be off before breakfast to-morrow." "Where are you going? Do you want anything packed?" "No, nothing. I shall be back to dinner, but I must go down to Birmingham to see a friend of Happerton's on business. I will breakfast at the station. As you said to-day, something must be done. If it's to sweep a crossing, I must sweep it." As she lay awake while he slept, she thought that those last words were the best she had heard him speak since they were married. There seemed to be some indication of a purpose in them. If he would only sweep a crossing as a man should sweep it, she would stand by him, and at any rate do her duty to him, in spite of all that had happened. Alas, she was not old enough to have learned that a dishonest man cannot begin even to sweep a crossing honestly till he have in very truth repented of his former dishonesty. The lazy man may become lazy no longer, but there must have been first a process through his mind whereby laziness has become odious to him, and that process can hardly be the immediate result of misfortune arising from misconduct. Had Lopez found his crossing at Birmingham, he would hardly have swept it well. Early on the following morning he was up, and before he left his room he kissed his wife. "Good-bye, old girl," he said. "Don't be downhearted." "If you have anything before you to do, I will not be downhearted," she said. "I shall have something to do before night, I think. Tell your father, when you see him, that I will not trouble him here much longer, but tell him also that I have no thanks to give him for his hospitality." "I will not tell him that, Ferdinand." "He shall know it, though. But I do not mean to be cross to you. Good-bye, love." Then he stooped over her and kissed her again, and so he took his leave of her. It was raining hard, and when he got into the street he looked about for a cab, but there was none to be found. In Baker Street he got an omnibus, which took him down to the Underground Railway, and by that he went to Gower Street. Through the rain he walked up to the Euston station, and there he ordered breakfast. Could he have a mutton chop and some tea? And he was very particular that the mutton chop should be well cooked. He was a good-looking man, of fashionable appearance, and the young lady who attended him noticed him and was courteous to him. He condescended even to have a little light conversation with her, and on the whole he seemed to enjoy his breakfast. "Upon my word, I should like to breakfast here every day of my life," he said. The young lady assured him that, as far as she could see, there was no objection to such an arrangement. "Only it's a bore, you know, coming out in the rain when there are no cabs," he said. Then there were various little jokes between them, till the young lady was quite impressed with the gentleman's pleasant affability. After a while he went back into the hall and took a first-class return ticket, not for Birmingham, but for the Tenway Junction. It is quite unnecessary to describe the Tenway Junction, as everybody knows it. From this spot, some 6 or 7 miles distant from London, lines diverge east, west, and north, northeast, and northwest, round the metropolis in every direction, and with direct communication with every other line in and out of London. It is a marvellous place, quite unintelligible to the uninitiated, and yet daily used by thousands who only know that when they get there they are to do what someone tells them. The space occupied by the convergent rails seems to be sufficient for a large farm, and these rails always run one into another with sloping points and cross passages and mysterious meandering sidings, till it seems to the thoughtful stranger to be impossible that the best trained engine should know its own line. Here and there and around there is ever a wilderness of wagons, some loaded, some empty, some smoking with close-packed oxen, and others furlongs in length, black with coals, which look as though they had been stranded there by chance, and were never destined to get again into the right path of traffic. Not a minute passes without a train going here or there, some rushing by without noticing Tenway in the least, crashing through the flashes of substantial lightning, and others stopping, disgorging, and taking up passengers by the hundreds, men and women, especially the men, for the women, knowing their ignorance, are generally willing to trust to the pundits of the place, look doubtful, uneasy, and bewildered, but they all do get properly placed and unplaced, so that the spectator at last acknowledges that over all this apparent chaos there is presiding a great genius of order. From dusky morn to dark night, and indeed almost throughout the night, the air is loaded with a succession of shrieks. The theory goes that each separate shriek, if there can be any separation where the sound is so nearly continuous, is a separate notice to separate ears of the coming or going of a separate train. The stranger, as he speculates on these pandemoniac noises, is able to realize the idea that were they discontinued the excitement necessary for the minds of the pundits might be lowered, and that activity might be lessened, and evil results might follow. But he cannot bring himself to credit that theory of individual notices. At Tenway Junction there are 6 long platforms, on which men and women and luggage are crowded. On one of these, for a while, Ferdinand Lopez walked backwards and forwards, as though waiting for the coming of some especial train. The crowd is ever so great that a man might be supposed to walk there from morning to night without exciting special notice, but the pundits are very clever and have much experience in men and women. A well-taught pundit who has exercised authority for a year or two at such a station as that of Tenway, will know within a minute of the appearance of each stranger what his purpose there, whether he be going or has just come, or whether he is himself on the way or waiting for others, whether he should be treated with civility or with some curt command, so that if his purport be honest, all necessary assistance may be rendered him. As Lopez was walking up and down, with smiling face and leisurely pace, now reading an advertisement, and now watching the contortions of some amazed passenger, a certain pundit asked him his business. He was waiting, he said, for a train from Liverpool, intending, when his friend arrived, to go with him to Dulwich by a train which went round the west of London. It was all feasible, and the pundit told him that the stopping train from Liverpool was due there in 6 minutes, but that the express from the north would pass first. Lopez thanked the pundit and gave him 6pence, which made the pundit suspicious. A pundit hopes to be paid when he handles luggage, but has no such expectation when he merely gives information. The pundit still had his eye on our friend when the shriek and the whir of the express from the north was heard. Lopez walked quickly up towards the edge of the platform, when the pundit followed him, telling him that this was not his train. Lopez then ran a few yards along the platform, not noticing the man, reaching a spot that was unoccupied, and there he stood fixed. And as he stood, the express flashed by. "I am fond of seeing them pass like that," said Lopez to the man who had followed him. "But you shouldn't do it," said the suspicious pundit. "No one isn't allowed to stand near like that. The very hair of it might take you off your legs when you're not used to it." "All right, old fellow," said Lopez, retreating. The next train was the Liverpool train, and it seemed that our friend's friend had not come, for when the Liverpool passengers had cleared themselves off, he was still walking up and down the platform. "He'll come by the next," said Lopez to the pundit, who now followed him about and kept an eye on him. "There ain't another from Liverpool stopping here till the 2:20, said the pundit. "You had better come again, if you mean to meet him by that." "He has come on part of the way, and will reach this by some other train," said Lopez. "There ain't nothing he can come by," said the pundit. "Gentlemen can't wait here all day, sir. The horders is against waiting on the platform." "All right," said Lopez, moving away as though to make his exit through the station. Now Tenway Junction is so big a place and so scattered that it is impossible that all the pundits should by any combined activity maintain to the letter that order of which our special pundit had spoken. Lopez, departing from the platform which he had hitherto occupied, was soon to be seen on another, walking up and down, and again waiting. But the old pundit had had his eye upon him, and had followed him round. At that moment there came a shriek louder than all the other shrieks, and the morning express down from Euston to Inverness was seen coming round the curve at 1,000 miles an hour. Lopez turned round and looked at it, and again walked towards the edge of the platform. But now it was not exactly the edge that he neared, but a descent to a pathway, an inclined plane leading down to the level of the rails, and made there for certain purposes of traffic. As he did so, the pundit called to him, and then made a rush at him, for our friend's back was turned to the coming train. But Lopez heeded not the call, and the rush was too late. With quick, but still with gentle and apparently unhurried steps, he walked down before the flying engine, and in a moment had been knocked into bloody atoms. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Widow and Her Friends. The catastrophe described in the last chapter had taken place during the first week in March. By the end of that month, old Mr. Wharton had probably reconciled himself to the tragedy, although, in fact, it had affected him very deeply. In the first days after the news had reached him, he seemed to be bowed to the ground. Stone buildings were neglected, and the Eldon saw nothing of him. Indeed, he barely left the house from which he had been so long banished by the presence of his son-in-law. It seemed to Everett, who now came to live with him and his sister, as though his father were overcome by the horror of the affair. But after a while he recovered himself, and appeared one morning in court with his wig and gown, and argued a case, which was now unusual with him, as though to show the world that a dreadful episode in his life was past, and should be thought of no more. At this period, 3 or 4 weeks after the occurrence, he rarely spoke to his daughter about Lopez, but to Everett the man's name would be often on his tongue. "I do not know that there could have been any other deliverance," he said to his son one day. "I thought it would have killed me when I first heard it, and it nearly killed her. But at any rate, now there is peace." But the widow seemed to feel it more as time went on. At first she was stunned, and for a while absolutely senseless. It was not till 2 days after the occurrence that the fact became known to her, nor known as a certainty to her father and brother. It seemed as though the man had been careful to carry with him no record of identity, the nature of which would permit it to outlive the crash of the train. No card was found, no scrap of paper with his name, and it was discovered at last that when he left the house on that fatal morning he had been careful to dress himself in shirt and socks, with handkerchief and collar that had been newly purchased for his proposed journey, and which bore no mark. The fragments of his body set identity at defiance, and even his watch had been crumpled into ashes. Of course, the fact became certain with no great delay. The man himself was missing, and was accurately described both by the young lady from the refreshment room and by the suspicious pundit, who had actually seen the thing done. There was first belief that it was so, which was not communicated to Emily, and then certainty. There was an inquest held, of course, we will say on the body, and singularly enough, great difference of opinion as to the manner, though of course none as to the immediate cause of the death. Had it been accidental or premeditated? The pundit, who in the performance of his duties on the 10-way platforms was so efficient and valuable, gave 6 opinions in 6 minutes when subjected to the questions of the coroner. In his own mind he had not the least doubt in the world as to what had happened, but he was made to believe that he was not to speak his own mind. The gentleman, he said, certainly might have walked down by accident. The gentleman's back was turned, and it was possible that the gentleman did not hear the train. He was quite certain the gentleman knew of the train, but yet he could not say. The gentleman walked down before the train of purpose, but perhaps he didn't mean to do himself an injury. There was a deal of this till the coroner, putting all his wrath into his brow, told the man that he was a disgrace to the service, and expressed a hope that the company would no longer employ a man so evidently unfit for his position. But the man was in truth a conscientious and useful railway pundit, with a large family and evident capabilities for his business. At last a verdict was given that the man's name was Ferdinand Lopez, that he had been crushed by an express train on the London and North-Western line, and that there was no evidence to show how his presence on the line had been occasioned. Of course Mr. Wharton had employed counsel, and of course the counsel's object had been to avoid a verdict of felo de se. Appended to the verdict was a recommendation from the jury that the railway company should be advised to signalize their express trains more clearly at the Tenway Junction station. When these tidings were told to the widow, she had already given way to many fears. Lopez had gone, purporting, as he said, to be back to dinner. He had not come then, nor on the following morning, nor had he written. Then she remembered all that he had done and said, how he had kissed her, and left a parting malediction for her father. She did not at first imagine that he had destroyed himself, but that he had gone away, intending to vanish as other men before now have vanished. As she thought of this, something almost like love came back upon her heart. Of course he was bad. Even in her sorrow, even when alarmed as to his fate, she could not deny that. But her oath to him had not been to love him only while he was good. She had made herself a part of him, and was she not bound to be true to him, whether good or bad? She implored her father, and she implored her brother, to be ceaseless in their endeavours to trace him, sometimes seeming almost to fear that in this respect she could not fully trust them. Then she discerned from their manner a doubt as to her husband's fate. "Oh, papa, if you think anything, tell me what you think," she said late on the evening of the second day. He was then nearly sure that the man who had been killed at Tenway was Ferdinand Lopez, but he was not quite sure, and he would not tell her. But on the following morning, somewhat before noon, having himself gone out early to Euston Square, he came back to his own house, and then he told her all. For the first hour she did not shed a tear or lose her consciousness of the horror of the thing, but sat still and silent, gazing at nothing, casting back her mind over the history of her life, and the misery which she had brought on all who belonged to her. Then at last she gave way, fell into tears, hysteric sobbings, convulsions so violent as for a time to take the appearance of epileptic fits, and was at last exhausted, and happily for herself, unconscious. After that she was ill for many weeks, so ill that at times both her father and her brother thought that she would die. When the first month or 6 weeks had passed by, she would often speak of her husband, especially to her father, and always speaking of him as though she had brought him to his untimely fate. Nor could she endure at this time that her father should say a word against him, even when she obliged the old man to speak of one whose conduct had been so infamous. It had all been her doing. Had she not married him, there would have been no misfortune. She did not say that he had been noble, true, or honest, but she asserted that all the evils which had come upon him had been produced by herself. "My dear," her father said to her one evening, "it is a matter which we cannot forget, but on which it is well that we should be silent." "I shall always know what that silence means," she replied. "It will never mean condemnation of you by me," said he. "But I have destroyed your life and his. I know that I ought not to have married him because you bade me not, and I know that I should have been gentler with him and more obedient when I was his wife. I sometimes wish that I were a Catholic, and that I could go into a convent and bury it all amid sackcloths and ashes." "That would not bury it," said her father. "But I should at least be buried. If I were out of sight, you might forget it all." She once stirred Everett up to speak more plainly than her father ever dared to do, and then also she herself used language that was very plain. "My darling," said her brother once, when she had been trying to make out that her husband had been more sinned against than sinning, "he was a bad man. It is better that the truth should be told." "And who is a good man?" she said, raising herself in her bed and looking him full in the face with her deep sunken eyes. "If there be any truth in our religion, are we not all bad? Who is to tell the shades of difference in badness? He was not a drunkard or a gambler. Through it all he was true to his wife." She, poor creature, was of course ignorant of that little scene in the little street near Mayfair, in which Lopez had offered to carry Lizzie Eustace away with him to Guatemala. He was industrious. His ideas about money were not the same as yours or papa's. How was he worse than others? It happened that his faults were distasteful to you, and so perhaps were his virtues. His faults, such as they were, brought all these miseries. He would have been successful now if he had never seen me. But why should we talk of it? We shall never agree, and you, Everett, can never understand all that has passed through my mind during the last 2 years. There were 2 or 3 persons who attempted to see her at this period, but she avoided them all. First came Mrs. Roby, who, as her nearest neighbor, as her aunt, and as an aunt who had been so nearly allied to her, had almost a right to demand admittance. But she would not see Mrs. Roby. She sent down word to say that she was too ill, and when Mrs. Roby wrote to her, she got her father to answer the notes. "You had better let it drop," the old man said at last to his sister-in-law. "Of course she remembers that it was you who brought them together." "But I didn't bring them together, Mr. Wharton. How often am I to tell you so? It was Everett who brought Mr. Lopez here. The marriage was made up in your house, and it has destroyed me and my child. I will not quarrel with my wife's sister if I can help it, but at present you had better keep apart." Then he had left her abruptly, and Mrs. Roby had not dared either to write or to call again. At this time Arthur Fletcher saw both Everett and Mr. Wharton frequently, but he did not go to the square, contenting himself with asking whether he might be allowed to do so. "Not yet, Arthur," said the old man. "I am sure she thinks of you as one of her best friends, but she could not see you yet." "She would have nothing to fear," said Arthur. "We knew each other when we were children, and I should be now only as I was then." "Not yet, Arthur, not yet," said the barrister. Then there came a letter, or rather 2 letters, from Mary Wharton, one to Mr. Wharton and the other to Emily. To tell the truth as to these letters, they contained the combined wisdom and tenderness of Wharton Hall and Longbarns. As soon as the fate of Lopez had been ascertained and thoroughly discussed in Herefordshire, there went forth an edict that Emily had suffered punishment sufficient and was to be forgiven. Old Mrs. Fletcher did not come to this at once, having some deep-seated feeling which she did not dare to express even to her son, though she muttered it to her daughter-in-law, that Arthur would be disgraced for ever were he to marry the widow of such a man as Ferdinand Lopez. But when this question of receiving Emily back into family favour was mooted in the Longbarns Parliament, no one alluded to the possibility of such a marriage. There was the fact that she, whom they had all loved, had been freed by a great tragedy from the husband whom they had all condemned, and also the knowledge that the poor victim had suffered greatly during the period of her married life. Mrs. Fletcher had frowned and shaken her head and made a little speech about the duties of women and the necessarily fatal consequences when those duties are neglected. There were present there, with the old lady, John Fletcher and his wife, Sir Alured, and Lady Wharton and Mary Wharton. Arthur was not in the county, nor could the discussion have been held in his presence. "I can only say," said John, getting up and looking away from his mother, "that she shall always find a home at Longbarns when she chooses to come here, and I hope Sir Alured will say the same as to Wharton Hall." After all, John Fletcher was king in these parts, and Mrs. Fletcher, with many noddings and some sobbing, had to give way to King John. The end of all this was that Mary Wharton wrote her letters. In that to Mr. Wharton she asked whether it would not be better that her cousin should change the scene and come at once into the country. Let her come and stay a month at Wharton, and then go on to Longbarns. She might be sure that there would be no company in either house. In June the Fletchers would go up to town for a week, and then Emily might return to Wharton Hall. It was a long letter, and Mary gave many reasons why the poor sufferer would be better in the country than in town. The letter to Emily herself was shorter, but full of affection. Do come. You know we all love you. Let it be as it used to be. You always liked the country. I will devote myself to try and comfort you. But Emily could not as yet submit to receive devotion even from her cousin Mary. Through it all, and under it all, though she would ever defend her husband because he was dead, she knew that she had disgraced the Whartons and brought a load of sorrow upon the Fletchers, and she was too proud to be forgiven so quickly. Then she received another tender of affection from a quarter whence she certainly did not expect it. The Duchess of Omnium wrote to her. The Duchess, though she had lately been considerably restrained by the condition of the Duke's mind, and by the effects of her own political and social mistakes, still from time to time made renewed efforts to keep together the coalition by giving dinners, balls, and garden parties, and by binding to herself the gratitude and worship of young parliamentary aspirants. In carrying out her plans, she had lately showered her courtesies upon Arthur Fletcher, who had been made welcome even by the Duke, as the sitting member for Silverbridge. With Arthur she had of course discussed the conduct of Lopez as to the election bills, and had been very loud in condemning him. And from Arthur also she had heard something of the sorrows of Emily Lopez. Arthur had been very desirous that the Duchess, who had received them both at her house, should distinguish between the husband and the wife. Then had come the tragedy, to which the notoriety of the man's conduct of course gave additional interest. It was believed that Lopez had destroyed himself because of the disgrace which had fallen upon him from this Silverbridge affair, and for much of that Silverbridge affair the Duchess herself was responsible. She waited till a couple of months had gone by, and then in the beginning of May sent to the widow what was intended to be, and indeed was, a very kind note. The Duchess had heard the sad story with the greatest grief. She hoped that Mrs. Lopez would permit her to avail herself of a short acquaintance to express her sincere sympathy. She would not venture to call as yet, but hoped that before long she might be allowed to come to Manchester Square. This note touched the poor woman to whom it was written, not because she herself was solicitous to be acquainted with the Duchess of Omnium, but because the application seemed to her to contain something like an acquittal, or at any rate a pardon, of her husband. His sin in that measure of the Silverbridge election, a sin which her father had been loud in denouncing before the wretch had destroyed himself, had been especially against the Duke of Omnium. And now the Duchess came forward to say that it should be forgiven and forgotten. When she showed the letter to her father, and asked him what she should say in answer to it, he only shook his head. "It is meant for kindness, papa." "Yes, I think it is. There are people who have no right to be kind to me. If a man stopped me in the street and offered me half a crown, it might be kindness, but I don't want the man's half-crown." "I don't think it is the same, papa. There is a reason here." "Perhaps so, my dear, but I do not see the reason." She became very red, but even to him she would not explain her ideas. "I think I shall answer it." "Certainly answer it. Your compliments to the Duchess, and thank her for her kind inquiries." "But she says she will come here." "I should not notice that." "Very well, papa. If you think so, of course I will not. Perhaps it would be an inconvenience if she were really to come." On the next day she did write a note, not quite so cold as that which her father proposed, but still saying nothing as to the offered visit. She felt, she said, very grateful for the Duchess's kind remembrance of her. The Duchess would perhaps understand that at present her sorrow overwhelmed her. And there was one other tender of kindness which was more surprising than even that from the Duchess. The reader may perhaps remember that Ferdinand Lopez and Lady Eustace had not parted when they last saw each other on the pleasantest terms. He had been very affectionate, but when he had proposed to devote his whole life to her and to carry her off to Guatemala, she had simply told him that he was a fool. Then he had escaped from her house, and had never again seen Lizzie Eustace. She had not thought very much about it. Had he returned to her the next day with some more tempting proposition for making money, she would have listened to him, and had he begged her pardon for what had taken place on the former day, she would have merely laughed. She was not more offended than she would have been had he asked her for half her fortune instead of her person and her honor. But as it was, he had escaped, and had never again shown himself in the little street near Mayfair. Then she had the tidings of his death, first seeing the account in a very sensational article from the pen of Mr. Quintus Slide himself. She was immediately filled with an intense interest, which was infinitely increased by the fact that the man had but a few days before declared himself to be her lover. It was bringing her almost as near to the event as though she had seen it. She was perhaps entitled to think that she had caused it. Nay, in one sense she had caused it, for he certainly would not have destroyed himself had she consented to go with him to Guatemala or elsewhere. And she knew his wife. An uninteresting, dowdy creature she had called her, but nevertheless they had been in company together more than once. So she presented her compliments and expressed her sorrow, and hoped that she might be allowed to call. There had been no one for whom she had felt more sincere respect and esteem than for her late friend, Mr. Ferdinand Lopez. To this note there was sent an answer written by Mr. Wharton himself. "Madam, my daughter is too ill to see even her own friends. I am, Madam, your obedient servant, Abel Wharton." After this, life went on in a very quiet way at Manchester Square for many weeks. Gradually Mrs. Lopez recovered her capability of attending to the duties of life. Gradually she became again able to interest herself in her brother's pursuits and in her father's comforts, and the house returned to its old form as it had been before these terrible 2 years, in which the happiness of the Wharton and Fletcher families had been marred and scotched, and almost destroyed for ever by the interference of Ferdinand Lopez. But Mrs. Lopez never for a moment forgot that she had done the mischief, and that the black enduring cloud had been created solely by her own perversity and self-will, though she would still defend her late husband if any attack were made upon his memory. Not the less did she feel that hers had been the fault, though the punishment had come upon them all. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Phineas Finn has a book to read. The sensation created by the man's death was by no means confined to Manchester Square, but was very general in the metropolis, and indeed throughout the country. As the catastrophe became the subject of general conversation, many people learned that the Silverbridge affair had not, in truth, had much to do with it. The man had killed himself, as many other men have done before him, because he had run through his money and had no chance left of redeeming himself. But to the world at large the disgrace brought upon him by the explanation given in Parliament was the apparent cause of his self-immolation, and there were not wanting those who felt and expressed a sympathy for a man who could feel so acutely the effect of his own wrongdoing. No doubt he had done wrong in asking the Duke for the money, but the request, though wrong, might almost be justified. There could be no doubt, these apologists said, that he had been ill-treated between the Duke and the Duchess. No doubt Phineas Finn, who was now described by some opponents as the Duke's creature, had been able to make out a story in the Duke's favour. But all the world knew what was the worth and what was the truth of ministerial explanations. The coalition was very strong, and even the question in the House, which should have been hostile, had been asked in a friendly spirit. In this way there came to be a party who spoke and wrote of Ferdinand Lopez as though he had been a martyr. Of course Mr. Quintus Slide was in the front rank of these accusers. He may be said to have led the little army which made this matter a pretext for special attack upon the ministry. Mr. Slide was especially hostile to the Prime Minister, but he was not less hotly the enemy of Phineas Finn. Against Phineas Finn he had old grudges, which, however, age had never cooled. He could, therefore, write with a most powerful pen when discussing the death of that unfortunate man, the late candidate for Silverbridge, crushing his two foes in the single grasp of his journalistic fist. Phineas had certainly said some hard things against Lopez, though he had not mentioned the man's name. He had congratulated the House that it had not been contaminated by the presence of so base a creature, and he had said that he would not pause to stigmatize the means of the application for money which Lopez had made. Had Lopez continued to live and to endure the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, no one would have ventured to say that these words would have inflicted too severe a punishment. But death wipes out many faults, and a self-inflicted death caused by remorse will, in the minds of many, wash a blackamoor almost white. Thus it came to pass that some heavy weapons were hurled at Phineas Finn, but none so heavy as those hurled by Quintus Slide. Should not this Irish knight, who was so ready with his lance in the defence of the Prime Minister, asked Mr. Slide, have remembered the past events of his own rather peculiar life? Had he not, too, been poor and driven in his poverty to rather questionable straits? had he not been abject in his petition for office? And in what degree were such petitions less disgraceful than a request for money which had been hopelessly expended on an impossible object, attempted at the instance of the great Croesus, who, when asked to pay it, had at once acknowledged the necessity of doing so? Could not Mr. Finn remember that he himself had stood in danger of his life before a British jury, and that, though he had been, no doubt properly, acquitted of the crime imputed to him, circumstances had come out against him during the trial which, if not as criminal, were at any rate almost as disgraceful? Could he not have had some mercy on a broken political adventurer, who in his aspirations for public life had shown none of that greed by which Mr. Phineas Finn had been characterized in all the relations of life? As for the Prime Minister, we, as Mr. Quintus Slide always described himself, we do not wish to add to the agony which the fate of Mr. Lopez must have brought upon him. He has hounded that poor man to his death in revenge for the trifling sum of money which he was called on to pay for him. It may be that the first blame lay not with the Prime Minister himself, but with the Prime Minister's wife. With that we have nothing to do. The whole thing lies in a nutshell. The bare mention of the name of her Grace the Duchess in Parliament would have saved the Duke, at any rate as effectually as he has been saved by the services of his man-of-all-work, Phineas Finn, and would have saved him without driving poor Ferdinand Lopez to insanity. But rather than do this, he allowed his servant to make statements about mysterious agents, which we are justified in stigmatizing as untrue, and to throw the whole blame where but least of the blame was due. We all know the result. It was found in those gory shreds and tatters of a poor human being, with which the Tenway railway station was besmattered. Of course such an article had considerable effect. It was apparent at once that there was ample room for an action for libel against the newspaper on the part of Phineas Finn, if not on that of the Duke. But it was equally apparent that Mr. Quintus Slide must have been very well aware of this when he wrote the article. Such an action, even if successful, may bring with it to the man punished more of good than of evil. Any pecuniary penalty might be more than recouped by the largeness of the advertisement which such an action would produce. Mr. Slide no doubt calculated that he would carry with him a great body of public feeling by the mere fact that he had attacked a Prime Minister and a Duke. If he could only get all the publicans in London to take his paper because of his patriotic and bold conduct, the fortune of the paper would be made. There is no better trade than that of martyrdom, if the would-be martyr knows how far he may judiciously go, and in what direction. All this Mr. Quintus Slide was supposed to have considered very well, and Phineas Finn knew that his enemy had also considered the nature of the matters which he would have been able to drag into court if there should be a trial. Allusions, very strong allusions, had been made to former periods of Mr. Finn's life, and though there was but little, if anything, in the past circumstances of which he was ashamed, but little, if anything, which he thought would subject him personally to the odium of good men, could they be made accurately known in all their details, it would, he was well aware, be impossible that such accuracy should be achieved, and the story, if told inaccurately, would not suit him. And then there was a reason against any public proceeding much stronger even than this. Whether the telling of the story would or would not suit him, it certainly would not suit others. As has been before remarked, there are former chronicles respecting Phineas Finn, and in them may be found adequate cause for this conviction on his part. To no outsider was this history known better than to Mr. Quintus Slide, and therefore Mr. Quintus Slide could dare almost to defy the law. But not the less on this account were there many who told Phineas that he ought to bring the action. Among these none were more eager than his old friend Lord Chiltern, the master of the Brakehounds, a man who really loved Phineas, who also loved the abstract idea of justice, and who could not endure the thoughts that a miscreant should go unpunished. Hunting was over for the season in the Brake country, and Lord Chiltern rushed up to London, having this object, among others, of a very pressing nature on his mind. His saddler had to be seen, and threatened on a certain matter touching the horses' backs. A draft of hounds were being sent down to a friend in Scotland, and there was a committee of masters to sit on a moot question concerning a neutral covert in the XXX country, of which committee he was one. But the desire to punish Slide was almost as strong in his indignant mind as those other matters referring more especially to the profession of his life. "Phineas," he said, "you are bound to do it. If you will allow a fellow like that to say such things of you, why, by heaven, any man may say anything of anybody." Now Phineas could hardly explain to Lord Chiltern his objection to the proposed action. A lady was closely concerned, and that lady was Lord Chiltern's sister. "I certainly shall not," said Phineas. "And why?" "Just because he wishes me to do it. I should be falling into the little pit that he has dug for me." "He couldn't hurt you. What have you got to be afraid of? Ruat Selam. There are certain angels, Chiltern, living up in that heaven which you wish me to pull about our ears, as to whom, if all their heart and all their wishes and all their doings could be known, nothing but praise could be spoken, but who would still be dragged with soiled wings through the dirt, if this man were empowered to bring witness after witness into court. My wife would be named. For aught I know, your wife. By God, he'd find himself wrong there. Leave a chimney sweep alone when you see him, Chiltern. Should he run against you, then remember that it is one of the necessary penalties of clean linen that it is apt to be soiled. I'm damned if I'd let him off. Yes, you would, old fellow, when you come to see clearly what you would gain and what you would lose, you would not meddle with him." His wife was at first inclined to think that an action should be taken, but she was more easily convinced than Lord Chiltern. "I had not thought," she said, "of poor Lady Lara, but is it not horrible that a man should be able to go on like that, and that there should be no punishment?" In answer to this, he only shrugged his shoulders. But the greatest pressure came upon him from another source. He did not in truth suffer much himself from what was said in the People's Banner. He had become used to the People's Banner, and had found out that in no relation of life was he less pleasantly situated because of the maledictions heaped upon him in the columns of that newspaper. His position in public life did not seem to be weakened by them. His personal friends did not fall off because of them. Those who loved him did not love him less. It had not been so with him always, but now, at last, he was hardened against Mr. Quintus Slide. But the poor Duke was by no means equally strong. This attack upon him, this denunciation of his cruelty, this assurance that he had caused the death of Ferdinand Lopez, was very grievous to him. It was not that he really felt himself to be guilty of the man's blood, but that anyone should say that he was guilty. It was of no use to point out to him that other newspapers had sufficiently vindicated his conduct in that respect, that it was already publicly known that Lopez had received payment for those election expenses from Mr. Wharton before the application had been made to him, and that, therefore, the man's dishonesty was patent to all the world. It was equally futile to explain to him that the man's last act had been in no degree caused by what had been said in Parliament, but had been the result of his continued failures in life and final absolute ruin. He fretted and fumed and was very wretched, and at last expressed his opinion that the legal steps should be taken to punish the People's Banner. Now it had been already acknowledged, on the dictum of no less a man than Sir Gregory Grogram, the Attorney General, that the action for libel, if taken at all, must be taken not on the part of the Prime Minister, but on that of Phineas Finn. Sir Timothy Beeswax had indeed doubted, but it had come to be understood by all the members of the coalition that Sir Timothy Beeswax always did doubt whatever was said by Sir Gregory Grogram. "The Duke thinks that something should be done," said Mr. Warburton, the Duke's private secretary, to Phineas Finn. "Not by me, I hope," said Phineas. "Nobody else can do it. That is to say, it must be done in your name. Of course, it would be a government matter as far as expense goes, and all that. I am sorry the Duke should think so. I don't see that it could hurt you." "I am sorry the Duke should think so," repeated Phineas, "because nothing can be done in my name. I have made up my mind about it. I think the Duke is wrong in wishing it, and I believe that were any action taken, we should only be playing into the hands of that wretched fellow Quintus Slide. I have been long conversant with Mr. Quintus Slide, and have quite made up my mind that I will never play upon his pipe. And you may tell the Duke that there are other reasons. The man has referred to my past life, and in seeking to justify those remarks, he would be enabled to drag before the public circumstances and stories, and perhaps persons, in a manner that I personally should disregard, but which, for the sake of others, I am bound to prevent. You will explain all this to the Duke. I am afraid you will find the Duke very urgent. I must then express my great sorrow that I cannot oblige the Duke. I trust I need hardly say that the Duke has no colleague more devoted to his interests than I am. Were he to wish me to change my office, or to abandon it, or to undertake any political duty within the compass of my small powers, he would find me ready to obey his behests. But in this matter others are concerned, and I cannot make my judgment subordinate to his." The private secretary looked very serious, and simply said that he would do his best to explain these objections to his Grace. That the Duke would take his refusal in bad part, Phineas felt nearly certain. He had been a little surprised at the coldness of the minister's manner to him after the statement he had made in the House, and had mentioned the matter to his wife. "You hardly know him," she had said, "as well as I do." "Certainly not. You ought to know him very intimately, and I have had but little personal friendship with him. But it was a moment in which the man might, for the moment, have been cordial." "It was not a moment for his cordiality. The Duchess says that if you want to get a really genial smile from him, you must talk to him about cork soles. I know exactly what she means. He loves to be simple, but he does not know how to show people that he likes it. Lady Rosina found him out by accident. Don't suppose that I am in the least aggrieved," he had said. And now he spoke again to his wife in the same spirit. Warburton clearly thinks that he will be offended, and Warburton, I suppose, knows his mind. I don't see why he should. I have been reading it longer, and I still find it very difficult. Lady Glen has been at the work for the last 15 years, and sometimes owns that there are passages she has not mastered yet. I fancy Mr. Warburton is afraid of him, and is a little given to fancy that everybody should bow down to him. Now, if there is anything certain about the Duke, it is this, that he doesn't want anyone to bow down to him. He hates all bowing down. I don't think he loves those who oppose him. It is not the opposition he hates, but the cause in the man's mind which may produce it. When Sir Orlando opposed him, and he thought that Sir Orlando's opposition was founded on jealousy, then he despised Sir Orlando. But had he believed in Sir Orlando's belief in the new ships, he would have been capable of pressing Sir Orlando to his bosom, although he might have been forced to oppose Sir Orlando's ships in the cabinet. "He is a Sir Bayard to you," said Phineas, laughing. "Rather a Don Quixote, whom I take to have been the better man of the two. I'll tell you what he is, Phineas, and how he is better than all the real knights of whom I have ever read in story. He is a man altogether without guile, and entirely devoted to his country. Do not quarrel with him, if you can help it." Phineas had not the slightest desire to quarrel with his chief, but he did think it to be not improbable that his chief would quarrel with him. It was notorious to him as a member of the cabinet, as a colleague living with other colleagues by whom the Prime Minister was coddled, and especially as the husband of his wife, who lived almost continually with the Prime Minister's wife, that the Duke was cut to the quick by the accusation that he had hounded Ferdinand Lopez to his death. The Prime Minister had defended himself in the House against the first charge by means of Phineas Finn, and now required Phineas to defend him from the second charge in another way. This he was obliged to refuse to do, and then the minister's private secretary looked very grave, and left him with the impression that the Duke would be much annoyed, if not offended, and already there had grown up an idea that the Duke would have on the list of his colleagues none who were personally disagreeable to himself. Though he was by no means a strong minister in regard to political measures, or the proper domination of his party, still men were afraid of him. It was not that he would call upon them to resign, but that, if aggrieved, he would resign himself. Sir Orlando Drought had rebelled, and had tried a fall with the Prime Minister, and had greatly failed. Phineas determined that, if frowned upon, he would resign, but that he certainly would bring no action for libel against the People's Banner. A week passed after he had seen Warburton before he by chance found himself alone with the Prime Minister. This occurred at the house in Carlton Gardens, at which he was a frequent visitor, and could hardly have ceased to be so without being noticed, as his wife spent half her time there. It was evident to him then that the occasion was sought for by the Duke. "Mr. Finn," said the Duke, "I wanted to have a word or two with you." "Certainly," said Phineas, arresting his steps. "Warburton spoke to you about that newspaper." "Yes, Duke. He seemed to think that there should be an action for libel." "I thought so too. It was very bad, you know." "Yes, it was bad. I have known the People's Banner for some time, and it is always bad." "No doubt. No doubt. It is bad, very bad. Is it not sad that there should be such dishonesty, and that nothing can be done to stop it? Warburton says that you won't hear of an action in your name." "There are reasons, Duke." "No doubt, no doubt. Well, there's an end of it. I own I think the man should be punished. I am not often vindictive, but I think that he should be punished. However, I suppose it cannot be. I don't see the way. So be it. So be it. It must be entirely for you to judge. Are you not longing to get into the country, Mr. Finn?" "Hardly yet," said Phineas, surprised. "It's only June, and we have 2 months more of it. What's the use of longing yet?" "2 months more," said the Duke. "2 months, certainly, but even 2 months will come to an end. We go down to Matching quietly, very quietly, when the time does come. You must promise that you'll come with us, eh? I make a point of it, Mr. Finn." Phineas did promise, and thought that he had succeeded in mastering one of the difficult passages in that book. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Duchess and Her Friend. But the Duke, though he was by far too magnanimous to be angry with Phineas Finn, because Phineas would not fall into his views respecting the proposed action, was not the less tormented and goaded by what the newspaper said. The assertion that he had hounded Ferdinand Lopez to his death, that by his defence of himself he had brought the man's blood on his head, was made and repeated till those around him did not dare to mention the name of Lopez in his hearing. Even his wife was restrained and became fearful, and in her heart of hearts began almost to wish for that retirement to which he had occasionally alluded as a distant Elysium which he should never be allowed to reach. He was beginning to have the worn look of an old man. His scanty hair was turning grey, and his long thin cheeks longer and thinner. Of what he did when sitting alone in his chamber, either at home or at the Treasury Chamber, she knew less and less from day to day, and she began to think that much of his sorrow arose from the fact that among them they would allow him to do nothing. There was no special subject now which stirred him to eagerness, and brought upon herself explanations which were tedious and unintelligible to her, but evidently delightful to him. There were no quints or semi-tenths now, no aspirations for decimal perfection, no delightfully fatiguing hours spent in the manipulation of the multiplication table, and she could not but observe that the old Duke now spoke to her much less frequently of her husband's political position than had been his habit. Through the first year and a half of the present ministerial arrangement, he had been constant in his advice to her, and had always, even when things were difficult, been cheery and full of hope. He still came frequently to the house, but did not often see her, and when he did see her, he seemed to avoid all allusion either to the political successes or the political reverses of the coalition, and even her other special allies seemed to labour under unusual restraint with her. Barrington Erle seldom told her any news. Mr. Rattler never had a word for her. Warburton, who had ever been discreet, became almost petrified by discretion, and even Phineas Finn had grown to be solemn, silent, and uncommunicative. "Have you heard who is the new Prime Minister?" she said to Mrs. Finn one day. "Has there been a change?" "I suppose so. Everything has become so quiet that I cannot imagine that Plantagenet is still in office. Do you know what anybody is doing?" "The world is going on very smoothly, I take it." "I hate smoothness. It always means treachery and danger. I feel sure that there will be a great blow-up before long. I smell it in the air. Don't you tremble for your husband?" "Why should I? He likes being in office because it gives him something to do. But he would never be an idle man. As long as he has a seat in Parliament, I shall be contented." "To have been Prime Minister is something after all, and they can't rob him of that," said the Duchess, recurring again to her own husband. "I have fancied sometimes that the charm of the thing is growing upon him." "Upon the Duke?" "Yes, he is always talking of the delight he will have in giving it up. He is always Cincinnatus, going back to his peaches and his ploughs. But I fear he is beginning to feel that the salt would be gone out of his life if he ceased to be the first man in the kingdom. He has never said so, but there is a nervousness about him when I suggest to him the name of this or that man as his successor, which alarms me, and I think he is becoming a tyrant with his own men. He spoke the other day of Lord Drummond almost as though he meant to have him whipped. It isn't what one expected from him, is it? The weight of the load on his mind makes him irritable. Either that, or having no load. If he had really much to do, he surely wouldn't have time to think so much of that poor wretch who destroyed himself. Such sensitiveness is simply a disease. One can never punish any fault in the world if the sinner can revenge himself upon us by rushing into eternity. Sometimes I see him shiver and shudder, and then I know that he is thinking of Lopez." "I can understand all that, Lady Glen." "It isn't as it should be, though you can understand it. I'll bet you a guinea that Timothy Beeswax has to go out before the beginning of the next session. I've no objection, but why Sir Timothy? He mentioned Lopez's name the other day before Plantagenet. I heard him. Plantagenet pulled that long face of his, looking as though he meant to impose silence on the whole world for the next 6 weeks. But Sir Timothy is brass itself, a sounding cymbal of brass that nothing can silence. He went on to declare with that loud voice of his that the death of Lopez was a good riddance of bad rubbish. Plantagenet turned away and left the room, and shut himself up. He didn't declare to himself that he'd dismiss Sir Timothy, because that's not the way of his mind. But you'll see that Sir Timothy will have to go. That, at any rate, will be a good riddance of bad rubbish," said Mrs. Finn, who did not love Sir Timothy Beeswax. Soon after that, the Duchess made up her mind that she would interrogate the Duke of St. Bungay as to the present state of affairs. It was then the end of June, and nearly one of those long and tedious months had gone by of which the Duke spoke so feelingly when he asked Phineas Finn to come down to Matching. Hope had been expressed in more than one quarter that this would be a short session. Such hopes are much more common in June than in July, and though rarely verified, served to keep up the drooping spirit of languid senators. "I hope we shall be out of town early, Duke," she said one day. "I think so. I don't see what there is to keep us. It often happens that ministers are a great deal better in the country than in London, and I fancy it will be so this year." "You never think of the poor girls who haven't got their husbands yet." "They should make better use of their time. Besides, they can get their husbands in the country." "It's quite true that they never get to the end of their labours. They are not like you members of Parliament who can shut up your portfolios and go and shoot grouse. They have to keep at their work spring and summer, autumn and winter, year after year. How they must hate the man they persecute." "I don't think we can put off going for their sake." Men are always selfish, I know. What do you think of Plantagenet lately?" The question was put out very abruptly, without a moment's notice, and there was no avoiding it. "Think of him?" "Yes. What do you think of his condition, of his happiness, his health, his capacity of endurance? Will he be able to go on much longer? Now, my dear Duke, don't stare at me like that. You know, and I know, that you haven't spoken a word to me for the last 2 months, and you know, and I know, how many things there are of which we are both thinking in common. You haven't quarrelled with Plantagenet?" "Quarrelled with him? Good heavens, no. Of course I know you still call him your noble colleague and your noble friend, and make one of the same team with him, and all that, but it used to be so much more than that." "It is still more than that, very much more. It was you who made him Prime Minister." "No, no, no, and again no. He made himself Prime Minister by obtaining the confidence of the House of Commons. There is no other possible way in which a man can become Prime Minister in this country. If I were not very serious at this moment, Duke, I should make an allusion to the Marines." No other human being could have said this to the Duke of St. Bungay, except the young woman whom he had petted all his life as Lady Glencora. "But I am very serious," she continued, "and I may say not very happy. Of course the big wigs of a party have to settle among themselves who shall be their leader, and when this party was formed they settled, at your advice, that Plantagenet should be the man. My dear Lady Glen, I cannot allow that to pass without contradiction. Do not suppose that I am finding fault, or even that I am ungrateful. No one rejoiced as I rejoiced. No one still feels so much pride in it as I feel. I would have given 10 years of my life to make him Prime Minister, and now I would give 5 to keep him so. It is like it was to be a king, when men struggled among themselves who should be king. Whatever he may be, I am ambitious. I love to think that other men should look to him as being above them, and that something of this should come down to me as his wife. I do not know whether it was not the happiest moment of my life when he told me that the Queen had sent for him. It was not so with him. No, Duke, no. He and I are very different. He only wants to be useful. At any rate, that was all he did want. He is still the same. A man cannot always be carrying a huge load up a hill without having his back bent. I don't know that the load need be so heavy, Duchess." "Ah, but what is the load? It is not going to the Treasury Chambers at 11 or 12 in the morning, and sitting there 4 or 5 times a week in the House of Lords till 7 or 8 o'clock. He was never ill when he could remain in the House of Commons till 2 in the morning, and not have a decent dinner above twice in the week. The load I speak of isn't work." "What is it then?" said the Duke, who in truth understood it all nearly as well as the Duchess herself. "It is hard to explain, but it is very heavy. Responsibility, my dear, will always be heavy. But it is hardly that, certainly not that alone. It is the feeling that so many people blame him for so many things, and the doubt in his own mind whether he may not deserve it. And then he becomes fretful and conscious that such fretfulness is beneath him and injurious to his honour. He condemns men in his mind, and condemns himself for condescending to condemn them. He spends 1/4 of an hour in thinking that as he is Prime Minister, he will be Prime Minister down to his fingers' ends, and the next in resolving that he never ought to have been Prime Minister at all. Here something like a frown passed across the old man's brow, which was, however, no indication of anger. "Dear Duke," she said, "you must not be angry with me. Who is there to whom I can speak but you?" "Angry, my dear? No, indeed." "Because you looked as though you would scold me." At this he smiled. "And of course all this tells upon his health." "Do you think he is ill?" "He never says so. There is no special illness, but he is thin and wan and careworn. He does not eat and does not sleep. Of course I watch him." "Does his doctor see him?" "Never. When I asked him once to say a word to Sir James Thorax, for he was getting hoarse, you know, he only shook his head and turned on his heels. When he was in the other house and speaking every night, he would see Thorax constantly and do just what he was told. He used to like opening his mouth and having Sir James to look down it. But now he won't let anyone touch him. What would you have me do, Lady Glen?" "I don't know." "Do you think that he is so far out of health that he ought to give it up?" "I don't say that. I don't dare to say it. I don't dare to recommend anything. No consideration of health would tell with him at all. If he were to die tomorrow as the penalty of doing something useful tonight, he wouldn't think twice about it. If you wanted to make him stay where he is, the way to do it would be to tell him that his health was failing him. I don't know that he does want to give it up now. The autumn months will do everything for him, only let him be quiet." "You are coming to Matching, Duke?" "I suppose so, if you ask me, for a week or two." "You must come. I am quite nervous if you desert us. I think he becomes more estranged every day from all the others. I know you won't do a mischief by repeating what I say." "I hope not." "He seems to me to turn his nose up at everybody. He used to like Mr. Monk, but he envies Mr. Monk because Mr. Monk is Chancellor of the Exchequer. I asked him whether he shouldn't have Lord Drummond at Matching, and he told me angrily that I might ask all the government if I liked. Drummond contradicted him the other day. I knew there was something. He has got to be like a bear with a sore head, Duke. You should have seen his face the other day when Mr. Rattler made some suggestion to him about the proper way of dividing farms. I don't think he ever liked Rattler." "What of that? Don't I have to smile upon men whom I hate like poison? And women too, which is worse. Do you think that I love old Lady Ramsden or Mrs. Macpherson? He used to be so fond of Lord Cantrip." "I think he likes Lord Cantrip," said the Duke. "He asked his lordship to do something, and Lord Cantrip declined." "I know all about that," said the Duke. "And now he looks gloomy at Lord Cantrip. His friends won't stand that kind of thing, you know, for ever." "He is always courteous to Finn," said the Duke. "Yes, just now he is on good terms with Mr. Finn. He would never be harsh to Mr. Finn, because he knows that Mrs. Finn is the one really intimate female friend whom I have in the world. After all, Duke, besides Plantagenet and the children, there are only two persons in the world whom I really love. There are only you and she. She will never desert me, and you must not desert me either." Then he put his hand behind her waist and stooped over her and kissed her brow and swore to her that he would never desert her. But what was he to do? He knew, without being told by the Duchess, that his colleague and chief was becoming, from day to day, more difficult to manage. He had been right enough in laying it down as a general rule that prime ministers are selected for that position by the general confidence of the House of Commons. but he was aware at the same time that it had hardly been so in the present instance. There had come to be a deadlock in affairs, during which neither of the two old and well-recognized leaders of parties could command a sufficient following for the carrying on of the government. With unusual patience, these two gentlemen had now for the greater part of 3 sessions sat by, offering but little opposition to the coalition, but of course biding their time. They too thought themselves Cincinnatus's, but their ploughs and peaches did not suffice to them, and they longed again to be in every mouth, and to have, if not their deeds, then even their omissions blazoned in every paragraph. The palate accustomed to cayenne pepper can hardly be gratified by simple salt. When that deadlock had come, politicians who were really anxious for the country had been forced to look about for a premier, and in the search the old Duke had been the foremost. The Duchess had hardly said more than the truth when she declared that her husband's promotion had been effected by their old friend, but it is sometimes easier to make than to unmake. Perhaps the time had now in truth come in which it would be better for the country that the usual state of things should again exist. Perhaps, nay, the Duke now thought that he saw that it was so, Mr. Gresham might again have a Liberal majority at his back, if the Duke of Omnium should find some graceful mode of retiring. But who was to tell all this to the Duke of Omnium? There was only one man in all England to whom such a task was possible, and that was the old Duke himself, who during the last 2 years had been constantly urgent with his friend not to retire. How often since he had taken office had the conscientious and timid minister begged of his friend permission to abandon his high office, but that permission had always been refused, and now, for the last 3 months, the request had not been repeated. The Duchess probably was right in saying that her husband didn't want to give it up now. But he, the Duke of St. Bungay, had brought his friend into the trouble, and it was certainly his duty to extricate him from it. The admonition might come in the rude shape of repeated minorities in the House of Commons. Hitherto the number of votes at the command of the ministry had not been very much impaired. A few always fall off as time goes on. Aristides became too just, and the mind of man is greedy of novelty. Sir Orlando also had taken with him a few, and it may be that 2 or 3 had told themselves that there could not be all that smoke raised by the People's Banner without some fire below it. But there was a good working majority, very much at Mr. Monk's command, and Mr. Monk was moved by none of that feeling of rebellion which had urged Sir Orlando on to his destruction. It was difficult to find a cause for resignation, and yet the Duke of St. Bungay, who had watched the House of Commons closely for nearly half a century, was aware that the coalition which he had created had done its work, and was almost convinced that it would not be permitted to remain very much longer in power. He had seen symptoms of impatience in Mr. Daubeny, and Mr. Gresham had snorted once or twice as though eager for the battle. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The new KG. Early in June had died the Marquis of Mount Fidget. In all England there was no older family than that of the Fitchie Fidgets, whose baronial castle of Fitchie Fellows is still kept up, the glory of archaeologists and the charm of tourists, Some people declare it to be the most perfect castle residence in the country. It is admitted to have been completed in the time of Edward VI, and is thought to have been commenced in the days of Edward I. It has always belonged to the Fitchie-Fidget family, who, with a persistence that is becoming rarer every day, has clung to every acre that it ever owned, and has added acre to acre in every age. The consequence has been that the existing Marquis of Mount Fidget has always been possessed of great territorial influence, and has been flattered, cajoled, and revered by one prime minister after another. Now the late Marquis had been, as was the custom with the Fitchie-Fidgets, a man of pleasure. If the truth may be spoken openly, it should be admitted that he had been a man of sin. The duty of keeping together the family property he had performed with a perfect zeal. It had always been acknowledged on behalf of the existing Marquis that in whatever manner he might spend his money, however base might be the gullies into which his wealth descended, he never spent more than he had to spend. Perhaps there was but little praise in this, as he could hardly have got beyond his enormous income unless he had thrown it away on racecourses and roulette tables. But it had long been remarked of the Mount Fidget Marquises that they were too wise to gamble. The family had not been an honour to the country, but had nevertheless been honoured by the country. The man who had just died had perhaps been as selfish and as sensual a brute as had ever disgraced humanity, but nevertheless he had been a Knight of the Garter. He had been possessed of considerable parliamentary interest, and the Prime Minister of the day had not dared not to make him a Knight of the Garter. All the Marquises of Mount Fidget had for many years past been Knights of the Garter. On the last occasion a good deal had been said about it. A feeling had even then begun to prevail that the highest personal honour in the gift of the crown should not be bestowed upon a man whose life was a disgrace, and who did indeed seem to deserve every punishment which human or divine wrath could inflict. He had a large family, but they were all illegitimate. Wives generally he liked, but of his own wife he very soon broke the heart. Of all the companies with which he consorted, he was the admitted king, but his subjects could do no man any honour. The castle of Fitchie-Fellows was visited by the world at large, but no man or woman with a character to lose went into any house really inhabited by the Marquis. And yet he had become a Knight of the Garter, and was therefore presumably one of those noble Englishmen to whom the majesty of the day was willing to confide the honour and glory and safety of the crown. There were many who disliked this. That a base reprobate should become a Marquis and a peer of Parliament was in accordance with the constitution of the country. Marquises and peers are not as a rule reprobates, and the misfortune was one which could not be avoided. He might have ill-used his own wife and other wives' husbands without special remark, had he not been a Knight of the Garter. The minister of the day, however, had known the value of the man's support, and, being thick-skinned, had lived through the reproaches uttered without much damage to himself. Now the wicked Marquis was dead, and it was the privilege and the duty of the Duke of Omnium to select another knight. There was a good deal said about it at the time. There was a rumour, no doubt a false rumour, that the crown insisted in this instance on dictating a choice to the Duke of Omnium. But even were it so, the Duke could not have been very much aggrieved, as the choice dictated was supposed to be that of himself. The late Duke had been a knight, and when he had died, It was thought that his successor would succeed also to the ribbon. The new Duke had been at that time in the cabinet, and had remained there, but had accepted an office inferior in rank to that which he had formerly filled. The whole history of these things has been written, and may be read by the curious. The Duchess, newly a Duchess then, and very keen in reference to her husband's rank, had instigated him to demand the ribbon as his right. This he had not only declined to do, but he had gone out of the way to say that he thought it should be bestowed elsewhere. It had been bestowed elsewhere, and there had been a very general feeling that he had been passed over because his easy temperament in such matters had been seen and utilized. Now, whether the Crown interfered or not, a matter on which no one short of a writer of newspaper articles dares to make a suggestion till time shall have made mellow the doings of sovereigns and their ministers, the suggestion was made. The Duke of St. Bungay ventured to say to his friend that no other selection was possible. "Recommend Her Majesty to give it to myself," said the Prime Minister. "You will find it to be Her Majesty's wish. It has been very common. Sir Robert Walpole had it." "I am not Sir Robert Walpole." The Duke named other examples of Prime Ministers who had been gartered by themselves, but our Prime Minister declared it to be out of the question. No honour of that description should be conferred upon him as long as he held his present position. The old Duke was much in earnest, and there was a great deal said on the subject. But at last it became clear not only to him, but to the members of the Cabinet generally, and then to the outside world, that the Prime Minister would not consent to accept the vacant honour. For nearly a month after this the question subsided. A minister is not bound to bestow a garter the day after it becomes vacant. There are other knights to guard the throne, and one may be spared for a short interval. But during that interval many eyes were turned towards the stall in St. George's Chapel. A good thing should be given away like a clap of thunder if envy, hatred, and malice are to be avoided. A broad blue ribbon across the chest is of all decorations the most becoming, or at any rate the most desired, and there was, I fear, an impression on the minds of some men that the Duke in such matters was weak, and might be persuaded. Then there came to him an application in the form of a letter from the new Marquis of Mountfidget, a man whom he had never seen, and of whom he had never heard. The new Marquis had hitherto resided in Italy, and men only knew of him that he was odious to his uncle, but he had inherited all the Fitchy-Fidget estates, and now was possessed of immense wealth and great honour. He ventured, he said, to represent to the Prime Minister that for generations past the Marquis of Mountfidget had been honoured by the Garter. His political status in the country was exactly that enjoyed by his late uncle, but he intended that his political career should be very different. He was quite prepared to support the coalition. "What is he that he should expect to be made a Knight of the Garter?" said our Duke to the old Duke. "He is the Marquis of Mountfidget, and next to yourself, perhaps, the richest peer of Great Britain." "Have riches anything to do with it?" "Something certainly. You would not name a pauper peer." "Yes, if he was a man whose career had been highly honourable to the country. Such a man, of course, could not be a pauper, but I do not think his want of wealth should stand in the way of his being honoured by the Garter. Wealth, rank, and territorial influence have been generally thought to have something to do with it. And character nothing? My dear Duke, I have not said so." Something very much like it, my friend, if you advocate the claim of the Marquis of Mountfidget. Did you approve of the selection of the late Marquis?" "I was in the cabinet at the time, and will therefore say nothing against it. But I have never heard anything against this man's character, nor in favour of it. To my thinking he has as much claim, and no more, as that man who just opened the door. He was never seen in the lower house." "Surely that cannot signify. You think, then, that he should have it?" "You know what I think," said the elder statesman thoughtfully. "In my opinion, there is no doubt that you would best consult the honour of the country by allowing Her Majesty to bestow this act of grace upon a subject who has deserved so well from Her Majesty as yourself." "It is quite impossible. It seems to me," said the Duke, not appearing to notice the refusal of his friend, "that in this peculiar position you should allow yourself to be persuaded to lay aside your own feeling. No man of high character is desirous of securing to himself decorations which he may bestow upon others." "Just so. But here the decoration bestowed upon the chief whom we all follow would confer a wider honour upon many than it could do if given to any one else." "The same may be said of any prime minister." "Not so. A commoner without high permanent rank or large fortune is not lowered in the world's esteem by not being of the order. You will permit me to say that a Duke of Omnium has not reached that position which he ought to enjoy unless he be a Knight of the Garter." It must be borne in mind that the old Duke, who used this argument, had himself worn the ribbon for the last 30 years. But if you are, I must call it obstinate. I am obstinate in that respect. Then, said the Duke of St. Bungay, I should recommend Her Majesty to give it to the Marquis. Never, said the Prime Minister, with very unaccustomed energy. I will never sanction the payment of such a price for services which should never be bought or sold. It would give no offence. That is not enough, my friend. Here is a man of whom I only know that he has bought a great many marble statues. He has done nothing for his country, and nothing for his sovereign. If you are determined to look to what you call desert alone, I would name Lord Drummond. The Prime Minister frowned and looked unhappy. It was quite true that Lord Drummond had contradicted him, and that he had felt the injury grievously. Lord Drummond has been very true to us. Yes, true to us. What is that? He is in every respect a man of character, and well looked upon in the country. There would be some enmity and a good deal of envy, which might be avoided by either of the courses I have proposed. But those courses you will not take. I take it for granted that you are anxious to secure the support of those who generally act with Lord Drummond. I don't know that I am. The old Duke shrugged his shoulders. What I mean is that I do not think that we ought to pay an increased price for their support. His lordship is very well as the head of an office, but he is not nearly so great a man as my friend Lord Cantrip. Cantrip would not join us. There is no evil in politics as that of seeming to buy the men who will not come without buying. These rewards are fairly given for political support. I had not in truth thought of Lord Cantrip. He does not expect it any more than my butler. I only named him as having a claim stronger than any that Lord Drummond can put forward. I have a man in my mind to whom I think such an honour is fairly due. What do you say to Lord Earlybird? The old Duke opened his mouth and lifted up his hands in unaffected surprise. The Earl of Earlybird was an old man of very peculiar character. He had never opened his mouth in the House of Lords, and had never sat in the House of Commons. The political world knew him not at all. He had a house in town, but very rarely lived there. Early Park, in the parish of Bird, had been his residence since he first came to the title 40 years ago, and had been the scene of all his labours. He was a nobleman possessed of a moderate fortune, and, as men said of him, of a moderate intellect. He had married early in life, and was blessed with a large family, but he had certainly not been an idle man. For nearly half a century he had devoted himself to the improvement of the labouring classes, especially in reference to their abodes and education, and had gradually, without any desire on his own part, worked himself up into public notice. He was not an eloquent man, but he would take the chair at meeting after meeting, and sit with admirable patience for long hours to hear the eloquence of others. He was a man very simple in his tastes, and had brought up his family to follow his habits. He had, therefore, been able to do munificent things with moderate means, and in the long course of years had failed in hiding his munificence from the public. Lord Earlybird, till after middle life, had not been much considered, but gradually there had grown up a feeling that there were not very many better men in the country. He was a fat, bald-headed old man, who was always pulling his spectacles on and off, nearly blind, very awkward, and altogether indifferent to appearance. Probably he had no more idea of the Garter in his own mind than he had of a cardinal's hat, but he had grown into fame, and had not escaped the notice of the Prime Minister. "Do you know anything against Lord Earlybird?" asked the Prime Minister. "Certainly nothing against him, Duke." "Nor anything in his favour?" "I know him very well. I think I may say intimately. There isn't a better man breathing." "An honour to the peerage," said the Prime Minister. "An honour to humanity, rather," said the other, "as being of all men the least selfish and most philanthropical. What more can be said of a man? But according to my view, he is not the sort of person whom one would wish to see made a Knight of the Garter. If he had the ribbon, he would never wear it. The honour surely does not consist in its outward sign. I am entitled to wear some kind of coronet, but I do not walk about with it on my head. He is a man of a great heart, and of many virtues. Surely the country, and her Majesty, on behalf of the country, should delight to honour such a man." "I really doubt whether you look at the matter in the right light," said the ancient statesman, who was in truth frightened at what was being proposed. "You must not be angry with me if I speak plainly." "My friend, I do not think that it is within your power to make me angry." "Well, then, I will get you for a moment to listen to my view on the matter. There are certain great prizes in the gift of the Crown and of the ministers of the Crown, the greatest of which are now traditionally at the disposal of the Prime Minister. These are always given to party friends. I may perhaps agree with you that party support should not be looked to alone. Let us acknowledge that character and services should be taken into account. But the very theory of our government will be overset by a reversal of the rule which I have attempted to describe. You will offend all your own friends, and only incur the ridicule of your opponents. It is no doubt desirable that the high seats of the country should be filled by men of both parties. I would not wish to see every Lord Lieutenant of a county a Whig." In his enthusiasm, the old Duke went back to his old phraseology, but I know that my opponents, when their turn comes, will appoint their friends to the lieutenancies. and that so the balance will be maintained. If you or I appoint their friends, they won't appoint ours. Lord Earlybird's proxy has been in the hands of the Conservative leader of the House of Lords ever since he succeeded his father." Then the old man paused, but his friend waited to listen whether the lecture were finished before he spoke, and the Duke of St. Bungay continued. "And moreover, though Lord Earlybird is a very good man, so much so that many of us may well envy him, he is not just the man fitted for this destination. A Knight of the Garter should be a man prone to show himself, a public man, one whose work in the country has brought him face to face with his fellows. There is an aptness, a propriety, a fitness in these things which one can understand perhaps better than explain. Those fitnesses and aptnesses change, I think, from day to day. There was a time when a knight should be a fighting man. That has gone by. And the aptnesses and fitnesses in accordance with which the sovereign of the day was induced to grace with the Garter, such as a man as the late Marquis of Mountfidget have, I hope, gone by. You will admit that. There is no such man proposed. And other fitnesses and aptnesses will go by till the time will come when the man to be selected as lieutenant of a country will be the man whose selection will be most beneficial to the county, and Knights of the Garter will be chosen for their real virtues. I think you are quixotic. A prime minister is of all men bound to follow the traditions of his country, or when he leaves them, to leave them with very gradual steps. And if he break that law and throw over all that thraldom, what then? He will lose the confidence which has made him what he is. It is well that I should know the penalty. It is hardly heavy enough to enforce strict obedience. As for the matter in dispute, it had better stand over yet for a few days." When the Prime Minister said this, the old Duke knew very well that he intended to have his own way. And so it was. A week passed by, and then the younger Duke wrote to the elder Duke, saying that he had given to the matter all the consideration in his power, and that he had at last resolved to recommend Her Majesty to bestow the ribbon on Lord Earlybird. He would not, however, take any step for a few days, so that his friend might have an opportunity of making further remonstrance, if he pleased. No further remonstrance was made, and Lord Earlybird, much to his own amazement, was nominated to the vacant Garter. The appointment was one certainly not popular with any of the Prime Minister's friends. With some, such as Lord Drummond, it indicated a determination on the part of the Duke to declare his freedom from all those bonds which had hitherto been binding on the heads of government. Had the Duke selected himself, certainly no offence would have been given. Had the Marquis of Mountfidget been the happy man, excuses would have been made. But it was unpardonable to Lord Drummond that he should have been passed over, and that the Garter should have been given to Lord Earlybird. To the poor old Duke the offence was of a different nature. He had intended to use a very strong word when he told his friend that his proposed conduct would be quixotic. The Duke of Omnium would surely know that the Duke of St. Bungay could not support a quixotic Prime Minister, and yet the younger Duke, the Telemachus of the last 2 years, after hearing that word, had rebelled against his mentor, and had obstinately adhered to his quixotism. The greed of power had fallen upon the man, so said the dear old Duke to himself, and the man's fall was certain. Alas, alas! Had he been allowed to go before the poison had entered his veins, how much less would have been his suffering. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. There must be time. At the end of the third week in July, when the session was still sitting, and when no day had been absolutely as yet fixed for the escape of members, Mr. Wharton received a letter from his friend Arthur Fletcher, which certainly surprised him very much, and which left him for a day or two unable to decide what answer ought to be given. It will be remembered that Ferdinand Lopez destroyed himself in March, now 3 months since. The act had been more than a 9 days' wonder, having been kept in the memory of many men by the sedulous efforts of Quintus Slide, and by the fact that the name of so great a man as the Prime Minister was concerned in the matter. But gradually the feeling about Ferdinand Lopez had died away, and his fate, though it had outlived the nominal 9 days, had sunk into general oblivion before the end of the 9th week. The Prime Minister had not forgotten the man, nor had Quintus Slide. The name was still common in the columns of the People's Banner, and was never mentioned without being read by the unfortunate Duke. But others had ceased to talk of Ferdinand Lopez. To the mind, however, of Arthur Fletcher, the fact of the man's death was always present. A dreadful incubus had come upon his life, blighting all his prospects, obscuring all his sun by a great cloud, covering up all his hopes, and changing for him all his outlook into the world. It was not only that Emily Wharton should not have become his wife, but that the woman whom he loved with so perfect a love should have been sacrificed to so vile a creature as this man. He never blamed her, but looked upon his fate as fate. Then on a sudden he heard that the incubus was removed. The man who had made him and her wretched had by a sudden stroke been taken away and annihilated. There was nothing now between him and her but a memory. He could certainly forgive if she could forget. Of course he had felt at the first moment that time must pass by. He had become certain that her mad love for the man had perished. He had made sure that she had repented her own deed in sackcloth and ashes. It had been acknowledged to him by her father that she had been anxious to be separated from her husband if her husband would consent to such a separation. And then, remembering as he did his last interview with her, having in his mind as he did every circumstance of that caress which he had given her, down to the very quiver of the fingers he had pressed, he could not but flatter himself that at last he had touched her heart. But there must be time. The conventions of the world operate on all hearts, especially on the female heart, and teach that new vows, too quickly given, are disgraceful. The world has seemed to decide that a widow should take 2 years before she can bestow herself on a second man without a touch of scandal. But the 2 years is to include everything, the courtship of the second, as well as the burial of the first, and not only the courtship, but the preparation of the dresses and the wedding itself. And then this case was different from all others. Of course there must be time, but surely not here a full period of 2 years. Why should the life of 2 young persons be so wasted, if it were the case that they loved each other? There was horror here, remorse, pity, perhaps pardon, but there was no love, none of that love which is always for a time increased in its fervor by the loss of the loved object, none of that passionate devotion which must at first make the very idea of another man's love intolerable. There had been a great escape, an escape which could not but be inwardly acknowledged, however little prone the tongue might be to confess it. Of course there must be time, but how much time? He argued it in his mind daily, and at each daily argument the time considered by him to be appropriate was shortened. 3 months had passed, and he had not yet seen her. He had resolved that he would not even attempt to see her till her father should consent. But surely a period had passed sufficient to justify him in applying for that permission, and then he bethought himself that it would be best, in applying for that permission, to tell everything to Mr. Wharton. He knew well that he would be telling no secret. Mr. Wharton knew the state of his feelings as well as he knew it himself. If ever there was a case in which time might be abridged, this was one, and therefore he wrote his letter as follows: 3 Court, Temple, 24th July, 1807. My dear Mr. Wharton, it is a matter of great regret to me that we should see so little of each other, and especially of regret that I should never now see Emily. I may as well rush into the matter at once. Of course this letter will not be shown to her, and therefore I may write as I would speak if I were with you. The wretched man whom she married is gone, and my love for her is the same as it was before she had ever seen him, and as it has always been from that day to this. I could not address you or even think of her as yet, did I not know that that marriage had been unfortunate. But it has not altered her to me in the least. It has been a dreadful trouble to us all, to her, to you, to me, and to all connected with us, but it is over, and I think that it should be looked back upon as a black chasm which we have bridged and got over, and to which we need never cast back our eyes. I have no right to think that, though she might some day love another man, she would, therefore, love me, but I think that I have a right to try, and I know that I should have your good will. It is a question of time, but if I let time go by, someone else may slip in. Who can tell? I would not be thought to press indecently, but I do feel that here the ordinary rules which govern men and women are not to be followed. He made her unhappy almost from the first day. She had made a mistake which you and she and all acknowledged. She has been punished, and so have I, very severely, I can assure you. Wouldn't it be a good thing to bring all this to an end as soon as possible, if it can be brought to an end in the way I want? Pray tell me what you think. I would propose that you should ask her to see me, and then just say as much as you please. Of course I should not press her at first. You might ask me to dinner, and all that kind of thing, and so she would get used to me. It is not as though we had not been very, very old friends, but I know you will do the best. I have put off writing to you till I sometimes think that I shall go mad over it if I sit still any longer. Your affectionate friend, Arthur Fletcher. When Mr. Wharton got this letter, he was very much puzzled. Could he have had his wish, he too would have left the chasm behind him, as proposed by his young friend, and have never cast an eye back upon the frightful abyss. He would willingly have allowed the whole Lopez incident to be passed over as an episode in their lives, which, if it could not be forgotten, should at any rate never be mentioned. They had all been severely punished, as Fletcher had said, and if the matter could end there, he would be well content to bear on his own shoulders all that remained of that punishment, and to let everything begin again. But he knew very well it could not be so with her. Even yet it was impossible to induce Emily to think of her husband without regret. It had been only too manifest during the last year of their married life that she had felt horror rather than love towards him. When there had been a question of his leaving her behind, should he go to Central America, she had always expressed herself more than willing to comply with such an arrangement. She would go with him, should he order her to do so, but would infinitely sooner remain in England. And then, too, she had spoken of him while alive with disdain and disgust, and had submitted to hear her father describe him as infamous. Her life had been one long misery, under which she had seemed gradually to be perishing. Now she was relieved, and her health was re-established. A certain amount of unjoyous cheerfulness was returning to her. It was impossible to doubt that she must have known that a great burden had fallen from her back. And yet she would never allow his name to be mentioned without giving some outward sign of affection for his memory. If he was bad, so were others bad. There were many worse than he. Such were the excuses she made for her late husband. Old Mr. Wharton, who really thought that in all his experience he had never known any one worse than his son-in-law, would sometimes become testy, and at last resolved that he would altogether hold his tongue. But he could hardly hold his tongue now. He no doubt had already formed his hopes in regard to Arthur Fletcher. He had trusted that the man whom he had taught himself some years since to regard as his wished-for son-in-law might be constant and strong enough in his love to forget all that was past, and to be still willing to redeem his daughter from misery. But as days had crept on since the scene at the Tenway Junction, he had become aware that time must do much before such relief would be accepted. It was, however, still possible that the presence of the man might do something. Hitherto, since the deed had been done, no stranger had dined in Manchester Square. She herself had seen no visitor. She had hardly left the house except to go to church, and then had been enveloped in the deepest crape. Once or twice she had allowed herself to be driven out in a carriage, and when she had done so, her father had always accompanied her. No widow, since the seclusion of widows was first ordained, had been more strict in maintaining the restraints of widowhood as enjoined. How then could he bid her receive a new lover, or how suggest to her that a lover was possible? And yet he did not like to answer Arthur Fletcher without naming some period for the present morning, some time at which he might at least show himself in Manchester Square. "I have had a letter from Arthur Fletcher," he said to his daughter, a day or two after he had received it. He was sitting after dinner, and Everett was also in the room. "Is he in Herefordshire?" she asked. "No, he is up in town, attending to the House of Commons, I suppose. He had something to say to me, and as we are not in the way of meeting, he wrote. He wants to come and see you." "Not yet, papa." "He talked of coming and dining here." "Oh, yes, pray let him come." "You would not mind that?" "I would dine early and be out of the way. I should be so glad if you would have somebody sometimes. I shouldn't think then that I was such a restraint to you. But this is not what Mr. Wharton desired." "I shouldn't like that, my dear. Of course he would know that you were in the house." "Upon my word, I think you might meet an old friend like that," said Everett. She looked at her brother, and then at her father, and burst into tears. "Of course you shall not be pressed if it would be irksome to you," said her father. "It is the first plunge that hurts," said Everett. "If you could once bring yourself to do it, you would find afterwards that you were more comfortable." Papa," she said slowly. "I know what it means. His goodness I shall always remember. You may tell him I say so. But I cannot meet him yet." Then they pressed her no further. Of course she had understood. Her father could not even ask her to say a word which might give comfort to Arthur as to some long-distant time. He went down to the House of Commons the next day and saw his young friend there. Then they walked up and down Westminster Hall for nearly an hour, talking over the matter with the most absolute freedom. "It cannot be for the benefit of anyone," said Arthur Fletcher, "that she should immolate herself like an Indian widow, and for the sake of such a man as that. Of course I have no right to dictate to you, hardly perhaps to give an opinion. Yes, yes, yes. It does seem to me, then, that you ought to force her out of that kind of thing. Why should she not go down to Herefordshire? In time, Arthur, in time. But people's lives are running away. My dear fellow, if you were to see her, you would know how vain it would be to try to hurry her. There must be time." End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The end of the session. The Duke of St. Bungay had been very much disappointed. He had contradicted with a repetition of noes the assertion of the Duchess that he had been the Warwick who had placed the Prime Minister's crown on the head of the Duke of Omnium, but no doubt he felt in his heart that he had done so much towards it that his advice respecting the vacant garter, when given with so much weight, should have been followed. He was an old man, and had known the secrets of cabinet councils when his younger friend was a little boy. He had given advice to Lord John, and had been one of the first to congratulate Sir Robert Peel when that statesman became a free trader. He had sat in conclave with the Duke, and had listened to the bold liberalism of old Earl Grey, both in the lower and the upper house. He had been always great in council, never giving his advice unasked, nor throwing his pearls before swine, and cautious at all times to avoid excesses on this side or on that. He had never allowed himself a hobby horse of his own to ride, had never been ambitious, had never sought to be the ostensible leader of men. But he did now think that when, with all his experience, he spoke very much in earnest, some attention should be paid to what he said. When he had described a certain line of conduct as chaotic, he had been very much in earnest. He did not usually indulge in strong language, and chaotic, when applied to the conduct of a prime minister, was, to his ideas, very strong. The thing described as chaotic had now been done, and the Duke of St. Bungay was a disappointed man. For an hour or two he thought that he must gently secede from all private councils with the Prime Minister. To resign, or to put impediments in the way of his own chief, did not belong to his character. That line of strategy had come into fashion since he had learnt his political rudiments, and was very odious to him. But in all party compacts there must be inner parties, peculiar bonds, and confidences stricter, stronger, and also sweeter than those which bind together the 20 or 30 gentlemen who form a government. From those closer ties which had hitherto bound him to the Duke of Omnium, he thought for a while that he must divorce himself. Surely, on such a subject as the nomination of a Knight of the Garter, his advice might have been taken, if only because it had come from him. And so he kept himself apart for a day or two, and even in the House of Lords ceased to whisper kindly, cheerful words into the ears of his next neighbor. But various remembrances crowded in upon him by degrees, compelling him to moderate, and at last to abandon his purpose. Among these, the first was the memory of the kiss which he had given the Duchess. The woman had told him that she loved him, that he was one of the very few whom she did love, and the word had gone straight into his old heart. She had bade him not to desert her, and he had not only given her his promise, but he had converted that promise to a sacred pledge by a kiss. He had known well why she had exacted the promise. The turmoil in her husband's mind, the agony which he sometimes endured when people spoke ill of him, the aversion which he had at first genuinely felt to an office for which he hardly thought himself fit, and now the gradual love of power created by the exercise of power, had all been seen by her, and had created that solicitude which had induced her to ask for the promise. The old Duke had known them both well, but had hardly as yet given the Duchess credit for so true a devotion to her husband. It now seemed to him that though she had failed to love the man, she had given her entire heart to the Prime Minister. He sympathized with her altogether, and at any rate could not go back from his promise. And then he remembered, too, that if this man did anything amiss in the high office which he had been made to fill, he who had induced him to fill it was responsible. What right had he, the Duke of St. Bungay, to be angry because his friend was not all-wise at all points? Let the Droughts and the Drummonds and the Beeswaxes quarrel among themselves or with their colleagues. He belonged to a different school, in the teachings of which there was less perhaps of excitement and more of long-suffering, but surely also more of nobility. He was at any rate too old to change, and he would therefore be true to his friend through evil and through good. Having thought this all out, he again whispered some cheery word to the Prime Minister as they sat listening to the denunciations of Lord Fawn, a liberal lord, much used to business, but who had not been received into the coalition. The first whisper and the second whisper the Prime Minister received very coldly. He had fully appreciated the discontinuance of the whispers, and was aware of the cause. He had made a selection on his own unassisted judgment in opposition to his old friend's advice, and this was the result. Let it be so. All his friends were turning away from him, and he would have to stand alone. If so, he would stand alone till the pendulum of the House of Commons had told him that it was time for him to retire. But gradually the determined good humour of the old man prevailed. "He has a wonderful gift of saying nothing with second-rate dignity," whispered the repentant friend, speaking of Lord Fawn. "A very honest man," said the Prime Minister in return. "A sort of bastard honesty, by precept, out of stupidity. There is no real conviction in it, begotten by thought." This little bit of criticism, harsh as it was, had the effect, and the Prime Minister became less miserable than he had been. But Lord Drummond forgave nothing. He still held his office, but more than once he was seen in private conference with both Sir Orlando and Mr. Boffin. He did not attempt to conceal his anger. Lord Earlybird, an old woman, one whom no other man in England would have thought of making a Knight of the Garter. It was not, he said, personal disappointment in himself. There were half a dozen peers whom he would willingly have seen without the slightest chagrin. But this must have been done simply to show the Duke's power, and to let the world understand that he owed nothing and would pay nothing to his supporters. It was almost a disgrace, said Lord Drummond, to belong to a government the head of which could so commit himself. The session was nearly at an end, and Lord Drummond thought that no step could be conveniently taken now, but it was quite clear to him that this state of things could not be continued. It was observed that Lord Drummond and the Prime Minister never spoke to each other in the House, and that the Secretary of State for the Colonies, that being the office which he held, never rose in his place after Lord Earlybird's nomination, unless to say a word or two as to his own peculiar duties. It was very soon known to all the world that there was war to the knife between Lord Drummond and the Prime Minister, and, strange to say, there seemed to be some feeling of general discontent on this very trifling subject. When Aristides has been much too just, the oyster shells become numerous. It was said that the Duke had been guilty of pretentious love of virtue in taking Lord Earlybird out of his own path of life and forcing him to write K.G. after his name. There came out an article, of course in the People's Banner, headed "Our Prime Minister's Good Works," in which poor Lord Earlybird was ridiculed in a very unbecoming manner, and which it was asserted that the thing was done as a contrepoise to the iniquity displayed in hounding Ferdinand Lopez to his death. Whenever Ferdinand Lopez was mentioned, he had always been hounded. And then the article went on to declare that either the Prime Minister had quarrelled with all his colleagues, or else that all his colleagues had quarrelled with the Prime Minister. Mr. Slide did not care which it might be, but whichever it might be, the poor country had to suffer when such a state of things was permitted. It was notorious that neither the Duke of St. Bungay nor Lord Drummond would now even speak to their own chief, so thoroughly were they disgusted with his conduct. Indeed, it seemed that the only ally the Prime Minister had in his own cabinet was the Irish adventurer, Mr. Phineas Finn. Lord Earlybird never read a word of all this, and was altogether undisturbed as he sat in his chair in Exeter Hall, or just at this time of year more frequently in the provinces. But the Duke of Omnium read it all. After what had passed, he did not dare to show it to his brother Duke. He did not dare to tell his friend that it was said in the newspapers that they did not speak to each other. But every word from Mr. Slide's pen settled on his own memory, and added to his torments. It came to be a fixed idea in the Duke's mind that Mr. Slide was a gadfly sent to the earth for the express purpose of worrying him. And as a matter of course, the Prime Minister in his own mind blamed himself for what he had done. It is the chief torment of a person constituted as he was, that strong as may be the determination to do a thing, fixed as may be the conviction that the thing ought to be done, no sooner has it been perfected than the objections of others, which before had been inefficacious, became suddenly endowed with truth and force. He did not like being told by Mr. Slide that he ought not to have set his cabinet against him. But when he had in fact done so, then he believed what Mr. Slide told him. As soon almost as the irrevocable letter had been winged on its way to Lord Earlybird, he saw the absurdity of sending it. Who was he that he should venture to set aside all the traditions of office? A Pitt or a Peel or a Palmerston might have done so, because they had been abnormally strong. They had been prime ministers by the work of their own hands, holding their powers against the whole world. But he told himself daily that he was only there by sufferance, because at the moment no one else could be found to take it. In such a condition, should he not have been bound by the traditions of office, bound by the advice of one so experienced and so true as the Duke of St. Bungay, and for whom had he broken through these traditions and thrown away this advice? For a man who had no power whatever to help him or any other minister of the crown, for one whose every pursuit in life was at variance with the acquisition of such honors as that now thrust upon him. He could see his own obstinacy, and could even hate the pretentious love of virtue which he had himself displayed. "Have you seen Lord Earlybird with his ribbon?" his wife said to him. "I do not know Lord Earlybird by sight," he replied angrily, "nor any one else either. But he would have come and shown himself to you if he had had a spark of gratitude in his composition. As far as I can learn, you have sacrificed the ministry for his sake." "I did my duty as best I knew how to do it," said the Duke, almost with ferocity, "and it little becomes you to taunt me with any deficiency." "Plantagenet!" "I am driven," he said, "almost beyond myself, and it kills me when you take part against me." "Take part against you! Surely there was very little in what I said." And yet, as she spoke, she repented bitterly that she had at the moment allowed herself to relapse into the sort of badinage which had been usual with her before she had understood the extent of his sufferings. "If I trouble you by what I say, I will certainly hold my tongue." "Don't repeat to me what that man says in the newspaper." "You shouldn't regard the man, Plantagenet. You shouldn't allow the paper to come into your hands." "Am I to be afraid of seeing what men say of me? Never. But you need not repeat it, at any rate, if it be false." She had not seen the article in question, or she certainly would not have repeated the accusation which it contained. "I have quarrelled with no colleague. If such a one as Lord Drummond chooses to think himself injured, am I to stoop to him? Nothing strikes me so much in all this as the ill nature of the world at large. When they used to bait a bear tied to a stake, every one around would cheer the dogs and help to torment the helpless animal. It is much the same now, only they have a man instead of a bear for their pleasure." "I will never help the dogs again," she said, coming up to him and clinging within the embrace of his arm. He knew that he had been quixotic, and he would sit in his chair repeating the word to himself aloud, till he himself began to fear that he would do it in company. But the thing had been done and could not be undone. He had had the bestowal of one garter, and he had given it to Lord Earlybird. It was, he told himself, but not correctly, the only thing that he had done on his own undivided responsibility since he had been Prime Minister. The last days of July had passed, and it had been at last decided that the session should close on the 11th of August. Now the 11th of August was thought to be a great deal too near the 12th to allow of such an arrangement being considered satisfactory. A great many members were very angry at the arrangement. It had been said all through June and into July that it was to be an early session, and yet things had been so mismanaged that when the end came everything could not be finished without keeping members of Parliament in town up to the 11th of August. In the memory of present legislators there had never been anything so awkward. The fault, if there was a fault, was attributable to Mr. Monk. In all probability the delay was unavoidable. A minister cannot control long-winded gentlemen, and when gentlemen are very long-winded there must be delay. No doubt a strong minister can exercise some control, and it is certain that long-winded gentlemen find an unusual scope for their breath when the reigning dynasty is weak. In that way Mr. Monk and the Duke may have been responsible, but they were blamed as though they, for their own special amusement, detained gentlemen in town. Indeed, the gentlemen were not detained. They grumbled and growled and then fled, but their grumblings and growlings were heard even after their departure. "Well, what do you think of it all?" the Duke said one day to Mr. Monk at the Treasury, affecting an air of cheery good humour. "I think," said Mr. Monk, "that the country is very prosperous. I don't know that I ever remembered trade to have been more evenly satisfactory." "Ah, yes, that's very well for the country, and ought, I suppose, to satisfy us." "It satisfies me," said Mr. Monk. "And me, in a way. But if you were walking about in a very tight pair of boots, in an agony with your feet, would you be able just then to relish the news that agricultural wages in that parish had gone up 6d. a week?" "I'd take my boots off, and then try," said Mr. Monk. "That's just what I'm thinking of doing. If I had my boots off, all that prosperity would be so pleasant to me. But you see, you can't take your boots off in company, and it may be that you have a walk before you, and that no boots will be worse for your feet even than tight ones." "We'll have our boots off soon, Duke," said Mr. Monk, speaking of the recess. "And when shall we be quit of them altogether? Joking apart, they have to be worn if the country requires it." "Certainly, Duke. And it may be that you and I think that upon the whole they may be worn with advantage. What does the country say to that?" "The country has never said the reverse. We have not had a majority against us this session on any government question." "But we have had narrowing majorities. What will the House do as to the Lords' amendments on the bankruptcy bill?" There was a bill that had gone down from the House of Commons, but had not originated with the government. It had, however, been fostered by ministers in the House of Lords, and had been sent back with certain amendments, for which the Lord Chancellor had made himself responsible. It was, therefore, now almost a government measure. The manipulation of this measure had been one of the causes of the prolonged sitting of the Houses. Grogram says they will take the amendments. "And if they don't?" "Why then," said Mr. Monk, "the Lords must take our rejection." "And we shall have been beaten," said the Duke. "Undoubtedly." "And beaten simply because the House desires to beat us. I am told that Sir Timothy Beeswax intends to speak and vote against the amendments." "What? Sir Timothy on one side and Sir Gregory on the other?" "So Lord Ramsden tells me," said the Duke. "If it be so, what are we to do?" "Certainly not go out in August," said Mr. Monk. When the time came for the consideration of the Lords' amendments in the House of Commons, and it did not come till the 8th of August, the matter was exactly as the Duke had said. Sir Gregory Grogram, with a great deal of earnestness, supported the Lords' amendment, and he was in honour bound to do so. The amendment had come from his chief, the Lord Chancellor, and had indeed been discussed with Sir Gregory before it had been proposed. He was very much in earnest, but it was evident from Sir Gregory's earnestness that he expected a violent opposition. Immediately after him rose Sir Timothy. Now Sir Timothy was a pretentious man, who assumed to be not only an advocate but a lawyer, and he assumed also to be a political magnate. He went into the matter at great length. He began by saying that it was not a party question. The bill, which he had had the honour of supporting before it went from their own house, had been a private bill. As such, it had received a general support from the government. It had been materially altered in the other house under the auspices of his noble friend on the Woolsack, but from those alterations he was obliged to dissent. Then he said some very heavy things against the Lord Chancellor, and increased in acerbity as he described what he called the altered mind of his honourable and learned friend, the Attorney General. He then made some very uncomplimentary allusions to the Prime Minister, whom he accused of being more than ordinarily reserved with his subordinates. The speech was manifestly arranged and delivered with the express view of damaging the coalition, of which at the time he himself made a part. Men observed that things were very much altered when such a course as that was taken in the House of Commons. But that was the course taken on this occasion by Sir Timothy Beeswax, and was so far taken with success that the Lords' amendments were rejected, and the government was beaten in a thin House by a large majority, composed partly of its own men. "What am I to do?" asked the Prime Minister of the old Duke. The old Duke's answer was exactly the same as that given by Mr. Monk. "We cannot resign in August." And then he went on, "We must wait and see how things go at the beginning of next session. The chief question is whether Sir Timothy should not be asked to resign." Then the session was at an end, and they who had been staunch to the last got out of town as quick as the trains could carry them. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mrs. Lopez prepares to move. The Duchess of Omnium was not the most discreet woman in the world. That was admitted by her best friends, and was the great sin alleged against her by her worst enemies. In her desire to say sharp things, she would say the sharp thing in the wrong place, and in her wish to be good-natured, she was apt to run into offences. Just as she was about to leave town, which did not take place for some days after Parliament had risen, she made an indiscreet proposition to her husband. "Should you mind my asking Mrs. Lopez down to Matching? We shall only be a very small party." Now the very name of Lopez was terrible to the Duke's ears. Anything which recalled the wretch and that wretched tragedy to the Duke's mind gave him a stab. The Duchess ought to have felt that any communication between her husband and even the man's widow was to be avoided rather than sought. "Quite out of the question," said the Duke, drawing himself up. "Why out of the question?" "There are 1,000 reasons. I could not have it." "Then I will say nothing more about it. But there is a romance there, something quite touching." "You don't mean that she has a lover?" "Well, yes. And she lost her husband only the other day, lost him in so terrible a manner. If that is so, certainly I do not wish to see her again." "Ah, that is because you don't know the story." "I don't wish to know it." "The man who now wants to marry her knew her long before she had seen Lopez, and had offered to her ever so many times. He is a fine fellow, and you know him." "I had rather not hear any more about it," said the Duke, walking away. There was an end to the Duchess's scheme of getting Emily down to Matching, a scheme which could hardly have been successful even had the Duke not objected to it. But yet the Duchess would not abandon her project of befriending the widow. She had injured Lopez, she had liked what she had seen of Mrs. Lopez, and she was now endeavouring to take Arthur Fletcher by the hand. She called therefore at Manchester Square on the day before she started for Matching, and left a card and a note. This was on the 15th of August, when London was as empty as it ever is. The streets at the West End were deserted. The houses were shut up. The very sweepers of the crossings seemed to have gone out of town. The public offices were manned by one or two unfortunates each, who consoled themselves by reading novels at their desks. Half of the cab drivers had gone apparently to the seaside or to bed. The shops were still open, but all the respectable shopkeepers were either in Switzerland or at their marine villas. The travelling world had divided itself into Cookites and Hookites, those who escaped trouble under the auspices of Mr. Cook, and those who boldly combated the extortions of foreign innkeepers and the anti-Anglican tendencies of foreign railway officials on their own hooks. The Duchess of Omnium was nevertheless in town, and the Duke might still be seen going in at the back entrance of the Treasury Chambers every day at 11 o'clock. Mr. Warburton thought it very hard, for he too could shoot grouse, but he would have perished rather than have spoken a word. The Duchess did not ask to see Mrs. Lopez, but left her card and a note. She had not liked, she said, to leave town without calling, though she would not seek to be admitted. She hoped that Mrs. Lopez was recovering her health, and trusted that on her return to town she might be allowed to renew her acquaintance. The note was very simple, and could not be taken as other than friendly. If she had been simply Mrs. Palliser, and her husband had been a junior clerk in the Treasury, such a visit would have been a courtesy, and it was not less so because it was made by the Duchess of Omnium, and by the wife of the Prime Minister. But yet among all the poor widow's acquaintances she was the only one who had ventured to call since Lopez had destroyed himself. Mrs. Roby had been told not to come. Lady Eustace had been sternly rejected. Even old Mrs. Fletcher, when she had been up in town, had, after a very solemn meeting with Mr. Wharton, contented herself with sending her love. It had come to pass that the idea of being immured was growing to be natural to Emily herself. The longer that it was continued, the more did it seem to be impossible to her that she should break from her seclusion. But yet she was gratified by the note from the Duchess. "She means to be civil, papa." "Oh yes, but there are people whose civility I don't want." "Certainly, I did not want the civility of that horrid Lady Eustace. But I can understand this. She thinks that she did Ferdinand an injury. When you begin, my dear, and I hope it will be soon, to get back to the world, you will find it more comfortable, I think, to find yourself among your own people." "I don't want to go back," she said, sobbing bitterly. "But I want you to go back, and all who know you want you to go back. Only don't begin at that end." "You don't suppose, papa, that I wish to go to the Duchess?" "I wish you to go somewhere. It can't be good for you to remain here. Indeed, I shall think it wicked, or at any rate weak, if you continue to seclude yourself." "Where shall I go?" she said imploringly. "To Wharton. I certainly think you ought to go there first." "If you would go, papa, and leave me here, just this once, next year I will go, if they ask me. When I may be dead, for aught that any of us know." "Do not say that, papa. Of course any one may die." "I certainly shall not go without you. You may take that as certain. Is it likely that I should leave you alone in August and September in this great gloomy house? If you stay, I shall stay." Now this meant a great deal more than it had meant in former years. Since Lopez had died, Mr. Wharton had not once dined at the Eldon. He came home regularly at 6 o'clock, sat with his daughter an hour before dinner, and then remained with her all the evening. It seemed as though he were determined to force her out of her solitude by her natural consideration for him. She would implore him to go to his club and have his rubber, but he would never give way. No, he didn't care for the Eldon, and disliked whist, so he said, till at last he spoke more plainly. "You are dull enough here all day, and I will not leave you in the evenings." There was a pertinacious tenderness in this, which she had not expected from the antecedents of his life. When, therefore, he told her that he would not go into the country without her, she felt herself almost constrained to yield. And she would have yielded at once, but for one fear. How could she ensure to herself that Arthur Fletcher should not be there? Of course he would be at Longbarns, and how could she prevent his coming over from Longbarns to Wharton? She could hardly bring herself to ask the question of her father. But she felt an insuperable objection to finding herself in Arthur's presence. Of course she loved him. Of course in all the world he was of all the dearest to her. Of course, if she could wipe out the past as with a wet towel, if she could put the crape off her mind as well as from her limbs, she would become his wife with the greatest joy. But the very feeling that she loved him was disgraceful to her in her own thoughts. She had allowed his caress while Lopez was still her husband, the husband who had ill-used her and betrayed her, who had sought to drag her down to his own depth of baseness. But now she could not endure to think that that other man should even touch her. It was forbidden to her, she believed, by all the canons of womanhood, even to think of love again. There ought to be nothing left for her but crape and weepers. She had done it all by her own obstinacy, and she could make no compensation either to her family, or to the world, or to her own feelings, but by drinking the cup of her misery down to the very dregs. Even to think of joy would in her be a treason. On that occasion she did not yield to her father, conquering him as she had conquered him before by the pleading of her looks rather than of her words. But a day or two afterwards he came to her with arguments of a very different kind. He, at any rate, must go to Wharton immediately, in reference to a letter of vital importance which he had received from Sir Alured. The reader may perhaps remember that Sir Alured's heir, the heir to the title and property, was a nephew for whom he entertained no affection whatever. This Wharton had been discarded by all the Whartons as a profligate drunkard. Some years ago Sir Alured had endeavoured to reclaim the man, and had perhaps spent more money than he had been justified in doing in the endeavour, seeing that, as present occupier of the property, he was bound to provide for his own daughters, and that at his death every acre must go to this ne'er-do-well. The money had been allowed to flow like water for a 12-month, and had done no good whatever. There had then been no hope. The man was strong and likely to live, and after a while married a wife, some woman that he took from the very streets. This had been his last known achievement, and from that moment not even had his name been mentioned at Wharton. Now there came the tidings of his death. It was said that he had perished in some attempt to cross some glaciers in Switzerland. But by degrees it appeared that the glacier itself had been less dangerous than the brandy which he had swallowed whilst on his journey. At any rate, he was dead. As to that, Sir Alured's letter was certain, and he was equally certain that he had left no son. These tidings were quite as important to Mr. Wharton as to Sir Alured, more important to Everett Wharton than to either of them, as he would inherit all after the death of those two old men. At this moment he was away yachting with a friend, and even his address was unknown. Letters for him were to be sent to Oban, and might, or might not, reach him in the course of a month. But in a man of Sir Alured's feelings this catastrophe produced a great change. The heir to his title and property was one whom he was bound to regard with affection and almost with reverence, if it were only possible for him to do so. With his late heir it had been impossible, but Everett Wharton he had always liked. Everett had not been quite all that his father and uncle had wished, but his faults had been exactly those which would be cured, or would almost be made virtues, by the possession of a title and property. Distaste for a profession and aptitude for Parliament would become a young man who was heir not only to the Wharton estates, but to half his father's money. Sir Alured in his letter expressed a hope that Everett might be informed instantly. He would have written himself had he known Everett's address. But he did know that his elder cousin was in town, and he besought his elder cousin to come at once, quite at once, to Wharton. Emily, he said, would of course accompany her father on such an occasion. Then there were long letters from Mary Wharton, and even from Lady Wharton, to Emily. The Whartons must have been very much moved when Lady Wharton could be induced to write a long letter. The Whartons were very much moved. They were in a state of enthusiasm at these news, amounting almost to fury. It seemed as though they thought that every tenant and laborer on the estate, and every tenant and laborer's wife, would be in an abnormal condition and unfit for the duties of life till they should have seen Everett as heir of the property. Lady Wharton went so far as to tell Emily which bedroom was being prepared for Everett, a bedroom very different in honour from any by the occupation of which he had as yet been graced. And there were 20 points as to new wills and new deeds, as to which the present baronet wanted the immediate advice of his cousin. There were a score of things which could now be done, which were before impossible. Trees could be cut down, and buildings put up, and a little bit of land sold, and a little bit of land bought, the doing of all which would give new life to Sir Alured. A life interest in an estate is a much pleasanter thing when the heir is a friend who can be walked about the property, than when he is an enemy who must be kept at arm's length. All these delights would now be Sir Alured's, if the old heir would give him his counsel, and the young one his assistance. This change in affairs occasioned some flutter also in Manchester Square. It could not make much difference personally to old Mr. Wharton. He was, in fact, as old as the baronet, and did not pay much regard to his own chance of succession. But the position was one which would suit his son admirably, and he was now on good terms with his son. He had convinced himself that Lopez had done all that he could to separate them, and therefore found himself to be more bound to his son than ever. "We must go at once," he said to his daughter, speaking almost as though he had forgotten her misery for the moment. "I suppose you and Everett ought to be there." "Heaven knows where Everett is. I ought to be there, and I suppose that on such an occasion as this you will condescend to go with me." "Condescend, papa? What does that mean?" "You know I cannot go alone. It is out of the question that I should leave you here." "Why, papa?" "And at such a time the family ought to come together. Of course they will take it very much amiss if you refuse. What will Lady Wharton think if you refuse after her writing such a letter as that? It is my duty to tell you that you ought to go. You cannot think that it is right to throw over every friend that you have in the world." There was a great deal more said, in which it almost seemed that the father's tenderness had been worn out. His words were much rougher and more imperious than any that he had yet spoken since his daughter had become a widow, but they were also more efficacious, and therefore probably more salutary. After 24 hours of this, she found that she was obliged to yield, and a telegram was sent to Wharton, by no means the first telegram that had been sent since the news had arrived, saying that Emily would accompany her father. They were to occupy themselves for 2 days further in preparations for their journey. These preparations to Emily were so sad as almost to break her heart. She had never as yet packed up her widow's weeds. She had never as yet even contemplated the necessity of coming down to dinner in them before other eyes than those of her father and brother. She had as yet made none of those struggles with which widows seek to lessen the deformity of their costume. It was incumbent on her now to get a ribbon or two less ghastly than those weepers which had, for the last 5 months, hung about her face and shoulders. And then how should she look if he were to be there? It was not to be expected that the Whartons should seclude themselves because of her grief. This very change in the circumstances of the property would be sure of itself to bring the Fletchers to Wharton, and then how should she look at him, how answer him, if he spoke to her tenderly? It is very hard for a woman to tell a lie to a man when she loves him. She may speak the words, she may be able to assure him that he is indifferent to her, but when a woman really loves a man, as she loved this man, there is a desire to touch him which quivers at her fingers' ends, a longing to look at him which she cannot keep out of her eyes, an inclination to be near him which affects every motion of her body. She cannot refrain herself from excessive attention to his words. She has a God to worship, and she cannot control her admiration. Of all this Emily herself felt much, but felt at the same time that she would never pardon herself if she betrayed her love by a gleam of her eye, by the tone of a word, or by the movement of a finger. What, should she be known to love again after such a mistake as hers, after such a catastrophe? The evening before they started, who should bustle into the house but Everett himself? It was then about 6 o'clock, and he was going to leave London by the night mail. That he should be a little given to bustle on such an occasion may perhaps be forgiven him. He had heard the news down on the Scotch coast, and had flown up to London, telegraphing as he did so backwards and forwards to Wharton. Of course he felt that the destruction of his cousin among the glaciers, whether by brandy or ice he did not much care, had made him for the nonce one of the most important people of the world. The young man who would not so feel might be the better philosopher, but one might doubt whether he would be the better young man. He quite agreed with his father that it was his sister's duty to go to Wharton, and he was now in a position to speak with authority as to the duties of members of his family. He could not wait, even for one night, in order that he might travel with them. Sir Alured was impatient. Sir Alured wanted him in Herefordshire. Sir Alured had said that on such an occasion he, the heir, ought to be on the property with the shortest possible delay. His father smiled, but with an approving smile. Everett therefore started by the night mail, leaving his father and sister to follow him on the morrow. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Prime Minister's Political Creed. The Duke, before he went to Matching, twice reminded Phineas Finn that he was expected there in a day or two. "The Duchess says that your wife is coming to-morrow," the Duke said on the day of his departure. But Phineas could not go then. His services to his country were required among the dockyards and ships, and he postponed his visit till the end of September. Then he started for Matching, having the double pleasure before him of meeting his wife and his noble host and hostess. He found a small party there, but not so small as the Duchess had once suggested to him. "Your wife will be there, of course, Mr. Finn. She is too good to desert me in my troubles. And there will probably be Lady Rosina de Courcy. Lady Rosina is to the Duke what your wife is to me. I don't suppose there will be anybody else, except perhaps Mr. Warburton." But Lady Rosina was not there. In place of Lady Rosina, there were the Duke and Duchess of St. Bungay with their daughters, 2 or 3 Palliser offshoots with their wives, and Barrington Erle. There were, too, the Bishop of the diocese with his wife, and 3 or 4 others coming and going, so that the party never seemed to be too small. "We asked Mr. Rattler," said the Duchess, in a whisper to Phineas, but he declined, with a string of florid compliments. "When Mr. Rattler won't come to the Prime Minister's house, you may depend that something is going to happen. It is like pigs carrying straws in their mouths. Mr. Rattler is my pig." Phineas only laughed, and said that he did not believe Rattler to be a better pig than any one else. It was soon apparent to Phineas that the Duke's manner to him was entirely altered, so much so that he was compelled to acknowledge to himself that he had not hitherto read the Duke's character aright. Hitherto he had never found the Duke pleasant in conversation. Looking back, he could hardly remember that he had, in truth, ever conversed with the Duke. The man had seemed to shut himself up as soon as he had uttered certain words which the circumstances of the moment had demanded. Whether it was arrogance or shyness, Phineas had not known. His wife had said that the Duke was shy. Had he been arrogant, the effect would have been the same. He was unbending, hard, and lucid only when he spoke on some detail of business, or on some point of policy. But now he smiled, and though hesitating a little at first, very soon fell into the ways of a pleasant country host. "You shoot," said the Duke. Phineas did shoot, but cared very little about it. "But you hunt." Phineas was very fond of riding to hounds. "I am beginning to think," said the Duke, "that I have made a mistake in not caring for such things. When I was very young I gave them up, because it appeared that other men devoted too much time to them. One might as well not eat, because some men are gluttons. Only that you would die if you did not eat. Bread, I suppose, would keep me alive, but still one eats meat without being a glutton. I very often regret the want of amusements, and particularly of those which would throw me more among my fellow creatures. A man is alone when reading, alone when writing, alone when thinking. Even sitting in Parliament he is very much alone, though there be a crowd around him. Now a man can hardly be thoroughly useful unless he knows his fellow men, and how is he to know them if he shuts himself up? If I had to begin again, I think I would cultivate the amusements of the time." Not long after this, the Duke asked him whether he was going to join the shooting men on that morning. Phineas declared that his hands were too full of business for any amusement before lunch. "Then," said the Duke, "will you walk with me in the afternoon? There is nothing I really like so much as a walk. There are some very pretty points where the river skirts the park, and I will show you the spot on which Sir Guy de Palliser performed the feat for which the king gave him this property. It was a grand time when a man could get half a dozen parishes because he tickled the king's fancy. But suppose he didn't tickle the king's fancy? Ah, then indeed it might go otherwise with him. but I am glad to say that Sir Guy was an accomplished courtier. The walk was taken, and the pretty bends of the river were seen, but they were looked at without much earnestness, and Sir Guy's great deed was not again mentioned. The conversation went away to other matters. Of course it was not long before the Prime Minister was deep in discussing the probabilities of the next session. It was soon apparent to Phineas that the Duke was no longer desirous of resigning, though he spoke very freely of the probable necessity there might be for him to do so. At the present moment he was in his best humour. His feet were on his own property. He could see the prosperity around him. The spot was the one which he loved best in all the world. He liked his present companion, who was one to whom he was entitled to speak with freedom, but there was still present to him the sense of some injury from which he could not free himself. Of course he did not know that he had been haughty to Sir Orlando, to Sir Timothy and others, but he did know that he had intended to be true, and he thought that they had been treacherous. 12 months ago there had been a goal before him which he might attain, a winning post which was still within his reach. There was in store for him the tranquillity of retirement, which he would enjoy as soon as a sense of duty would permit him to seize it. But now the prospect of that happiness had gradually vanished from him. That retirement was no longer a winning post for him. The poison of place and power and dignity had got into his blood. As he looked forward, he feared rather than sighed for retirement. "You think it will go against us," he said. Phineas did think so. There was hardly a man high up in the party who did not think so. When one branch of a coalition has gradually dropped off, the other branch will hardly flourish long. And then the tints of a political coalition are so neutral and unalluring that men will only endure them when they feel that no more pronounced colours are within their reach. "After all," said Phineas, "the innings has not been a bad one. It has been of service to the country, and has lasted longer than most men expected. If it has been of service to the country, that is everything. It should at least be everything. With the statesman to whom it is not everything, there must be something wrong." The Duke, as he said this, was preaching to himself. He was telling himself that though he saw the better way, he was allowing himself to walk on in that which was worse. For it was not only Phineas who could see the change, or the old Duke, or the Duchess. It was apparent to the man himself, though he could not prevent it. "I sometimes think," he said, "that we whom chance has led to be meddlers in the game of politics sometimes give ourselves hardly time enough to think what we are about." "A man may have to work so hard," said Phineas, "that he has no time for thinking, or more probably may be so eager in party conflict that he will hardly keep his mind cool enough for thought. It seems to me that many men whom you and I know, embrace the profession of politics not only without political convictions, but without seeing that it is proper that they should entertain them. Chance brings a young man under the guidance of this or that elder man. He has come of a Whig family, as was my case, or from some old Tory stock, and loyalty keeps him true to the interests which have first pushed him forward into the world. There is no conviction there. Convictions grow. Yes, the conviction that it is the man's duty to be a staunch Liberal, but not the reason why. Or a man sees his opening on this side or on that, as is the case with the lawyers, or he has a body of men at his back ready to support him on this side or on that, as we see with commercial men. Or perhaps he has some vague idea that aristocracy is pleasant, and he becomes a conservative. or that democracy is prospering, and he becomes a Liberal. You are a Liberal, Mr. Finn. Certainly, Duke. Why? Well, after what you have said, I will not boast of myself. Experience, however, seems to show me that Liberalism is demanded by the country. So perhaps at certain epochs, may the devil and all his works. But you will hardly say that you will carry the devil's colors because the country may like the devil. It is not sufficient, I think, to say that liberalism is demanded. You should first know what liberalism means, and then assure yourself that the thing itself is good. I dare say you have done so, but I see some who never make the inquiry. I will not claim to be better than my neighbors. I mean my real neighbors. I understand, said the Duke, laughing. You prefer some good Samaritan on the opposition benches to Sir Timothy and the Pharisees. It is hard to come wounded out of the fight, and then to see him who should be your friend not only walking by on the other side, but flinging a stone at you as he goes. But I did not mean just now to allude to the details of recent misfortunes, though there is no one to whom I could do so more openly than to you. I was trying yesterday to explain to myself why I have, all my life, sat on what is called the Liberal side of the House, to which I have belonged. Did you succeed? I began life with the misfortune of a ready-made political creed. There was a seat in the House for me when I was 21. Nobody took the trouble to ask me my opinions. It was a matter of course that I should be a Liberal. My uncle, whom nothing could ever induce to move in politics himself, took it for granted that I should run straight, as he would have said. It was a tradition of the family, and was as inseparable from it as any of the titles which he had inherited. The property might be sold or squandered, but the political creed was fixed as adamant. I don't know that I ever had a wish to rebel, but I think that I took it at first very much as a matter of course. A man seldom inquires very deeply at 21, and if he does, it is 10-1, but he comes to a wrong conclusion. But since then I have satisfied myself that chance put me into the right course. It has been, I dare say, the same with you as with me. We both went into office early, and the anxiety to do special duties well probably deterred us both from thinking much of the great question. When a man has to be on the alert to keep Ireland quiet, or to prevent peculation in the dockyards, or to raise the revenue while he lowers the taxes, he feels himself to be saved from the necessity of investigating principles. In this way, I sometimes think that ministers, or they who have been ministers, and who have to watch ministers from the opposition benches, have less opportunity of becoming real politicians than the men who sit in Parliament with empty hands and with time at their own disposal. But when a man has been placed by circumstances as I am now, he does begin to think. And yet you have not empty hands. They are not so full, perhaps, as you think. At any rate, I cannot content myself with a single branch of the public service as I used to do in old days. Do not suppose that I claim to have made any grand political invention, but I think that I have at least labeled my own thoughts. I suppose what we all desire is to improve the condition of the people by whom we are employed, and to advance our country, or at any rate to save it from retrogression. That, of course. So much is of course. I give credit to my opponents in Parliament for that desire quite as readily as I do to my colleagues, or to myself. The idea that political virtue is all on one side is both mischievous and absurd. We allow ourselves to talk in that way because indignation, scorn, and sometimes, I fear, vituperation are the fuel with which the necessary heat of debate is maintained." "There are some men who are very fond of poking the fire," said Phineas. "Well, I won't name any one at present," said the Duke, "but I have seen gentlemen of your country very handy with the pokers." Phineas laughed, knowing that he had been considered by some to have been a little violent when defending the Duke. But we put all that aside when we really think, and can give the Conservative credit for philanthropy and patriotism as readily as the Liberal. The Conservative who has had any idea of the meaning of the name which he carries, wishes, I suppose, to maintain the differences and the distances which separate the highly placed from their lower brethren. He thinks that God has divided the world as he finds it divided, and that he may best do his duty by making the inferior man happy and contented in his position, teaching him that the place which he holds is his by God's ordinance. And it is so. Hardly in the sense that I mean. But that is the great Conservative lesson. That lesson seems to me to be hardly compatible with continual improvement in the condition of the lower man. But with the Conservative, all such improvement is to be based on the idea of the maintenance of those distances. I, as a Duke, am to be kept as far apart from the man who drives my horses as was my ancestors from the man who drove his, or who rode after him to the wars. And that is to go on for ever. There is much to be said for such a scheme. Let the Lords be, all of them, men with loving hearts and clear intellect and noble instincts, and it is possible that they should use their powers so beneficently as to spread happiness over the earth. It is one of the millenniums which the mind of man can conceive, and seems to be that which the Conservative mind does conceive. But the other men who are not lords don't want that kind of happiness. If such happiness were attainable, it might be well to constrain men to accept it. But the lords of this world are fallible men, and though as units they ought to be, and perhaps are, better than those others who have fewer advantages, they are much more likely as units to go astray in opinion than the bodies of men whom they would seek to govern. We know that power does corrupt, and that we cannot trust kings to have loving hearts and clear intellects and noble instincts. Men, as they come to think about it, and to look forward, and to look back, will not believe in such a millennium as that. Do they believe in any millennium? I think they do after a fashion, and I think that I do myself. That is my idea of conservatism. The doctrine of liberalism is, of course, the reverse. The liberal, if he have any fixed idea at all, must, I think, have conceived the idea of lessening distances, of bringing the coachman and the Duke nearer together, nearer and nearer, till a millennium shall be reached by equality?" asked Phineas, eagerly interrupting the Prime Minister, and showing his dissent by the tone of his voice. "I did not use the word, which is open to many objections. In the first place, the millennium, which I have perhaps rashly named, is so distant that we need not even think of it as possible. Men's intellects are at present so various that we cannot even realize the idea of equality, and here in England we have been taught to hate the word by the evil effects of those absurd attempts which have been made elsewhere to proclaim it as a fact, accomplished by the scratch of a pen or by a chisel on a stone. We have been injured in that because a good word signifying a grand idea has been driven out of the vocabulary of good men. Equality would be a heaven if we could attain it. How can we, to whom so much has been given, dare to think otherwise? How can you look at the bowed back and bent legs and abject face of that poor ploughman, who winter and summer has to drag his rheumatic limbs to his work, while you go a-hunting, or sit in pride of place among the foremost few of your country, and say that it all is as it ought to be. You are a liberal because you know that it is not all as it ought to be, and because you would still march on to some nearer approach to equality, although the thing itself is so great, so glorious, so godlike, nay, so absolutely divine, that you have been disgusted by the very promise of it, because its perfection is unattainable. Men have asserted a mock equality till the very idea of equality stinks in men's nostrils. The Duke in his enthusiasm had thrown off his hat, and was sitting on a wooden seat which they had reached, looking up among the clouds. His left hand was clenched, and from time to time with his right he rubbed the thin hairs on his brow. He had begun in a low voice, with a somewhat slipshod enunciation of his words, but had gradually become clear, resonant, and even eloquent. Phineas knew that there were stories told of certain bursts of words which had come from him in former days in the House of Commons. These had occasionally surprised men, and induced them to declare that Planty Pall, as he was then often called, was a dark horse. But they had been few and far between, and Phineas had never heard them. Now he gazed at his companion in silence, wondering whether the speaker would go on with his speech. But the face changed on a sudden, and the Duke, with an awkward motion, snatched up his hat. "I hope you ain't cold," he said. "Not at all," said Phineas. "I came here because of that bend of the river. I am always very fond of that bend. We don't go over the river. That is Mr. Upjohn's property." "The member for the county?" "Yes, and a very good member he is too, though he doesn't support us. An old school Tory, but a great friend of my uncle, who after all had a good deal of the Tory about him. I wonder whether he is at home. I must remind the Duchess to ask him to dinner. You know him, of course." "Only just by seeing him in the house." "You'd like him very much. When in the country he always wears knee breeches and gaiters, which I think a very comfortable dress." "Troublesome, Duke, isn't it?" "I never tried it, and I shouldn't dare now. Goodness me, it's past 5 o'clock, and we've got 2 miles to get home. I haven't looked at a letter, and Warburton will think that I've thrown myself into the river because of Sir Timothy Beeswax." Then they started to go home at a fast pace. "I shan't forget, Duke," said Phineas, "your definition of Conservatives and Liberals." "I don't think I ventured on a definition, only a few loose ideas which had been troubling me lately. I say, Finn." "Your Grace?" "Don't you go and tell Ramsden and Drummond that I have been preaching equality, or we shall have a pretty mess. I don't know that it would serve me with my dear friend the Duke." "I will be discretion itself. Equality is a dream, but sometimes one likes to dream, especially as there is no danger that Matching will fly from me in a dream. I doubt whether I could bear the test that has been attempted in other countries. That poor ploughman would hardly get his share, Duke." "No, that's where it is. We can only do a little and a little to bring it nearer to us, so little that it won't touch Matching in our day. Here is her ladyship and the ponies. I don't think her ladyship would like to lose her ponies by my doctrine." The 2 wives of the 2 men were in the pony carriage, and the little Lady Glencora, the Duchess's eldest daughter, was sitting between them. "Mr. Warburton has sent 3 messengers to demand your presence," said the Duchess, "and as I live by bread, I believe that you and Mr. Finn have been amusing yourselves." "We have been talking politics," said the Duke. "Of course. What other amusement was possible? But what business have you to indulge in idle talk when Mr. Warburton wants you in the library? "There has come a box," she said, "big enough to contain the resignations of all the traitors of the party." This was strong language, and the Duke frowned. But there was no one there to hear it but Phineas Finn and his wife, and they, at least, were trustworthy. The Duke suggested that he had better get back to the house as soon as possible. There might be something to be done requiring time before dinner. Mr. Warburton might, at any rate, want to smoke a tranquil cigar after his day's work. The Duchess therefore left the carriage, as did Mrs. Finn, and the Duke undertook to drive the little girl back to the house. "He'll surely go against a tree," said the Duchess. But, as a fact, the Duke did take himself and the child home in safety. "And what do you think about it, Mr. Finn?" said her Grace. "I suppose you and the Duke have been settling what is to be done." "We have certainly settled nothing." "Then you must have disagreed." "That we as certainly have not done. We have in truth not once been out of Cloudland." "Ah, then there is no hope. When once grown-up politicians get into Cloudland, it is because the realities of the world have no longer any charm for them." The box did not contain the resignations of any of the objectionable members of the coalition. Members do not often resign in September, nor would it be expedient that they should do so. Lord Drummond and Sir Timothy were safe, at any rate, till next February, and might live without any show either of obedience or mutiny. The Duke remained in comparative quiet at Matching. There was not very much to do, except to prepare the work for the next session. The great work of the coming year was to be the assimilation, or something very near to the assimilation, of the county suffrages with those of the boroughs. The measure was one which had now been promised by statesmen for the last 2 years, promised at first with that half-promise which would mean nothing, were it not that such promises always lead to more defined assurances. The Duke of St. Bungay, Lord Drummond, and other ministers had wished to stave it off. Mr. Monk was eager for its adoption, and was of course supported by Phineas Finn. The Prime Minister had at first been inclined to be led by the old Duke. There was no doubt to him but that the measure was desirable and would come, but there might well be a question as to the time at which it should be made to come. The old Duke knew that the measure would come, but believing it to be wholly undesirable, thought that he was doing good work in postponing it from year to year. But Mr. Monk had become urgent, and the old Duke had admitted the necessity. There must surely have been a shade of melancholy on that old man's mind as, year after year, he assisted in pulling down institutions which he in truth regarded as the safeguards of the nation, but which he knew that, as a Liberal, he was bound to assist in destroying. It must have occurred to him, from time to time, that it would be well for him to depart, and be at peace before everything was gone. When he went from Matching, Mr. Monk took his place, and Phineas Finn, who had gone up to London for a while, returned, and then the three between them, with assistance from Mr. Warburton and others, worked out the proposed scheme of the new county franchise, with the new divisions and the new constituencies. But it could hardly have been hardy work, as they all of them felt that whatever might be their first proposition, they would be beat upon it in a House of Commons which thought that this Aristides had been long enough at the Treasury. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mrs. Parker's Fate. Lopez had now been dead more than 5 months, and not a word had been heard by his widow of Mrs. Parker and her children. Her own sorrows had been so great that she had hardly thought of those of the poor woman who had come to her but a few days before her husband's death, telling her of ruin caused by her husband's treachery. But late on the evening before her departure for Herefordshire, very shortly after Everett had left the house, there was a ring at the door, and a poorly clad female asked to see Mrs. Lopez. The poorly clad female was Sexty Parker's wife. The servant, who did not remember her, would not leave her alone in the hall, having an eye to the coats and umbrellas, but called up one of the maids to carry the message. The poor woman understood the insult, and resented it in her heart. But Mrs. Lopez recognized the name in a moment, and went down to her in the parlor, leaving Mr. Wharton upstairs. Mrs. Parker, smarting from her present grievance, had bent her mind on complaining at once of the treatment she had received from the servant. But the sight of the widow's weeds quelled her. Emily had never been much given to fine clothes, either as a girl or as a married woman, but it had always been her husband's pleasure that she should be well dressed, though he had never carried his trouble so far as to pay the bills. And Mrs. Parker's remembrance of her friend at Dovercourt had been that of a fine lady in bright apparel. Now a black shade, something almost like a dark ghost, glided into the room, and Mrs. Parker forgot her recent injury. Emily came forward and offered her hand, and was the first to speak. "I have had a great sorrow since we met," she said. "Yes, indeed, Mrs. Lopez. I don't think there is anything left in the world now except sorrow. I hope Mr. Parker is well. Will you not sit down, Mrs. Parker?" "Thank you, ma'am. Indeed, then, he is not well at all. How should he be well? Everything has been taken away from him." Poor Emily groaned as she heard this. "I wouldn't say a word against them as is gone, Mrs. Lopez, if I could help it. I know it is bad to bear when him who once loved you isn't no more, and perhaps it is all the worse when things didn't go well with him, and it was, maybe, his own fault. I wouldn't do it, Mrs. Lopez, if I could help it." "Let me hear what you have to say," said Emily, determined to suffer everything patiently. "Well, it is just this. He has left us that bare that there is nothing left, and that they say isn't the worst of all, though what can be worse than doing that, how is a woman to think? Parker was that soft, and he had that way with him of talking, that he has talked me and mine out of the very linen on our backs." "What do you mean by saying that that is not the worst?" "They've come upon Sexty for a bill for 450, something to do with that stuff they call bios, and Sexty says it isn't his name at all, but he's been in that state he don't hardly know how to swear to anything. But he's sure he didn't sign it. The bill was brought to him by Lopez, and there was words between them, and he wouldn't have nothing to do with it. How is he to go to law? And it don't make much difference neither, for they can't take much more from him than they have taken." Emily, as she heard all this, sat shivering, trying to repress her groans. "Only," continued Mrs. Parker, "they hadn't sold the furniture, and I was thinking they might let me stay in the house and try to do with letting lodgings, and now they're seizing everything along of this bill. Sexty is like a madman, swearing this and swearing that, but what can he do, Mrs. Lopez? It's as like his hand as two peas, but he was clever at everything, was, you know who I mean, ma'am." Then Emily covered her face with her hands and burst into violent tears. She had not determined whether she did or did not believe this last accusation made against her husband. She had had hardly time to realize the criminality of the offence imputed, but she did believe that the woman before her had been ruined by her husband's speculations. "It's very bad, ma'am, isn't it?" said Mrs. Parker, crying for company. "It's bad all round. If you had 5 children as hadn't bread, you'd know how it is that I feel. I've got to go back by the 10:15 to-night, and when I've paid for a 3rd-class ticket, I shan't have but 2 pence left in the world." This utter depth of immediate poverty, this want of bread for the morrow and the next day, Emily could relieve out of her own pocket; and thinking of this, and remembering that her purse was not with her at the moment, she started up with the idea of getting it. But it occurred to her that that would not suffice, that her duty required more of her than that, and yet by her own power she could do no more. From month to month, almost from week to week, since her husband's death, her father had been called upon to satisfy claims for money which he could not resist, lest by doing so he should add to her misery. She had felt that she ought to bind herself to the strictest personal economy because of the miserable losses to which she had subjected him by her ill-starred marriage. "What would you wish me to do?" she said, resuming her seat. "You are rich," said Mrs. Parker. Emily shook her head. "They say your papa is rich. I thought you would not like to see me in want like this. Indeed, it makes me very unhappy." "Wouldn't your papa do something? It wasn't Sexty's fault nigh so much as it was his. I wouldn't say it to you if it wasn't for starving. I wouldn't say it to you if it wasn't for the children. I'd lie in the ditch and die if it was only myself, because I know what your feelings is. But what wouldn't you do, and what wouldn't you say, if you had 5 children at home as hadn't a loaf of bread among 'em?" Hereupon Emily got up and left the room, bidding her visitor wait for a few minutes. Presently the offensive butler came in, who had wronged Mrs. Parker by watching his master's coats, and brought a tray of meat and wine. Mr. Wharton, said the altered man, hoped that Mrs. Parker would take a little refreshment, and he would be down himself very soon. Mrs. Parker, knowing that strength for her journey home would be necessary to her, remembering that she would have to walk all through the city to the Bishopsgate Street station, did take some refreshment, and permitted herself to drink the glass of sherry that her late enemy had benignantly poured out for her. Emily had been nearly half an hour with her father before Mr. Wharton's heavy step was heard upon the stairs, and when he reached the dining-room door he paused a moment before he ventured to turn the lock. He had not told Emily what he would do, and had hardly as yet made up his own mind. As every fresh call was made upon him, his hatred for the memory of the man who had stepped in and disturbed his whole life, and turned all the mellow satisfaction of his evening into storm and gloom, was of course increased. The scoundrel's name was so odious to him that he could hardly keep himself from shuddering visibly before his daughter, even when the servants called her by it. But yet he had determined that he would devote himself to save her from further suffering. It had been her fault, no doubt, but she was expiating it in very sackcloth and ashes, and he would add nothing to the burden on her back. He would pay and pay and pay, merely remembering that what he paid must be deducted from her share of his property. He had never intended to make what is called an elder son of Everett, and now there was less necessity than ever that he should do so, as Everett had become an elder son in another direction. He would satisfy almost any demand that might be made without material injury to himself, but these demands one after another, scalded him by their frequency, and by the baseness of the man who had occasioned them. His daughter had now repeated to him with sobbings and wailings the whole story as it had been told to her by the woman downstairs. "Papa," she had said, "I don't know how to tell you, or how not." Then he had encouraged her, and had listened without saying a word. He had endeavored not even to shrink as the charge of forgery was repeated to him by his own child, the widow of the guilty man. He endeavored not to remember at the moment that she had claimed this wretch as the chosen one of her maiden heart, in opposition to all his wishes. It hardly occurred to him to disbelieve the accusation, it was so probable. What was there to hinder the man from forgery, if he could only make it believed that his victim had signed the bill when intoxicated? He heard it all, kissed his daughter, and then went down to the dining-room. Mrs. Parker, when she saw him, got up and curtsied low, and then sat down again. Old Wharton looked at her from under his bushy eyebrows before he spoke, and then sat opposite to her. "Madam," he said, "this is a very sad story that I have heard." Mrs. Parker again rose, again curtsied, and put her handkerchief to her face. "It is of no use talking any more about it here." "No, sir," said Mrs. Parker. "I and my daughter leave town early tomorrow morning." "Indeed, sir, Mrs. Lopez didn't tell me." "My clerk will be in London at number 12 Stone Buildings, Lincoln's Inn, till I come back. Do you think you can find the place? I have written it there." "Yes, sir, I can find it," said Mrs. Parker, just raising herself from her chair at every word she spoke. "I have written his name, you see, Mr. Crumpy." "Yes, sir." "If you will permit me, I will give you 2 sovereigns now." "Thank you, sir." "And if you can make it convenient to call on Mr. Crumpy every Thursday morning about 12, he will pay you 2 sovereigns a week till I come back to town. Then I will see about it." "God Almighty bless you, sir." "And as to the furniture, I will write to my attorney, Mr. Walker. You need not trouble yourself by going to him." "No, sir." "If necessary, he will send to you, and he will see what can be done. Good night, Mrs. Parker." Then he walked across the room with 2 sovereigns, which he dropped in her hand. Mrs. Parker, with many sobs, bade him farewell, and Mr. Wharton stood in the hall immovable till the front door had been closed behind her. "I have settled it," he said to Emily. "I'll tell you to-morrow, or some day. Don't worry yourself now, but go to bed." She looked wistfully, so sadly, up into his face, and then did as he bade her. But Mr. Wharton could not go to bed without further trouble. It was incumbent on him to write full particulars that very night, both to Mr. Walker and to Mr. Crumpy, and the odious letters in the writing became very long. Odious because he had to confess in them over and over again that his daughter, the very apple of his eye, had been the wife of a scoundrel. To Mr. Walker he had to tell the whole story of the alleged forgery, and in doing so could not abstain from the use of hard words. "I don't suppose that it can be proved, but there is every reason to believe that it's true." And again, "I believe the man to have been as vile a scoundrel as ever was made by the love of money." Even to Mr. Crumpy he could not be reticent. "She is an object of pity," he said. "Her husband was ruined by the infamous speculations of Mr. Lopez." Then he betook himself to bed. Oh, how happy would he be to pay the £2 weekly, even to add to that the amount of the forged bill, if by doing so he might be saved from ever again hearing the name of Lopez. The amount of the bill was ultimately lost by the bankers who had advanced money on it. As for Mrs. Sexty Parker, from week to week, and from month to month, and at last from year to year she and her children, and probably her husband also, were supported by the weekly pension of 2 sovereigns, which she always received on Thursday morning from the hands of Mr. Crumpy himself. In a little time the one excitement of her life was the weekly journey to Mr. Crumpy, whom she came to regard as a man appointed by Providence to supply her with 40 shillings on Thursday morning. As to poor Sexty Parker, it is to be feared that he never again became a prosperous man. "You will tell me what you did for that poor woman, papa," said Emily, leaning over her father in the train. "I have settled it, my dear." "You said you'd tell me." "Crumpy will pay her £2 a week till we know more about it." Emily pressed her father's hand, and that was an end. No one ever did know any more about it, and Crumpy continued to pay the money. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. At Wharton. When Mr. Wharton and his daughter reached Wharton Hall, there were at any rate no Fletchers there as yet. Emily, as she was driven from the station to the house, had not dared to ask a question, or even to prompt her father to do so. He would probably have told her that on such an occasion there was but little chance that she would find any visitors, and none at all that she would find Arthur Fletcher. But she was too confused and too ill at ease to think of probabilities, and to the last was in trepidation, especially lest she should meet her lover. She found, however, at Wharton Hall none but Whartons, and she found also, to her great relief, that this change in the air relieved her of much of the attention which must otherwise have added to her troubles. At the first glance her dress and demeanour struck them so forcibly that they could not avoid showing their feeling. Of course they had expected to see her in black, had expected to see her in widow's weeds, but with her very face and limbs had so adapted themselves to her crape that she looked like a monument of bereaved woe. Lady Wharton took the mourner up into her own room, and there made her a little speech. "We have all wept for you," she said, "and grieve for you still. But excessive grief is wicked, especially in the young. We will do our best to make you happy, and hope we shall succeed. All this about dear Everett ought to be a comfort to you." Emily promised that she would do her best, not, however, taking much immediate comfort from the prospects of dear Everett. Lady Wharton certainly had never in her life spoken of dear Everett while the wicked cousin was alive. Then Mary Wharton also made her little speech. "Dear Emily, I will do all that I can. Pray try to believe in me." But Everett was so much the hero of the hour that there was not much room for general attention to any one else. There was very much room for triumph in regard to Everett. It had already been ascertained that the Wharton who was now dead had had a child, but that child was a daughter. Oh, what salvation or destruction there may be to an English gentleman in the sex of an infant! This poor baby was now little better than a beggar brat, unless the relatives, who were utterly disregardful of its fate, should choose, in their charity, to make some small allowance for its maintenance. Had it by chance been a boy, Everett Wharton would have been nobody, and the child, rescued from the iniquities of his parents, would have been nursed in the best bedroom of Wharton Hall, and cherished with the warmest kisses, and would have been the centre of all the hopes of all the Whartons. But the Wharton lawyer, by use of reckless telegrams, had certified himself that the infant was a girl, and Everett was the hero of the day. He found himself to be possessed of 1,000 graces, even in his father's eyesight. It seemed to be taken as a mark of his special good fortune that he had not clung to any business. To have been a banker immersed in the making of money, or even a lawyer attached to his circuit and his court, would have lessened his fitness, or at any rate his readiness, for the duties which he would have to perform. He would never be a very rich man, but he would have a command of ready money, and of course he would go into Parliament. In his new position as, not quite head of his family, but head expectant, it seemed to him to be his duty to lecture his sister. It might be well that someone should lecture her with more severity than her father used. Undoubtedly she was succumbing to the wretchedness of her position in a manner that was repugnant to humanity generally. There is no power so useful to man as that capacity of recovering himself after a fall, which belongs especially to those who possess a healthy mind in a healthy body. It is not rare to see one, generally a woman, whom a sorrow gradually kills, and there are those among us who hardly perhaps envy, but certainly admire, a spirit so delicate as to be snuffed out by a woe. But it is the weakness of the heart rather than the strength of the feeling which has in such cases most often produced the destruction. Some endurance of fibre has been wanting, which power of endurance is a noble attribute. Everett Wharton saw something of this, and being now the heir apparent of the family, took his sister to task. "Emily," he said, "you make us all unhappy when we look at you." "Do I?" she said. "I am sorry for that. But why should you look at me?" "Because you are one of us. Of course we cannot shake you off. We would not if we could. We have all been very unhappy because of what has happened. But don't you think you ought to make some sacrifice to us, to our father, I mean, and to Sir Alured and Lady Wharton? When you go on weeping, other people have to weep too. I have an idea that people ought to be happy, if it be only for the sake of their neighbors. What am I to do, Everett? Talk to people a little, and smile sometimes. Move about quicker. Don't look, when you come into a room, as if you were consecrating it to tears. And if I may venture to say so, drop something of the heaviness of your mourning." "Do you mean that I am a hypocrite?" "No, I mean nothing of the kind. You know I don't. But you may exert yourself for the benefit of others without being untrue to your own memories. I am sure you know what I mean. Make a struggle, and see if you cannot do something." She did make a struggle, and she did do something. No one, not well versed in the mysteries of feminine dress, could say very accurately what it was that she had done, but every one felt that something of the weight was reduced. At first, as her brother's words came upon her ear, and as she felt the blows which they inflicted on her, she accused him in her heart of cruelty. They were very hard to bear. There was a moment in which she was almost tempted to turn upon him and tell him that he knew nothing of her sorrows. But she restrained herself, and when she was alone she acknowledged to herself that he had spoken the truth. No one has a right to go about the world as a newbie, damping all joys with selfless tears. What did she not owe to her father, who had warned her so often against the evil she had contemplated, and had then, from the first moment after the fault was done, forgiven her the doing of it? She had at any rate learned from her misfortunes the infinite tenderness of his heart, which in the days of their unalloyed prosperity he had never felt the necessity of exposing to her. So she struggled, and did do something. She pressed Lady Wharton's hand, and kissed her cousin Mary, and throwing herself into her father's arms when they were alone, whispered to him that she would try. "What you told me, Everett, was quite right," she said afterwards to her brother. "I didn't mean to be savage," he answered with a smile. "It was quite right, and I have thought of it, and I will do my best. I will keep it to myself if I can. It is not quite, perhaps, what you think it is, but I will keep it to myself." She fancied that they did not understand her, and perhaps she was right. It was not only that he had died and left her a young widow, nor even that his end had been so harsh a tragedy and so foul a disgrace. It was not only that her love had been misbestowed, not only that she had made so grievous an error in the one great act of her life which she had chosen to perform on her own judgment. Perhaps the most crushing memory of all was that which told her that she, who had through all her youth been regarded as a bright star in the family, had been the one person to bring a reproach upon the name of all these people who were so good to her. How shall a person conscious of disgrace, with a mind capable of feeling the crushing weight of personal disgrace, move and look and speak as though that disgrace had been washed away? But she made the struggle, and did not altogether fail. As regarded Sir Alured, in spite of this poor widow's crape, he was very happy at this time, and his joy did in some degree communicate itself to the old barrister. Everett was taken round to every tenant, and introduced as the heir. Mr. Wharton had already declared his purpose of abdicating any possible possession of the property. Should he outlive Sir Alured, he must be the baronet. But when that sad event should take place, whether Mr. Wharton should then be alive or no, Everett should at once be the possessor of Wharton Hall. Sir Alured, under these circumstances, discussed his own death with extreme satisfaction, and insisted on having it discussed by the others. That he should have gone and left everything at the mercy of the spendthrift had been terrible to his old heart. But now the man coming to the property would have £60,000 with which to support and foster Wharton, with which to mend, as it were, the crevices, and stop up the holes of the estate. He seemed to be almost impatient for Everett's ownership, giving many hints as to what should be done when he himself was gone. He must surely have thought that he would return to Wharton as a spirit, and take a ghostly share in the prosperity of the farms. "You will find John Griffith a very good man," said the baronet. John Griffith had been a tenant on the estate for the last half-century, and was an older man than his landlord. But the baronet spoke of all this as though he himself were about to leave Wharton for ever in the course of the next week. "John Griffith has been a good man, and if not always quite ready with his rent, has never been much behind. You won't be hard on John Griffith." "I hope I mayn't have the opportunity, sir." Well, that's as may be, but I don't quite know what to say about young John. The farm has gone from father to son, and there's never been a word of a lease." "Is there anything wrong about the young man?" "He's a little given to poaching." "Oh dear!" "I've always got him off for his father's sake. They say he's going to marry Sally Jones. That may take it out of him. I do like the farms to go from father to son, Everett. It's the way that everything should go. Of course there's no right." "Nothing of that kind, I suppose," said Everett, who was in his way a reformer, and had radical notions with which he would not for worlds have disturbed the baronet at present. "No, nothing of that kind. God in his mercy forbid that a landlord in England should ever be robbed after that fashion." Sir Alured, when he was uttering this prayer, was thinking of what he had heard of an Irish land bill, the details of which, however, had been altogether incomprehensible to him. "But I have a feeling about it, Everett, and I hope you will share it. It is good that things should go from father to son. I never make a promise, but the tenants know what I think about it, and then the father works for the son. Why should he work for a stranger? Sally Jones is a very good young woman, and perhaps young John will do better." There was not a field or a fence that he did not show to his heir, hardly a tree which he left without a word. That bit of woodland coming in there, they call it Barton Spinnies, doesn't belong to the estate at all. This he said in a melancholy tone. "Doesn't it really? And it comes right in between Lane's farm and Puttock's. They always let me have the shooting as a compliment. Not that there's ever anything in it. It's only 7 acres, but I like the civility." "Who does it belong to?" "It belongs to Benet." "What, Corpus Christi?" Yes, they've changed the name. It used to be Benet in my days. Walker says the college would certainly sell, but you'd have to pay for the land and the wood separately. I don't know that you'd get much out of it, but it's very unsightly, on the survey map, I mean." "We'll buy it by all means," said Everett, who was already jingling his £60,000 in his pocket. "I never had the money, but I think it should be bought." And Sir Alured rejoiced in the idea that when his ghost should look at the survey map, that hiatus of Barton Spinnies would not trouble his spectral eyes. In this way months ran on at Wharton. Our Whartons had come down in the latter half of August, and the beginning of September Mr. Wharton returned to London. Everett, of course, remained, as he was still learning the lesson, of which he was in truth becoming a little weary, and at last Emily had also been persuaded to stay in Herefordshire. Her father promised to return, not mentioning any precise time, but giving her to understand that he would come before the winter. He went, and probably found that his taste for the Eldon and for whist had returned to him. In the middle of November old Mrs. Fletcher arrived. Emily was not aware of what was being done, but in truth the Fletchers and Whartons combined were conspiring with the view of bringing her back to her former self. Mrs. Fletcher had not yielded without some difficulty, for it was a part of this conspiracy that Arthur was to be allowed to marry the widow. But John had prevailed. "He'll do it anyway, mother," he had said, "whether you or I like it or not. And why on earth shouldn't he do as he pleases?" "Think what the man was, John." "It's more to the purpose to think what the woman is. Arthur has made up his mind, and if I know him, he's not the man to be talked out of it." And so the old woman had given in, and had at last consented to go forward as the advanced guard of the Fletchers, and lay siege to the affections of the woman whom she once so thoroughly discarded from her heart. "My dear," she said, when they first met, "if there has been anything wrong between you and me, let it be among the things that are past. You always used to kiss me. Give me a kiss now." Of course Emily kissed her, and after that Mrs. Fletcher patted her and petted her, and gave her lozenges, which she declared in private to be the sovereignest thing on earth for debilitated nerves. And then it came out by degrees that John Fletcher and his wife and all the little Fletchers were coming to Wharton for the Christmas weeks. Everett had gone, but was also to be back for Christmas, and Mr. Wharton's visit was also postponed. It was absolutely necessary that Everett should be at Wharton for the Christmas festivities, and expedient that Everett's father should be there to see them. In this way Emily had no means of escape. Her father wrote telling her of his plans, saying that he would bring her back after Christmas. Everett's heirship had made these Christmas festivities, which were, however, to be confined to the two families, quite a necessity. In all this Not a word was said about Arthur, nor did she dare to ask whether he was expected. The younger Mrs. Fletcher, John's wife, opened her arms to the widow in a manner that almost plainly said that she regarded Emily as her future sister-in-law. John Fletcher talked to her about Longbarns and the children, complete Fletcher talk, as though she were already one of them, never, however, mentioning Arthur's name. The old lady got down a fresh supply of the lozenges from London, because those she had by her might perhaps be a little stale. And then there was another sign which after a while became plain to Emily. No one in either family never mentioned her name. It was not singular that none of them should call her Mrs. Lopez, as she was Emily to all of them, but they never so described her even in speaking to the servants, and the servants themselves, as far as was possible, avoided the odious word. The thing was to be buried, if not in oblivion, yet in some speechless grave, and it seemed that her father was joined in this attempt. When writing to her, he usually made some excuse for writing also to Everett, or in Everett's absence to the baronet, so that the letter for his daughter might be enclosed and addressed simply to Emily. She understood it all, and though she was moved to continual solitary tears by this ineffable tenderness, yet she rebelled against them. They would never cheat her back into happiness by such wiles as that. It was not fit that she should yield to them. As a woman utterly disgraced, it could not become her to laugh and be joyful, to give and take loving embraces, to sit and smile, perhaps a happy mother at another man's hearth. For their love she was grateful. For his love she was more than grateful. How constant must be his heart, how grand his nature, how more than manly his strength of character, when he was thus true to her through all the evil she had done. Love him, yes, she would pray for him, worship him, fill the remainder of her days with thinking of him, hoping for him, and making his interests her own. Should he ever be married, and she would pray that he might, his wife, if possible, should be her friend, his children should be her darlings, and he should always be her hero. But they should not, with all their schemes, cheat her into disgracing him by marrying him. At last her father came, and it was he who told her that Arthur was expected on the day before Christmas. "Why did you not tell me before, papa, so that I might have asked you to take me away?" "Because I thought, my dear, that it was better that you should be constrained to meet him. You would not wish to live all your life in terror of seeing Arthur Fletcher." "Not all my life. Take the plunge, and it will be over. They have all been very good to you." "Too good, papa. I didn't want it." "They are our oldest friends. There isn't a young man in England I think so highly of as John Fletcher. When I am gone, where are you to look for friends?" "I am not ungrateful, papa." "You can't know them all, and yet keep yourself altogether separated from Arthur. Think what it would be to me never to be able to ask him to the house. He is the only one of the family that lives in London, and now it seems that Everett will spend most of his time down here. Of course it is better that you should meet him and have done with it." There was no answer to be made to this, but still she was fixed in her resolution that she would never meet him as her lover. Then came the morning of the day on which he was to arrive, and his coming was for the first time spoken openly of at breakfast. "How is Arthur to be brought from the station?" asked old Mrs. Fletcher. "I'm going to take the dog-cart," said Everett. "Giles will go for the luggage with the pony. He is bringing down a lot of things, a new saddle, and a gun for me." It had all been arranged for her, this question and answer, and Emily blushed as she felt that it was so. we shall be glad to see Arthur," said young Mrs. Fletcher to her. "Of course you will. He has not been down since the session was over, and he has got to be quite a speaking man now. I do hope he'll become something some day." "I'm sure he will," said Emily. "Not a judge, however. I hate wigs. Perhaps he might be Lord Chancellor in time." Mrs. Fletcher was not more ignorant than some other ladies in being unaware of the Lord Chancellor's wig and exact position. At last he came. The 10 a.m. express for Hereford, express at least for the first 2 or 3 hours out of London, brought passengers for Wharton to the nearest station at 3 p.m., and the distance was not above 5 miles. Before 4 o'clock, Arthur was standing before the drawing-room fire with a cup of tea in his hand, surrounded by Fletchers and Whartons, and being made much of as the young family member of Parliament. But Emily was not in the room. She had studied her Bradshaw and learned the hours of the trains, and was now in her bedroom. He had looked around the moment he entered the room, but had not dared to ask for her suddenly. He had said one word about her to Everett in the cart, and that had been all. She was in the house, and he must, at any rate, see her before dinner. Emily, in order that she might not seem to escape abruptly, had retired early to her solitude. But she, too, knew that the meeting could not be long postponed. She sat thinking of it all, and at last heard the wheels of the vehicle before the door. She paused, listening with all her ears, that she might recognize his voice, or possibly his footstep. She stood near the window, behind the curtain, with her hand pressed to her heart. She heard Everett's voice plainly as he gave some directions to the groom, but from Arthur she heard nothing. Yet she was sure that he was come. The very manner of the approach and her brother's word made her certain that there had been no disappointment. She stood thinking for a quarter of an hour, making up her mind how best they might meet. Then suddenly, with slow but certain step, she walked down into the drawing-room. No one expected her then, or something perhaps might have been done to encourage her coming. It had been thought that she must meet him before dinner, and her absence till then was to be excused. But now she opened the door, and with much dignity of mien walked into the middle of the room. Arthur at that moment was discussing the Duke's chance for the next session, and Sir Alured was asking with rapture whether the old Conservative party would not come in. Arthur Fletcher heard the step, turned round, and saw the woman he loved. He went at once to meet her very quickly, and put out both his hands. She gave him hers, of course. There was no excuse for her refusal. He stood for an instant pressing them, looking eagerly into her sad face, and then he spoke. "God bless you, Emily," he said. "God bless you." He had thought of no words, and at the moment nothing else occurred to him to be said. The color had covered all his face, and his heart beat so strongly that he was hardly his own master. She let him hold her 2 hands, perhaps for a minute, and then, bursting into tears, tore herself from him, and hurrying out of the room, made her way again into her own chamber. "It will be better so," said old Mrs. Fletcher. "It will be better so. Do not let any one follow her." On that day John Fletcher took her out to dinner, and Arthur did not sit near her. In the evening he came to her as she was working close to his mother, and seated himself on a low chair close to her knees. "We are all so glad to see you, are we not, mother?" "Yes, indeed," said Mrs. Fletcher. Then after a while the old woman got up to make a rubber at whist with the 2 old men and her eldest son, leaving Arthur sitting at the widow's knee. She would willingly have escaped, but it was impossible that she should move. "You need not be afraid of me," he said, not whispering, but in a voice which no one else could hear. Do not seem to avoid me, and I will say nothing to trouble you. I think that you must wish that we should be friends. Oh, yes. Come out then tomorrow when we are walking. In that way we shall get used to each other. You are troubled now, and I will go." Then he left her, and she felt herself to be bound to him by infinite gratitude. A week went on, and she had become used to his company. A week passed, and he had spoken no word to her that a brother might not have spoken. They walked together when no one else had been within hearing, and yet he had spared her. She had begun to think that he would spare her altogether, and she was certainly grateful. Might it not be that she had misunderstood him, and had misunderstood the meaning of them all? Might it not be that she had troubled herself with false anticipations? Surely it was so, for how could it be that such a man should wish to make such a woman his wife? "Well, Arthur," said his brother to him one day. "I have nothing to say about it," said Arthur. "You haven't changed your mind?" "Never! Upon my word, to me, in that dress, she is more beautiful than ever." "I wish you would make her take it off." "I dare not ask her yet." "You know what they say about widows generally, my boy." "That is all very well when one talks about widows in general. It is easy to chaff about women when one hasn't got any woman in one's mind. But as it is now, having her here, loving her as I do, by heaven I cannot hurry her. I don't dare to speak to her after that fashion. I shall do it in time, I suppose, but I must wait till the time comes." End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of The Prime Minister by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The ladies at Longbarns doubt. It came at last to be decided among them that when old Mr. Wharton returned to town, and he had now been at Wharton longer than he had ever been known to remain there before, Emily should still remain in Herefordshire, and that at some period not then fixed she should go for a month to Longbarns. There were various reasons which induced her to consent to this change of plans. In the first place, she found herself to be infinitely more comfortable in the country than in town. She could go out and move about and bestir herself, whereas in Manchester Square she could only sit and mope at home. Her father had assured her that he thought that it would be better that she should be away from the reminiscences of the house in town. And then, when the first week of February was past, Arthur would be up in town, and she would be far away from him at Longbarns, whereas in London she would be close within his reach. Many little schemes were laid and struggles made, both by herself and the others, before at last their plans were settled. Mr. Wharton was to return to London in the middle of January. It was quite impossible that he could remain longer away either from Stone Buildings or from the Eldon. And then at the same time, or a day or two following, Mrs. Fletcher was to go back to Longbarns. John Fletcher and his wife and children were already gone, and Arthur also had been at Longbarns. The two brothers and Everett had been backwards and forwards. Emily was anxious to remain at Wharton, at any rate till Parliament should have met, so that she might not be at home with Arthur in his own house. But matters would not arrange themselves exactly as she wished. It was at last settled that she should go to Longbarns with Mary Wharton, under the charge of John Fletcher, in the first week in February. As arrangements were already in progress for the purchase of Barnton Spinnies, Sir Alured could not possibly leave his own house. Not to have walked through the wood on the first day that it became a part of the Wharton property would to him have been treason to the estate. His experience ought to have told him that there was no chance of a lawyer and a college dealing together with such rapidity. But in the present state of things he could not bear to absent himself. Orders had already been given for the cutting down of certain trees, which could not have been touched had the reprobate lived, and it was indispensable that if a tree fell at Wharton he should see the fall. It thus came to pass that there was a week during which Emily would be forced to live under the roof of the Fletchers together with Arthur Fletcher. The week came, and she was absolutely received by Arthur at the door of Longbarns. She had not been at the house since it had first been intimated to the Fletchers that she was disposed to receive with favour the addresses of Ferdinand Lopez. As she remembered this, it seemed to her to be an age ago since that man had induced her to believe that of all men she had ever met he was the nearest to a hero. She never spoke of him now, but of course her thoughts of him were never ending, as also of herself, in that she had allowed herself to be so deceived. She would recall to her mind with bitter inward sobbings all those lessons of iniquity which he had striven to teach her, and which had first opened her eyes to his true character. How sedulously he had endeavoured to persuade her that it was her duty to rob her father on his behalf. How continually he had endeavoured to make her think that appearance in the world was everything, and that, being in truth poor adventurers, it behooved them to cheat the world into thinking them rich and respectable. Every hint that had been so given had been a wound to her, and those wounds were all now remembered. Though since his death she had never allowed a word to be spoken in her presence against him, she could not but hate his memory. How glorious was that other man in her eyes, as he stood there at the door welcoming her to Longbarns, fair-haired, open-eyed, with bronzed brow and cheek, and surely the honestest face that a loving woman ever loved to gaze on. During the various lessons she had learned in her married life, she had become gradually, but surely, aware that the face of that other man had been dishonest. She had learned the false meaning of every glance of his eyes, the subtlety of his mouth, the counterfeit manoeuvres of his body, the deceit even of his dress. He had been all a lie from head to foot, and he had thrown her love aside as useless, when she also would not be a liar. And here was this man, spotless in her estimation, compounded of all good qualities, which she could now see and take at their proper value. She hated herself for the simplicity with which she had been cheated by soft words and a false demeanour into so great a sacrifice. Life at Longbarns was very quiet during the days which she passed there before he left them. She was frequently alone with him, but he, if he still loved her, did not speak of his love. He explained it all one day to his mother. "If it is to be," said the old lady, "I don't see the use of more delay. Of course the marriage ought not to be till March 12 months. But if it is understood that it is to be, she might alter her dress by degrees, and alter her manner of living. Those things should always be done by degrees. I think it had better be settled, Arthur, if it is to be settled." "I am afraid, mother." "Dear me, I didn't think you were the man ever to be afraid of a woman. What can she say to you?" "Refuse me." "Then you'd better know it at once, but I don't think she'll be fool enough for that." "Perhaps you hardly understand her, mother." Mrs. Fletcher shook her head with a look of considerable annoyance. "Perhaps not, but to tell the truth, I don't like young women whom I can't understand. Young women shouldn't be mysterious. I like people of whom I can give a pretty good guess what they'll do. I'm sure I never could have guessed that she would have married that man. If you love me, mother, do not let that be mentioned between us again. When I said that you did not understand her, I did not mean that she was mysterious. I think that before he died, and since his death, she learned what sort that man was. I will not say that she hates his memory, but she hates herself for what she has done." "So she ought," said Mrs. Fletcher. "She has not yet brought herself to think that her life should be anything but one long period of mourning, not for him, but for her own mistake. You may be quite sure that I am in earnest. It is not because I doubt of myself that I put it off, but I fear that if once she asserts to me her resolution to remain as she is, she will feel herself bound to keep her word. I suppose she is very much the same as other women, after all, my dear," said Mrs. Fletcher, who was almost jealous of the peculiar superiority of sentiment which her son seemed to attribute to this woman. "Circumstances, mother, make people different," he replied. "So you are going without having anything fixed," his elder brother said to him the day before he started. "Yes, old fellow, it seems to be rather slack, doesn't it?" "I dare say you know best what you're about, but if you have your mind set on it, you may take your oath on that. Then I don't see why one word shouldn't put it all right. There never is any place so good for that kind of thing as a country house. I don't think that with her it will make much difference where the house is, or what the circumstances. She knows what you mean as well as I do." "I dare say she does, John. She must have a very bad idea of me if she doesn't. But she may know what I mean and not mean the same thing herself." "How are you to know if you don't ask her?" "You may be sure that I shall ask her as soon as I can hope that my doing so may give her more pleasure than pain. Remember, I have had all this out with her father. I have determined that I will wait till 12 months have passed since that wretched man perished." On that afternoon before dinner he was alone with her in the library some minutes before they went up to dress for dinner. "I shall hardly see you to-morrow," he said, "as I must leave this at 8:30. I breakfast at 8. I don't suppose any one will be down except my mother. I am generally as early as that. I will come down and see you start. I am so glad you have been here, Emily." "So am I. Everybody has been so good to me. It has been like old days almost. It will never be quite like old days again, I think, but I have been very glad to be here, and at Wharton. I sometimes almost wish that I were never going back to London again, only for papa. I like London myself. Yes, of course you like London. You have everything in life before you. You have things to do, and much to hope for. It is all beginning for you, Arthur. I am 5 years older than you are. What does that matter? It seems to me that age does not go by years. It is long since I have felt myself to be an old woman. But you are quite young. Everybody is proud of you, and you ought to be happy." "I don't know," said he. "It is hard to say what makes a person happy." He almost made up his mind to speak to her then, but he had made up his mind before to put it off still for a little time, and he would not allow himself to be changed on the spur of the moment. He had thought of it much, and he had almost taught himself to think that it would be better for herself that she should not accept another man's love so soon. "I shall come and see you in town," he said. "You must come and see papa. It seems that Everett is to be a great deal at Wharton. I had better go up to dress now, or I shall be keeping them waiting." He put out his hand to her and wished her good-bye, excusing himself by saying that they should not be alone together again before he started. She saw him go on the next morning, and then she almost felt herself to be abandoned, almost deserted. It was a fine, crisp winter day, dry and fresh and clear, but with the frost still on the ground. After breakfast she went out to walk by herself in the long shrubbery paths which went round the house, and here she remained for above an hour. She told herself that she was very thankful to him for not having spoken to her on a subject so unfit for her ears as love. She strengthened herself in her determination never again to listen to a man willingly on that subject. She had made herself unfit to have any dealings of that nature. It was not that she could not love. Oh no, she knew well enough that she did love with all her heart. If it were not that she were so torn to rags that she was not fit to be worn again, she would now have thrown herself into his arms with a whole heaven of joy before her. A woman, she told herself, had no right to a second chance in life after having made such a shipwreck of herself in the first. But the danger of being seduced from her judgment by Arthur Fletcher was all over. He had been near her for the last week and had not spoken a word. He had been in the same house with her for the last 10 days, and had been with her as a brother might be with his sister. It was not only she who had seen the propriety of this, he also had acknowledged it, and she was grateful to him. As she endeavored in her solitude to express her gratitude in spoken words, the tears rolled down her cheeks. She was glad, she told herself, very glad that it was so. How much trouble and pain to both of them would thus be spared. And yet her tears were bitter tears. It was better as it was, and yet one word of love would have been very sweet. She almost thought that she would have liked to tell him that for his sake, for his dear sake, she would refuse that which now would never be offered to her. She was quite clear as to the rectitude of her own judgment, clear as ever, and yet her heart was heavy with disappointment. It was the end of March before she left Herefordshire for London, having spent the greater part of the time at Longbarns. The ladies at that place were moved by many doubts as to what would be the end of all this. Mrs. Fletcher the elder at last almost taught herself to believe that there would be no marriage, and having got back to that belief, was again opposed to the idea of a marriage. Anything and everything that Arthur wanted he ought to have. The old lady felt no doubt as to that. When convinced that he did want to have this widow, this woman whose life had hitherto been so unfortunate, she had for his sake taken the woman again by the hand, and had assisted in making her one of themselves. But how much better it would be that Arthur should think better of it. It was the maddest constancy, this clinging to the widow of such a man as Ferdinand Lopez. If there were any doubt, then she would be prepared to do all she could to prevent the marriage. Emily had been forgiven, and the pardon bestowed must of course be continued, but she might be pardoned without being made Mrs. Arthur Fletcher. While Emily was still at Longbarns, the old lady almost talked over her daughter-in-law to this way of thinking, till John Fletcher put his foot upon it altogether. "I don't pretend to say what she may do," he said. "Oh, John," said the mother, "to hear a man like you talk like that is absurd. She'd jump at him if he looked at her with half an eye." "What she may do," he continued saying, without appearing to listen to his mother, "I cannot say, but that he will ask her to be his wife is as certain as that I stand here." Chapter 71.